Welcome one and all here to the China region DPC. We are here for the final day. The regular season is over and all that it remains are tiebreakers to determine what the slots look like, or the order rather, of our top 4 here in the region. It might seem academic since all these teams are already guaranteed to go to the major, but it's exactly how the DPC distribution is going to work out for them. My name is Snare, your host for all of these proceedings, and I'm joined today by Kezu and Sheepsik, the Pointing Gang. What's happening, Pointing Gang? What's going on?
Chilling. Vibing.
Just vibing it out, relaxing. I love how y'all, did y'all color coordinate? Did y'all communicate and say, hey, let's do this?
In our brains and minds.
I had a dream last night where I saw Kezu's. Yeah, I saw your outfit and I was like, I got it. we're connected. We're good like that.
They're connected. They're aligned. They're of one accord. And one of the things they're on one accord of is the fact that it's been an entertaining region, to say the least. If you missed what yesterday's action looked like, the penultimate day, the final day of the normal season, though, we had a triple header, and the first series of the day, Sheepsik, you put on your predictions that Outsiders had a chance. You know, you
again, I told you that was a misclick, guys. Come on.
We didn't get to have you on the series. You know, you didn't get to see IG almost beat LGD's record for how fast they could beat Outsiders.
I'm watching. What was the GG time?
Game 2, I think it was 15 minutes, 32 seconds.
Game 1 took a bit longer.
Wait,
so it was like around here-ish.
No, so no one managed to break the pre-15-minute GG?
Yeah, it was the second fastest in
God.
Game 2.
The resilience from Outsiders from China is actually just stunning every time. Like, I keep thinking, surely today's the day they'll GG out at 12 minutes, right? And they never do.
If you look at the second game, if IG had last picked Huskar, I think they could have broken it in time. I was like, this is the game where you can last pick it. It will come eventually, because there aren't that many highlights in this first game. So the second one will be coming around. So they had Visage, they last picked Storm. So they had Visage, Luna, Marcy. I was ready for the last pick Huskar into the Ember, run it down minute 8 with your armlet.
Oh, that would have been good.
They still won in like 15 minutes and
32 seconds. Yeah.
There you go.
15,
this was a game. So this is sad. This is sad because this was the last one. Like, there's no more Outsiders from China. Like, I think
you missed it.
Those series were really the highlight of my tour this season, and I cherish every moment that we shared together. So
agreed.
To know that I'll never see them again breaks my heart.
I mean, you say that, but they're just going to go back to Div 2. They're going to do the grind, Chief. They're going to come back.
For surezies.
You know, then they'll return. We'll get to see them one more time at least.
Yep. Fire
They'll win
emoji.
TI this year. They're the next wings.
I mean, at the very least, we're going to see them in Div 2, so they're not completely out of the DPC system just yet.
I hope someone forcibly takes the slot from the players and puts 5 new players in Div 2.
We'll see if that ends up happening as Outsiders. Them going down here, of course, meant that for their opponent, Invictus Gaming, they booked their ticket to the major as a result of that game. And the second series here, another team that we had to say goodbye to here in Vici Gaming versus Extreme Gaming. Vici, unfortunately, their woes continue, but this game one, I think what hurts the most, Kezu, is the promise that this game one had. They end up winning the game. Setsu pops the hell off, had an incredible performance on his Ember Spirit. And I started thinking, maybe they can do it. Maybe they can force these tiebreakers, but it certainly was not to be.
I mean, I feel like Vici, they're like a very strange team in a way where I feel like they're just not very consistent in what they're doing. They like have very good games and really great performances, but then in the next one, it's just a completely different team. And you know, sadly for them, against like some of these better teams, they just can't win more than one game. They do it once, you win one game here or there, have some good performances, but I feel like after that, it just falls flat, people figure you out, and I mean, it's sad to see, but they'll just have to grind it out and come back next time.
It was also one of the better games that we've seen from FY, who's been having a very difficult tour overall, and one of the better games that we saw from Fly, having recently just stood in for the team. The first games he played on Naga looked really atrocious, but here he was looking pretty hot on his Monkey King. They did some really interesting moves around the map, I think, but they couldn't keep up this consistency. In Game 2, so it started to break apart. I mean, Sheep, you were the one talking about Ghost CK here and how he was just dominating the game. Just made it look way too easy for themselves.
Did I cover this series?
Yes, you were here.
Really?
Yeah.
I can't remember this game.
You did
I do remember now.
Yeah.
I remember,
we were
because they called... It's like, what? Why can't my brain recall it? Yeah, you're right. And then they called GG while still having the rapier. That was so sad.
Yeah, that's sad.
Yeah, no. Oh, yeah, because they had so many stuns. Yeah, what?
They had the 18 million stuns.
And they had the Kakalion.
So many goddamn stuns. Yeah, this was great.
Of course they had Kakalion.
Super made the CK hella work, man. He could go wherever he wanted, and there was so many stuns.
Yeah.
God, what a great lineup.
You connect to this lane, there's a stun. I mean, my highlight was just JT doing this for the whole game.
So good,
like killing people and like just farming 1500 net worth every 2 minutes of this kill. walking away. You know, cool kids don't really turn around to look at the explosions.
For sure.
Your highlight
JT
was not
just vibing.
just having the set to OD in a game, one of your favorite heroes.
Oh yeah, one of my definite favorites. As Synderen isn't ready in the green room to listen to me, so I won't talk too much about OD. But OD is just a very hard hero to make work. I would say that every Dota hero has its place, but OD just has like there's a very fine line to really make this hero work.
Place.
Yeah, very dark.
He's in a little prison cellar, and he's like drinking scraps of water. He's like eating dirt off the ground.
It's barely
like,
getting by.
And like every now and again, the little jailer will come by like, OD, it's time. He's like, me? I'm going to play.
Hashtag free OD.
Yeah.
Wasn't freed in that game. And of course, this third series that we had yesterday, PSG LGD versus Team Aster. If Aster had won this one, they would have been able to force tiebreakers for second place. As it stands right now, they're involved in tiebreakers for third and fourth today because here they got absolutely stomped. It did not look even close. PSG LGD just knew exactly what they were doing. This game one draft, especially with the Marcy and the Lone Druid together, why don't we see this more often, Sheep? This looked really, really hot the way they were playing it.
Maybe just Lone Druid's not like super pickable? I don't know, because it seems like Nouns was his first phase that shit. I think that hero is awesome.
Yeah, I think... Sorry to interrupt. I think you need like some hero specialists to bust out the lone. Yeah. And then also to think of Marcy 5. It's some Zhao 8 big brain stuff. You could see other teams do it too, but they rather stick to their comfort.
Shiro's like I will play every single hero in the game and master a couple. And
this guy's a beast.
He is so good.
Zhao Eito told us himself that he thinks Shiro was the MVP of this particular tour. And one of the reasons why in that draft they were able to pick Marcy early and still leave it flexible to play carry or to go into the support position for the Lone Druid to come out at the very end of the draft. And of course, here again, he played an incredible game on his Morphling. Unfortunately, for the side of Team Aster, they had to play the Slog into Morphling matchup, and Shiro made it look like it was not even a close matchup whatsoever. Once this Aghanim Scepter comes out, Slog really has no game. Primal Beast had no game. Also, offlane Rubik, Kezu, how do you feel about this? Have you been playing this in your pubs?
I mean, I played it like 2 years ago, my Smurf, when I was like semi-griefing games. So I don't think this is very good. I wouldn't want to see it again. Maybe they were doing some experimenting, because I think LGD definitely had their number in draft, but also in gameplay. And if you see this LGD again today, I think they're going to have an insanely good matchup against Extreme as well.
I think Synderen said it correct, though. When I flamed the offlane Rubik, he was like, this Omni Knight was a bigger issue for him.
Oh, they had bigger issues than just one. Yeah, for sure.
The Omni Knight was like, oh god, this thing doesn't work at all. This is friggin' useless.
Yeah, I don't even know why it really came out, but that's a problem for a different day, maybe.
Of course, after all of those games have finished, the top 4 is determined. 5th, 6th was also tied up, but YBB Gaming ended up forfeiting their tiebreaker. So we know exactly who's staying in the division. So we have one team on the come-up, one team that goes home from Division 2. It's normally been the lay of the land here in China, that one leaves, one stays. As the Aries still going to stay in the division, they took full advantage of their second lease on life. And of course, Vici and outsiders from China gone. It's the top 4 we're interested in today, though, because it's not completely settled in stone just yet. IG and Team Aster will be playing later on to determine 3rd and 4th. So some DPC points in contention between them. And then the first matchup of the day, PSG LGD versus Extreme Gaming. You were saying, Kezu, that if it's that version of PSG LGD that shows up, you think they have a very good shot against Extreme. What should Extreme be doing then in order to make sure that they can play competitively up against a PSG LGD team that does look to be on top of the world right now?
I mean, I want to see Extreme to be able to dominate in the early game without just relying on Kaka going around and killing like 12 heroes, because I feel like that's the very strict thing that they try to do every game. And I would say that they're slower than LGD. And from what I saw yesterday, if you're slow against LGD, you don't get to play the game.
One thing that we did see, though, in the last matchup that they played, Sheep, is they went 2 games. LGD won the first game in very quick fashion. It was like 20-something minutes. But that was a draft where they had JT on Magnus. Didn't feel like it was necessarily working out for them. Then game 2, that was the first time we saw LGD under genuine pressure. It still remains the longest game that we've had in the tour so far. Shiro sort of had to pull out all the stops on his Ursa in that game. And I think they had for Extreme, there was the PA Storm draft. And they were just playing very high tempo all across the map. Pick off, pick off, pick off, pick off, pick off. If they can do that again today, do you think LGD will be better equipped to handle that? Because we know that LGD can lose now. It's actually possible.
It is possible.
And Extreme has been looking better and better as time goes on. So will they maybe meet in the right place that the matchup is more competitive than it was the first time out?
I think if what Kezu said is the most applicable, if LGD played like they did versus Aster, I don't think Extreme has hit the heights where I think they can contest that. But at the same time, that's that level of consistency is not guaranteed, and I think Extreme did look really good in that second game where they should have won it. Honestly, it was like these minute little problems. Like, for example, going on LGD when they were in their triangle and, like, the enemy carry surviving on 1 health. And, like, if they'd gotten that, I think the game looks so much different. If they are able to, like, change those little problems in the series, then, yeah, they could probably take a game. Maybe even win the series.
They can. No, also from the interview we had yesterday with Lanham, I feel like you can really tell that when a team has a good coach, it does go a long way. Like when they value I'll say right things. The more Dota has progressed over like the last 1-2 years, something teams value a lot is where you put your heroes in the mid game. Because you don't just go together and you're like, oh, I want to go with you now and smoke. It doesn't work like that. You need to have your heroes in the right place, then the map gets played in a correct way, now you have good lanes, and now you can smoke. I think Lanham is a great coach. He's going to help them with the communication. They had some time to prepare, so I'm just looking forward to their first phase and how they prep against LGD.
I think one of the heroes that we saw in that particular series was Disruptor being highly valued when they played against LGD. And as time has gone on, we have seen that Extreme has been heavily reliant on Kaka playing heroes he can move around the map with. When Kaka's moving, they look super hot. When he's not, things are a little bit difficult. And speaking of Kaka, we saw that some teams were willing to ban all of his heroes. When they played against Team Astro on Saturday, they were just like, all right, Kaka, no Nyx for you, no Lion for you. Had to end up playing some scuffed Shadow Shaman. And it's like, well, is this necessarily the best
He'll
hero?
do it again.
No, but he
This guy
might do
will
it again. He was the first one to do it in DPC. It didn't work out for them, but is the hero still pickable? I think you mentioned it, Chief, that the hero is maybe a little bit underpicked, even if it's not the world beater that it should be.
Who's sorry, Shadow Shaman?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we were both on that series. Yeah, and we both thought it was like, it looked fine. It looked possible.
Yeah.
It didn't look fantastic, but it was possible. I think my biggest issue with it was that the lane was really bad, but I also think that was also on the Brood.
I agree.
It was like a dual loss of that lane.
There's like some multitude of issues, which I feel like a lot of these Dota heroes, if you just know what you want from it and you have a player who's comfortable, who actually knows like, oh, these are my timings and I want to do this, I want to build these items, then you can make most heroes work. You can pick them. You see Lone Druids, you see random Elder Titans, and they work.
Yeah, they do definitely work. Another thing I actually want to see today, I would love to see if they go for the Lycan again for JT, because he looked really, really solid playing that hero on the side of Extreme Gaming. And of course, Extreme finally find themselves in a position to go top 1 here in the division. They haven't done it yet. Despite having a very star-studded roster from the beginning, it's always been second, third place. They've been behind LGD, behind Aster, behind in the even RNG side that we saw a couple of seasons ago. So now is the time for them to try and get to the very top. A new coach in Lanham, new leadership in the squad in the form of Kaka. So certainly it's going to be a very interesting tie here. And of course, on the side of LGD, it's just Jawait and the boys. For some reason, no matter who's on this roster, they just look the same. They just look super clean, very solid. Probably helps that they have an incredibly expansive hero pool. Even if they don't have to bust that out all that often, can be the mark of a very good team. So let's find out how it goes. PSG LGD versus Extreme Gaming. The first draft is upon us. Extreme with Dire second pick. LGD, they got Brood. All right, so this is not JC Brood like we saw the other day, which was a little bit scuffed. This is Zeal Brood. And Zeal on these micro heroes sheep has looked very, very good in the tour.
Yeah, last time these two matched up, Brood got banned both games.
Yep.
This hero's so obnoxious. We saw a Quinn tweet today saying, please, God, Ice Frog, just nerf the spider so we don't have to ban it every game.
Yep.
I think honestly being pressured into the situation where you feel like there are heroes more important than Brood banning is like insane to me, because I think Brood is so high prio.
This is what we saw from LGD because of nothing to say on his Primal Beast, right? You can't let him have Primal Beast. You cannot let Planet have this Disruptor. So Brood gets through, and that's just the nature. When you play this well, you can force people into these uncomfortable positions, Kezu.
Yeah, I mean, there's just too many problems when a team plays really well and they have a specific style, which I would say right now for LGD is more like the early gameplay and high tempo. You can see Disruptor, Primal, they both do that, but there's more heroes, you know, you can replace it with Ench in a way, here with Brood Mother. So LGD, get themselves a good first pick. Let's see. Extreme, they go with the CM response, which we see it plenty of times. Good in the lanes, usually sets up your carry pick. So we'll have to see if they want to instantly go with some Brood response here and go a bit more crazy with, I don't know, some Slark, Kunkka, Pudge.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
We saw this the other day as well, right? When YBB were playing up against Aster Ares, forgot who went for the Timber, but we did see almost this exact response. Like one team went Brood immediately, and the enemy team goes Timbersaw in the first phase as a response. Are we feeling it, Cheap? Do you like it?
I'm never really a fan of Timber this early in the draft, nowadays anyway, because he feels a bit exploitable. I don't know how I feel about the Rubik response. I guess it makes sense because you're playing with a Brood already and they don't feel like they want to take 2 cores so quickly. Obviously, Rubik's nice because you steal, like everything you steal from Timbersaw is really good against Timbersaw, so it's a nice support pick here. And it's going to buff up Brood's lane if they do want to put it there.
I would guess that if they saw a stronger carry pick, then maybe they would have picked a stronger 4. But now that they can maybe ban for it, I think the Rubik, as you mentioned, you can steal some Timbersaw spells, get this follow-up damage. So I think you lack a little bit of lane, but you get more of the follow damage later, which is pretty chill. And then Timber, maybe they saw LGD yesterday, like put the Timber mid. So maybe they're like, okay, we can actually first 2 Timber here because Paparazzi can play it mid. I don't know. I hope so, because first 2 Timber that can only go into 1 lane, I'm also not the biggest fan of.
Let's see. I'm soured a little bit on this Rubik hero, but can still work in this game. Also, Frostbite's a truly amazing spell when stolen. So let's see. Extreme Gaming obviously have to protect the Timbersaw now. They take out the Monkey King, which we've seen be very good against them. They take out the Luna. They'll probably end up banning some other 5 position that Planet plays really well. So LGD right now, I think just Brood is so good. I'm trying to find ways like around this Brood Mother hero, and it's so annoying.
I feel like I watched a Brood get dumpstered the other day. Oh wait, that was literally a JT.
That was him.
Yeah.
Joke's on you.
I was like,
I mean, Extreme are just gonna pick Kaka Lion out of phase or what? Is anything gonna change for them?
I mean, it might because they have Rubik now, right? So maybe he doesn't want to give away Lion spells, because Lion
I don't
spells are
think
also
this guy
really,
gives a
really
damn.
good.
If you pick Lion, I'm not sure you care about what the enemies have.
You just like, give me Lion, it'll win the game, boys.
I would hate to see the line, but I guess it's fine for their mid and playmaking. It's a bit rough into Brood. It's so rough into Brood.
It's close to like an unplayable matchup unless your team kind of creates like this front line for you, where then you can also somehow get to play the map. It's at least somewhat good with Timber if you protect him, because eventually you have the freedom to like, okay, Kaka, be free, you know, be the dog you want to be, run around, catch some balls and kill some people on the map, so that's good. But yeah, otherwise I'd be a bit, it's just hard into Brood, like your map, and you just have spiders running in you in a pipe and you're like, why am I here?
Yeah, it sucks so hard. I do want to see Extreme be able to take heroes that can lock down the Brood for like, if you have the damage in your Timber to kill, you probably want something like a Storm Spirit that can go in first, catch her, grab her, stun her, and then you output all that damage. So that's probably what I'm looking for from Extreme's next phase. Because, yeah, it's one thing to have, like, oh, we can put Timber in front of the tower and protect our tower against Brood, but Brood doesn't care that much. She'll just farm everything else around you, and you don't have the catch to punish it.
I mean, Brood is, like, very mobile. If you, like, AFK at the tower, she can farm every camp, but she was saying she can even just go mid and attack there, and it's like, that's why some of these heroes like Tide and Timber, Brood can just, if it's a good Brood player, he will just outmaneuver you. He forces you to TP there, he's like, well, joke's on you, just go mid.
Yeah, that's why you want to have like the wards down, so you see her when she's moving between areas, and then you go and punish and kill her and catch.
So here we go, even more protection for JT's Timbersaw as they remove the Ursa from play. So now we get to see the Kaka hero most likely here. So he's played Shadow Shaman, he's played Lion, of course, he's played Clockwork, played Rubik, and it's gonna be the Storm Spirit.
Dang, Sheep is on point, baby.
Nice.
I know exactly what I want. I hate the spiders.
You want to stomp the spiders down. I mean, this also helps them cover the mid matchup, right? Because they know that of the heroes that have been banned out, there's no Pango, there's no Death Prophet, there's no Puck, there's no Primal Beast, there's no Timbersaw. So some of the best heroes that we've seen from Nothing to Say. The other one that's left now is the Ember Spirit, and the Ember versus Storm matchup does seem fairly favorable for the Storm Spirit for the most part. So they're ready for this.
This is where you slam Marcy Lone Druid.
Honestly, yeah, I'd be pretty down. I think they care too much about Timber. Other than that, if you do see a storm like this, there's a high chance that they are going to go for the Ember you mentioned with maybe some follow-up damage.
Yeah. Marana.
They're one of the best teams. I wonder if there's a Silencer coming out, because they are one of the best teams at playing it. I don't think that Timber cares about this at all, but it would help your Ember Rubik play the game. But it depends on whether you feel, okay, Rubik is going to steal good spells always, so we have enough damage. Because if that doesn't happen, if you go Silencer here, you lack some damage.
Oh, damn.
Kezu, you guys are on fire. Holy.
It is also LGD. They're the best team at playing this hero.
It's pretty good.
By far. Like, no one else stands a chance.
I mean, they're the best team at playing a lot of heroes right now.
That is very true. But this one, like, they just have, like, their few heroes that they're, I don't know, what's it called? When it's, like, hidden away somewhere, you open the thing up.
It's like in the stash.
Yeah, like they stash it away and then they open the box. They're like, oh, which hero are we having today? Oh yeah, this one.
Oh, beautiful.
English is hard for me sometimes. I'm sorry.
Don't worry, Sheep's got you. You know,
That's good. That's true. That's true.
I don't think I got anyone with English up here.
Open what? What the hell are you talking about, idiot?
I don't know. I also just don't know how to speak most times.
so we need to think, now we definitely need the Kaka hero. I can't envision them leaving it for absolute last pick here. Do you want some more team fight potentially here, Sheep? Because they do seem a little bit light on that front on the side of XG.
Team fight. Yeah, I guess you could go for that. You could go for that, or you could just go for more like pick-off play. Like you could pick a Tiny and just then have the ability to set up for your Storm to like zip in and stuff.
Yeah, I'll say it again. Where's Tiny?
Oh, okay. It's the other Tiny.
It's Kaka day, so he doesn't get to play Lion today, but he is going to play Nyx Assassin. Nyx Assassin into Ember. This is one of these things we used to see quite often all the time. Very annoying matchup for the Ember Spirit to play. You can also easily pick off the Silencer. And you were talking just now about having some pick-off Sheep, so they definitely get that out of this Nyx Assassin. Higher tempo, I suppose. Can it match LGD's speed of the game, though, Kezu?
I mean, Nyx, I would say it's hard for this 18 pick to give you like, to really surprise you, because you're going up against this team that is going to go on you with a silencer, so they're going to have global. So whichever support you are, you're likely not really going to get to use your spells. I think it's important for Extreme that their last pick is a hero that can either make the map chaotic to set it up that you get to play the split push game, or a hero that when you have to fight at some point, that he can go in. That's why LGD are banning some of these CKs, the Slarks that can do a bit of both, because right now, you just rely on what? Your Storm zipping in against Global, Ember, and a Brood. That's not going to work out well for you.
All right, so they ban out Anti-Mage.
Oh, that's a sick ban. They would have picked that, I think.
So PSG LGD, the one's going to have to reveal their carry pick first for Shiro. He's played all of them. So what?
Yeah, go choose from all of them. I mean, this Nyx. I feel like there must be something better than Lifestealer, simply because you're getting counterpicked. Do you still want Lone Druid?
I do still want Lone. I mean, that's just a personal thing.
I'd be down.
I think it's hard. I especially think that like Nyx Assassin, he hates it when you ball up. Because all Extreme want is to be able to like have the game be a bit slow. Nyx goes invis, goes find some Brood Mother, Storm connects, blah blah, get a kill, get a pick off, do more things. If LGD can pick some carry, like that's why I think they banned like TA and stuff. Just a carry that lets them go together. It's really good. Luna's already gone as well, so kind of like most of those archetypes are gone.
I think that's a good point. They can go together. They can go for some objectives. They also already have the Brood. Lone will kind of speed that up. I don't know what else they have.
This actually, I was thinking that Extreme could go for the Morphling afterwards for themselves.
It's a little risky though. It's not like, I think into like Nyx and Storm, it's a scary hero to pick. If you get stunned out of Invis, like you die so fast. Like you kind of have to play on a little higher strength or just have like really good sentry coverage around the map.
We see Alchemist come out for Extreme Gaming. We've only seen it once before in the carry role so far in the region. It didn't end up winning that game, unfortunately. And you were covering that series, Kezu. One of the things that you mentioned was how you want whatever the team is playing Alchemist, as soon as he hits a timing and it knows he's strong, they need to go in. This is a better draw to facilitate that, it feels like, than the game that we saw it in. Do you like it enough to give Extreme Gaming an advantage in game number 1?
I think it's a pretty good pick, and it goes with what I kind of wanted them to take with like another hero at 12, 15 minutes. You can like go in and help your Storm to actually get in the fight. So I kind of like this draft from Extreme. I'm still, I'm always a bit biased to LGD. I think they're just a little better, and they always have something like very nice in their draft, and I like the Silencer a lot. So I would slightly favor them, but Extreme's draft I think is more than playable. Like they're absolutely fine.
And what do you think they're going to do in this game? Game 1 Sheep on the side of LGD.
They're gonna win.
There you go. Ooh, no, I don't have a strong opinion. I'm gonna like Cinder and XD. No, LGD, you're gonna crush this game. God, I actually really like Extreme's lineup though. I'll go with them. I think their lanes are very easy to play. They have very easy like timings in mind, and they should just take it away.
Sweep.
All right. Let's see if our Extreme Gaming can find a way to sweep aside the challenge of PSG LGD, or if LGD will just stick to the script, go back to their winning ways, and secure themselves top berth in the division, as they've done so many times before when it comes to tiebreakers. We find out with our tie-breaking duo, the wonderful, the incredible OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Snare. Yeah, absolutely looking forward to this one. The two top teams in China, PSG, LGD, and Extreme Gaming, ready to go head-to-head. And this game 1, Fogged, we're seeing PSG, LGD, they get to play with the old Brood Mother, a hero that just consistently is usually being banned out. Extreme Gaming, they leave it in, they say, we'll let them have it. We'll see how we can deal with it. The question is, with the lineup they've got, do you think they'll be able to deal with it?
It's always a risk. Every single time you're going to play it, even if you have some type of, Alchemist or whatever hero they can park in the area to try to deal with the Brood, there's a reason this hero is literally banned in every single region. First 2, tends to dominate most of the map, and it makes tons of space. And a person who loves space, as we've seen multiple times, especially when he's playing something like his Morphling, is Shiro. He just thrives when he's given any type of opportunity like this, and I don't know, it looks risky, right? They give the Brood, and they also go for a risky pick with an Alchemist and a Nyx Assassin. Two heroes we don't see very often. It's Kaka, though. He tends to play his heroes, and they may just get first blood.
This is how you deal with the Brood. You kill him.
Get him.
First blood here for Extreme Gaming as JT takes down Zeal.
Cool. Good stuff. Yeah, I think Kaka is one of the few players in the world that I think we'll still see playing like Lion, Shadow Shaman, Nyx Assassin. These heroes that just do struggle a lot in laning aspect and overall team fight aspect. They're more about the pickoff and stuff like that. So let's see if he's able to utilize it. Because, yes, can absolutely see where they're going with this Nyx. Playing versus the Ember Spirit, good way to catch. And they have Storm Spirit to play with that vision. So, yeah, let's see if it works.
Okay.
Like I said, it's a risk, but could end up paying off.
I mean, because what is the risk? Because as you say, you know, we've had so many games where it's like, well, this Nyx Assassin could be good. And as you said, this is one where it is that you got that setup to catch the Ember Spirit by surprise with the Flame Guards going off into the Spike Carapace. And of course, like Silencer, he doesn't want to run into the Nyx Assassin in the middle of the jungle, in the middle of a team fight. He's going to get blown up.
Absolutely.
But what are the downsides? Like, why is nobody else playing this hero?
For the most part, it's, well, we have a quick pause, perfect timing. He has kind of like a dead ability. Mana Burn overall, it's been nerfed so many times to kind of the ground. Everything else is great. You know, Impale is a good ability. You've got a pretty okay talented talent 10 also to boost it up. Carapace is great because especially lately, I feel like there's more uncontrollable damage than ever. Problem is, it's not a targeted stun. It's very difficult to land sometimes with this Impale, and your overall like team fight aspect is just not there. And honestly, Vendetta is just difficult to use also because the rise of sentries, the rise of gem and stuff like that, you're usually just seeing it all the time when you're trying to make some aggressive move, and your lane is weak. So let's see. I mean, I'm always looking forward to Kaka playing this because I feel like he's always the one that brings these heroes back that are just dead. It's like Sand King, Nyx, Lion, Shadow Shaman.
I mean, for sure, right? Because Lion in particular, not really a lot of teams or really anyone sort of else playing it, but you know, when Kaka does play it, it's been great. You know, as we've seen, you know, Extreme Gaming, they're here at the top. 6-1 on the series, same as PSG LGD. They've had a great season.
Absolutely. Just can they endure the pressure, right? It's a very pressure-based draft that we've seen PSG LGD go for, and so far,
Verifier, but should still be going down here, Planet. Another kill.
Nice aggression.
Yeah, for Extreme.
Nicely done. Ghost definitely not really last hitting, of course, as we're seeing him miss many last hits here up tier. I think it was like 3 or 4 that he missed under the tower, but they're going for kills instead. This Brood, what is this Brood set? Have you seen this one
It's
before?
pretty spooky, isn't
It's
it?
pretty gross.
What is it? It's like some Halloween. It's a pumpkin. He's wearing a pumpkin here.
Arcane Infestation Candles. I don't think I've ever seen this one.
I think it might be one of like the rare ones on the Diatide chest or something.
Yeah, it looks like it. It's like 2 different pieces of it that just look spooky. The candles and the pumpkin on his head.
It's definitely not the scariest Brood. The scariest Brood set's still that one that makes the Brood just look like a real spider.
True. Zeal?
Oh, they won't quite get him. He's got too much regen here.
But they're going for tons of just kills, but you're seeing Ghost definitely missing a ton of last hits. I mean, he's at 5 right now. See the Morphling down bottom, he's at 12. So Shiro making sure that he's getting all these last hits. He has upgraded Wand. Great Wand lane when you're playing versus Timbersaw.
I mean, with the way sort of the lanes are, Extreme Gaming going to be able to have the resources to get someone stacking for the Alchemist?
I think so, because I think JT at some point maybe can just get left alone with level 2 reactors, so maybe Kaka will go looking for these stacks and stuff like that, but dangerous also, because you're playing versus this Ember Spirit who could look to just contest those stacks early on. Yeah, let's see how these last. I'm going to be watching top a lot because we don't see Alchemist too much. He's played more lately around just like trying to kill in laning phase rather than playing for like Greevil's Greed and farming any type of summons, especially because the summons also come out at 6. Yeah, definitely not easy for Ghost to get these last hits. He's getting zoned off of most of the range creeps. Kaka? He actually juked him. It's like the funniest juke ever, just right around the tree line. And how's mid going?
Super close right now.
Yeah. Should be a storm-favored matchup, but Nothing to say. Always tends to do well no matter what he's playing against. I'm going to say that, and then he's going to die almost immediately after, probably.
Sure. I mean, yeah, both great mids, but honestly, I think Nothing to Say has had a bit more of a kind of reliable performances this tour. Paparazzi's had a few moments where things have gone a bit crazy.
This laning phase, though, looking great. Seeing them check the runes, Nothing to Say. He'll be able to get the top rune, and Kaka takes bottom. That hurts Paparazzi, though. He has no bottle. Someone's got to maybe die. Get some refill, as maybe it's Paparazzi who just dies.
They get the chains. They get the drag back with the telekinesis.
Oh!
Kaka! Oh, he's in with the stun, though! All right, whilst Paparazzi may go down, it's not before they take out Nothing to Say in return.
Wow. He actually gets pulled under the tower. Little over-aggressive there, gets punished. And Kaka, he actually skills Mana Burn it too. Cool.
All right, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he does build, because as you say, what Mana Burn just... You feel it's the weakest part of the kit. So the question is, are you putting points into it to make it work, or is it just going to be the one casual point?
I'd imagine it's just the one casual point, just to have more aggression inside laning phase and stuff like that, but... See if he switches it up. Oh, he brings his items too, so he's got Tranquil Boots. He can get moving.
All right.
So he can definitely stack and look to set up on those lanes as you were talking about.
Well, because like JT at this stage, they're not going to kill this Timber, the two of them down there. JT's super. How safe is he on his own?
He's pretty safe.
Yeah.
Unless he's literally like at the tower and they chase him all the way forward. JT should just be fine. So yeah, lanes looking good. Alchemist also now starting to get those last hits. Ghost has a point in the Grievel's Greed.
Yeah, slow,
and Kaka's top.
Slow start for Zeal on the Brood. He's now the one that's being held behind in CS. Does that really? How much does that affect a Brood's gameplay if you have a slow lane?
Honestly, from what I've seen, not really too much.
Sure.
Because he still does Brood things.
Yeah.
And he's very good in the matchup versus the Knicks and the CM. They don't really
JT,
contest
he
too much.
wants the courier, and he's going to get it as well.
What? And top, here's Kaka.
They want to go for him. And with the three of them, they got enough damage. Zeal is into the trees. He's going to be able to walk away. And now PSG LGD, they can look to turn. They take down Kaka. Now look towards DY as well. But, another concoction will be there, so Ghost makes sure that PSG LGD won't be able to dive in for DY as well. They keep Zeal alive.
I've seen him a lot more. I think it's because of Kaka, though. I think he forces this sometimes, like the rise of tri-lanes, right? We saw it the other day where he like went with them with like this triple wave and he just dives the enemy carry because they had the triple wave.
I mean, yeah, and it makes sense as well because like JT can be left on his own, but the same to be said for Shiro, right?
Yeah.
As a morph against the Timber, he should be able to farm pretty easily, and you're not going to die to a Timber Saw unless you do something completely crazy.
Yeah, he could die to a rotation, but they have ward coverage, so they will see the Storms moving down. Storm, though, Paparazzi, he's been blessed lately with just getting almost every single rune, I feel like, in most of these games. He's got a regen, so one of the betters.
He was the one on the Ember game the other day, right?
Yeah.
Where he's getting DD after Haste after Arcane. He was having a great time. But this game he's hoping out for, regen rune's definitely higher up the list of what he wants to see. Fantastic rune to play with as the Storm.
And he keeps it going. He actually was under a ward, and they were trying to break it, but he actually has his own ward, so
he's going to make a move with it as well.
Oh, nice.
TP to top. Cool. This is a very good player from Paparazzi. In with the catch.
Beautiful.
Perfect stuff there from the Storm.
Keeps the regen going.
Yeah, knows that they're looking for him bottom and that there's going to be no backup for Zeal top.
That was crisp. Yeah. It's like he knew where the vision was almost, because bottom, we see the ward placed from Why You Smile, and he actually went right into the, right into his triangle area and started the TP, so it's very sneaky. Really well played. And now he's placing it more aggressive vision, so they have vision of the rotation from
they see
Nothing to
this
Say.
coming in, so PSG LGD aren't going to be able to catch them by surprise. In fact, Paparazzi is just going to go straight in onto them. Gets the setup onto Why You Smile. Ghost will die. PSG LGD are able to just focus the carry instead and ignore the move that's being made here towards the triangle.
They're likely to lose this ward now after getting the courier snipe and with the way they set up on the kill onto the silencer. Probably going to get almost instantly dewarded. Planet actually holding on to Sentry for now. Finishes up Arcane Boots. Maybe expecting that they're still in the area. And super aggressive wards.
Yeah, I mean, that's nice as well. Getting that one on the cliff, because you know that the way with that player, as you say, they're going to check the other cliff. They're probably not going to check both, so...
Nice stun, Kaka.
Oh, but still nothing to say. Able to jump back over with the Remnant, take down DY. Paparazzi gets Why You Smile. He's got a lot of wand charges, so he should be able to wand and zip out of this one. We'll see how much he wants to chase, though. Nothing to say. He does. He's going to dive in for this one, and with the big hits from that maxed out Sleight of Fist, he's going to be able to get the triple here for sure. Big kills there for Nothing to Say.
I think he is super rich now. I think his Orb Corrosion's at base, or on the courier, and he's Got 1,200 gold. Chiro actually gets
He's
killed.
got him, JT. I mean, I said, you know, I didn't expect the Morph to be dying to a Timber alone, but JT just able to dive upon him, chase him beyond the tower, and maybe the TP just coming out a bit too late. He was already too low and had no other way out.
Wait, where was he TPing? That was a long TP, no?
No, I think he just only just started. He was going back to base.
Oh, okay. I was blind.
He just started really late. I don't know if it was
Okay.
on cooldown or why he didn't go for it sooner, because obviously nothing to the only way Timber can cancel your TP is by killing you. That's what happened. Oh.
That's a pretty massive kill, honestly.
Nothing to say. Should be fine here. Just trying to mess with Ghost, who's attempting to farm his jungle in peace. But, PSG LGD, they're heading in.
Ghost.
And he's going to get caught by the chains. He's got one concoction to throw out, catches onto the spider, but Planet's in from the side, and with the Fade Bolt, they're able to bring Ghost down. DY as well to full double kill for the spider.
Well, they killed him a few times in lane, but the spider things are still occurring. Quickly jumps into the jungle, takes him out, and soon going to be able to pressure this top tower. But JT having a explosive game.
I mean,
he's been
massive
killing
solo
it.
kill, and now can put pressure on the tower. Shiro has been hunted in the jungle. And we'll get the opening stun, but not quite able to get the vortex off before the morphing begins.
But he's been pushed to jungle pretty early on. I'm very impressed with the way JT's been playing lately.
So what they want to do here. Ooh. That's a very dead-looking Rubik. Ghost joining the action.
I like how involved he's being. Even though he's... How many deaths does he have, actually? The 2 deaths on Ghost, he's still looking pretty good. Sure, 4th in net worth, but so far, having a very good setup. And yeah, shutting down Shiro. Like I said, I'm very impressed. JT, just with this early aggression. Now they're going to send him top to Park versus the Broodmother, and maybe going to be able to keep this tower alive for some time because of how good his start is. Level 9.
I mean, absolutely. I think it's going to be tough for Zeal to push through this. JT should be able to keep a good hold on this area.
He's got a full mech.
Yeah, it's quick. And that on top of the Ring of Health. Good luck bullying the Timber out of the lane bottom. Shiro, he tries to step up for the creep wave and indeed gets caught by Kaka.
Just Kaka things. Playing Nyx Assassin. People forgot what this hero even does. 2k lead.
They want to go for JT. They know that he's a problem right now. They're bringing 4 heroes up here to take him down. They cannot let this Timber continue like this. He's already feels like he's getting out of control. 4 heroes here from PSG LGD. Let's see if they can take him out.
Arcane Rune. They should have enough here, but
They're
under tower, they're hesitant.
They know that it's a tough kill. JT on the retreat planet with the stolen Timber Chain will be able to close the gap. Chains into the telekinesis. The mech's popped. JT, he will be taken out. PSG LGD identifying what needs to be done. DY,
they glyph it.
he's trying to clear the creep wave, but indeed the glyph's there. And PSG LGD will take DY down as well. Good move there. Very much needed. JT, he was getting out of control.
Absolutely. And Planet, he actually doesn't even steal the freezing field. He keeps Timber Chain. He wants to keep the pure damage. It's great. I mean, it's amazing spell for positioning, for damage, etc. As top tower will go down. But Ghost getting tons of space from this. Even though they sent JT top, it forces 4 heroes up there. So Ghost, he pretty much has Relic done. And he's got, not really that many stacks, so. But either way, he will have that Relic in a moment. Nothing to say, though, having a pretty ridiculous timing here on his items. Corrosion's done. Maelstrom's done. Just full aggression. Look at his build. 0 in Flame Guard. All about just getting the catch and the setup onto the Storm.
Absolutely. And of course, being able to hold on to his tier 1 tower.
Kaka having a very good start, though, also for his Nyx Assassin. Pretty important, as we were mentioning, this hero sometimes does struggle in the laning aspect and stuff like that.
Oh, they're going to find him here,
though.
though.
Likely to die, though. Cursed. My lord. Wicked sick for nothing to say. He's been the rock for this team every single time, it feels like, always. If someone's struggling, it's definitely not nothing to say.
Yeah, had a crazy series against Aster. What was it, yesterday?
Oh, his Timber was... It was beautiful. Ghost. Dropping very low to these neutrals. He'll be okay, but... means he can't show up to go for the defense. And I think JT maybe doesn't want to show up either, because I think he's realizing they do absolutely have damage to take him down.
Yeah, they're moving as a unit at PSG LGD. And yeah, as you say, in a way that Extreme Gaming, if they want to show up, they've got to do it with numbers. They will lose their tier 1 mid.
Still don't think they're too fussed. The Alchemist is getting this free farm. Paparazzi's also doing very well. Sure, nothing to say, it's having this explosive game, but you've shut down the Morph, essentially. Shiro is struggling in this game. And they will always have catch for him. Kaka?
Planet. He's trying to close in. He'll get the catch onto DY instead. We'll see Paparazzi's it for the global silence is there. Just up to the freezing field. Nothing to say. He's in. Gets the chains onto the two of them. DY goes down, but Ghost, he has the concoction. Turns under the Ember. They catch the Ember Spirit. Nothing to say to fall. See Zeal as well, trying to escape. He's going to go for the TP out. They've got the Vortex back up. Double kill for JT.
And why? Why Spy looks pretty dead here. Radiance is online.
This is exactly what XG needed to hit back at PSG LGD with. They turn up, they give them the team fight, and now able to push down mid, get some pressure onto the tier 1 tower. Goes top of the net worth, exactly where he needs to be as an Alchemist.
And JT, again, I'm getting the last hit here on the Ember Spirit, who's having this explosive
check
game.
this replay.
He's huge. It's a good global to start everything out, but XG, they brought numbers. They were very ready for this fight to go down. And they get the catch on the Ember Spirit, the important one.
Yeah, as aggressive as kind of nothing to say wants to be playing. Just a couple of bits of control and it's enough hit. Caught by the Frostbite into the concoction, there's no way out for him.
JT he really is just having such a killer game. 4-1-1 on this Timber, 140 last hits. 140 last hits, like that's actually pretty nuts. Triple clarity, so he can stay on the map. Greaves are done. He's got the Dispel already for that global.
Makaka trying to scout out in the jungle what's going on, but we'll pretty much find the entire squad of PSG LGD.
He's scouting. Now we see the lock, so he can use his arcane boots freely. Waiting for the team fight to be able to assemble those Guardian Greaves. Yeah, level 12 Timber. So he's got level 2 Chakram, so, I mean, crazy explosive damage. To, even if they catch Shiro in some position where he's not prepared, they have the damage to kill this Morphling. Shiro, he's had some very free Morphling games a lot of the time. This is not one of them.
No, he's getting kind of dragged into the action, and it's hurting his farm.
Still looking to play fast, though. Ghost.
They're going for him. Stuns there as well as the freezing field. A fair bit of damage coming out from DY.
Stolen.
He will die for this,
and they
but
get Ghost.
He got a lot of damage out, and now Paparazzi's going to go in aggressively with the Vortex, but Shiro turns up with his Aptive Strike. Takes out Paparazzi's 3 dead on Extreme Gaming. Just JT and Kaka left. We'll see how much JT can do on his own. As Kaka's having a retreat, maybe Kaka goes down. Spike Carapace is back up as Shiro turns into the Timber Sword, closing the gap on JT, and he's going to be able to take him down. A massive kill there for Shiro, putting a stop to JT.
2 back-to-back huge kills. I mean, we're talking about him getting pulled and getting involved.
I mean, that's yeah.
This is a dream one.
Absolutely. Beginning the recovery here, he can start working into what is going to be kind of the Ashes straight into the BKB. Very much feeling the pressure this game, knowing that he has to fight. And if that's what happens when he does, I mean, more of the same is only going to be good news for PSG LGD if they can keep getting Shiro involved like that, getting these big kills.
Getting any of these kills early on Alchemist, too. If he's having this type of game, it's worth so much. And yeah, this is a matchup that does go both ways versus the Timber Saws we do see a lot of times with this Morphling. Yeah, he's got pure damage to burst you down, but then he also can just turn into you and have pure damage to kill you on the flip side.
Yeah, very good use of morphing into him there by Shiro.
Yeah, he doesn't have like the game where he can go. This isn't a game where he can go like the Aghanims and turn into some crazy hero that he just dominates because he's got that. He just steals their stats and everything like that. He's playing versus Strength Hero, so a little bit different. So he has to itemize differently, but either way, Shiro getting involved now, catching back up, level 13.
That's what Extreme Gaming can find. They want to catch one of the big cores.
They want to do something while Global's down, especially. So Paparazzi, this is what gives him a little bit of freedom if that Global's not available.
They might find Shiro. He's on his own in the triangle. We'll see how prepared he is for this move, Shiro.
Oh, they should get him. Whoop. Never mind. He actually sees him. He just had finished off that neutral. They can't quite get on him.
So if they can settle for anything else instead, it's going to be tough, yeah. The whole of PSG LGD keeping themselves behind towers.
Does mean they're likely to get the tier 1, though. Close game so far. 3K lead so far for XG, but it's a lot of it just into that Alchemist, of course.
PSG LGD, they said they want to go for a move themselves now that they know that Extreme Gaming smoke comes to an end. Kaka scouting things out. He's actually going to be able to open up onto Planet. And that's the follow-up. Paparazzi's in. Global Silence comes out as well as the heal. Planet still alive. He's able to turn and get his spells off. Shiro's in, gets it aggressively, takes down Paparazzi. The stun's there under Shiro into the freezing field. Shiro, can he get his way out of this one? He's shifted into strength, but won't be able to build the HP up. He goes down, but it is 3 dead on Extreme Gaming. A lot of lives lost here just to bring down the Morphling. See Ghost trying to go for nothing to say, but a good dodge with the remnants there. Well, okay, still follows through and catches him with the stun.
Ghost has crazy item timings right now. BKB and Radiance is done. This is like the dream to be able to fight really early. He is quite massive this game. They did set him up for success with a lot of these stacks, and they shut down the Brood. I mean, they've done a great job of dealing with Brood. We've seen a lot of teams really struggle to deal with it, but so far, so good.
Yeah, it's not a sort of game where like the Brood is just like taking over a complete part of the map, right? You know, we're not seeing Zeal really being able to play inside of the jungle of Extreme Gaming. He's kind of having to stick to his own half of the map, which never really feels ideal.
No, he has to like just be like a team fighting Brood on his side with everybody. So XG though have some, I mean, ridiculous timings. Global did just come back up during that fight, so I think it caught Paparazzi off guard, but they're playing super aggressive on XG.
And nothing to say. He was prepared. Jumps out in time before Kaka DY are able to find him with the setup.
I feel like for XG, just keep going. Like they're gonna have Blink coming out for Kaka, so they've got an extra initiating factor to let the Storm, to let Paparazzi maybe pick and choose his battles. And I believe, yeah, JT, I think he like has his, he has his Lotus finish too. So he's got a Dispel for himself and he's got a Dispel for his buddy now too. So it can actually protect Paparazzi. And he takes the rune. Good stuff from XG so far.
And JT wants to get in. He's feeling pretty unkillable with these items now.
We've had a bunch of games where they're like maybe 7 kills or something at 20. Oh, and there's 36 kills in 20 minutes. This is super chaotic.
A lot of action this time round.
And even with those 22 kills, we're seeing XG, of course, having that lead in the gold. Ghost he's gonna have AC pretty soon, Owen. This is pretty crazy item timings. And let's see if what talent he goes for at 15. I love this acid spray talent that grants armor to allies. So let's see if he does pick that one up rather than damage.
I think it will.
I think so.
I think the extra armor sounds pretty fantastic against the 3 cores of PSG LGD.
Freezing Field still stolen for Planet. Kaka. It's brought down.
Yeah, and Planet's also, he's very close to the Blink.
Mm-hmm.
Very close to having that for the big plays.
You have to be careful when you're playing this CM versus Rubik at times. Sure, I mean, they have a lot of ways to cancel it, so that's the one fortunate thing for them. They just use Carapace, of course, or something, but... Planet's also... Wow, crazy. I mean, Planet's level 13. Wait, I just realized that. He is part of 22 of 23 kills on the Rubik.
Yeah,
That'll do it.
That will indeed.
JT?
I mean, he knows that they can't really get him unless for some reason he enters into the fight with both his Greaves and Lotus on cooldown. They're not catching this Timbersaw for now.
They soon can likely try to force like a Roshan or something like that. Ghost, like we said, his timings are getting pretty crazy. AC, BKB, Radiance online. He's got the 15 talent now too. The Acid grants armor. Yeah, I think it's Roshan time.
I mean, they'll want to do something about this PSG LGD. They won't let them get it for free. They'll definitely go for the fight.
They have BKB on Shiro also, so he's a lot more survivable.
Oh.
Planet.
Got the catch onto Kaka. We'll see the zip from Paparazzi. Zooter was nothing to say. They've taken out Kaka.
Nothing to say,
Control's down to
BKB.
nothing to say. The BKB's pop, turns back in with the chains onto the 2 of them. Commits over in onto DY, but Ghost is beating into nothing to say. The heals come out. The Ember still sitting at a decent amount of HP, so they can go for more here, PSG LGD. Both supports of Extreme taken down.
Paparazzi held his BKB. Important.
Well, nothing to say, he wants this arcane room, but he won't be the one to grab it. Paparazzi, he'll be the one to play.
Goes for the high 5. It's very important that Paparazzi held BKB, though, for this next upcoming fight. They're still global. It's actually level 2 now for Why You Smile, and they're starting to pick up their 4 stabs, so they have more saves.
Sure.
But all these holds of BKB and stuff like that, it's in preparation for if that fight around the Roshan does come, so very patient. And XG, again, what's the next item? Ghost, I think he's already got it finished. He's got the blink. So another form of initiation. They have now 3 different ways to pretty much start the fight on XG, and they're going to smoke with it.
I mean, yeah, if they can get him with some sort of blink stun, they absolutely can take down even like nothing to say, right? How long is BKB still on cooldown? It's 25 seconds, no. BKB, he's playing on his own down bottom for now. He will be ready to head over if a fight kicks off. Ghost,
they get
to get the follow-up. You get the opening stun into the concoction. Is it going to be enough? He's able to put the BKB. In fact, Shiro's ready to turn. He just able to beat down Kaka there with the right clicks. The jump's been made though over towards Why You Smile, so both teams are support down.
Here comes nothing to say though. BKB up in 3. Paparazzi was forced to use this. It was an Arcane Rune though with the BKB, so it's going to come up a bit earlier than expected maybe. A good read from PSG LGD though. They knew this is coming. They're waiting on high ground. Planet has the ward. Or he has the ward in his inventory, but he was just like watching and waiting for them while they walked up. Get the quick blink out. Global was needed.
Still enough at least from PSG LGD that Extreme Gaming don't feel safe going into the pit yet. So Roshan, still not an option. It's viable for either team was. The full squads are back alive.
It's impressive that they're fighting back even at this like kind of deficit. Like you said, Ghost 20,000 net worth. He's going to be soon 2 heroes put together as this Alk. And might just get another jump. Kaka.
He's not able to find the clean opening. In fact, Planet's able to get the blink off. He's off to the side. Paparazzi will continue to dive in though. They'll take out the tower. They get the frostbite onto Shiro. Shiro turns into Kaka, using the spike carapace against them. He's got another waveform up. See if they can keep diving in over towards Shiro. They'll get another connection in. Paparazzi goes. He's low on mana though. And Shiro can get spike carapace off once more.
No way.
He's getting out of it. Paparazzi's out of mana. They can't chase this morph anymore.
What? Ghost doesn't want it to happen though. He's in more.
He's going to get Why You Smile at least, but not the big kill they hoped for there. Nice plays from Shiro using the power of the Nyx Assassin against Extreme Gaming. Those spike carapaces tripping them up a couple of times.
The Force Staff too. Just his buddy bailing him out. Why You Smile gets the beautiful positioning for him. But now this might have opened up Roshan. 30 seconds. No silencer.
I mean, we'll see if Nothing to Say can go for some sort of steal. He has his BKB up, so he could play aggressively. We'll have a couple of remnants to play with as well.
Might feel like he has to.
They can send in the spiders for some information. I mean, it's not going down that quickly, so definitely a high chance the PSG LGD look to do something here, but the jump's been made! Nothing to Say steps in the river and he gets immediately caught! Feeling strong there underneath his own wall, but of course, Extreme Gaming, they had the vision down as well in the river. And with Nothing to Say getting blown up like that, it becomes a lot more difficult for PSG LGD to enter onto this one. They're not going to be able to stop Extreme Gaming. Zeal steps forward, he gets caught as well. Extreme Gaming, 2 huge core kills, Roshan and the Aegis, all for them.
Oh, and they're really doing it. I mean, Kaka, he may be 1 in 9 on Nyx Assassin, but he is getting every single one of these connections. JT, standing in their face, knows he's pretty much unkillable. Wait, backpacked his Guardian Greaves? What? Whatever. That's a bit of a weird play there from JT, but whatever. Super nice plays. I mean, they're super confident in the way they're going for these jumps. I mean, Kaka, there's no hesitation. He immediately goes for these blink stuns if they have vision. Honestly, the Nyx is, you know, a hero that's kind of been dead across most regions. It's looking pretty damn good this game. Even if he has the 9 deaths, he's getting these beautiful jumps. Like we said, it's 26 kills for the side of PSG LGD, but if you look at the supports, DY has 8 deaths, Kaka has 9, so 17 of those are the supports. It's quite a lot of kills that aren't really that meaningful. And yeah, Ghost now level 20. Crazy item timings. Basher is also finished.
I'll get rid of Kaka. Planet. It's going to look towards and they put the global, but Ghost is able to put the BKB. They've Nothing to say with the opening stun. Did get the flame guard off in time, and now there's his BKB as well. Paparazzi commits onto the sports of the back line. Nothing to say. Low on HP. Last remnant to get back under the tier 3 tower will keep him safe. They'll turn their attention over towards Shiro instead, throwing out the concoction. Chains holding back Ghost.
They just don't have the damage though. They keep on killing supports, but they're having some big issues dealing with JT and Ghost. These 2 bruisers are just way too tanky for them to have pretty much any damage until they get, honestly, until they have like a full nother item on Shiro. It really feels like they just cannot handle these 2.
I mean, full Abyssal Blade now as well on Ghost.
Oh boy.
Any stun that catches the Ember or the Morph, they easily have the follow-up. It's so difficult for Shiro and Nothing to Say to commit in these fights now. Something's going to catch them.
Even with their BKBs. That's the thing. It's like now they have multiple forms of catch. And they kind of have to pop the BKBs almost instantly whenever the jump is coming to them. So, yeah, XG. It's a beautiful performance from them so far.
And see on the odds here provided to us by our partner esportsbet.io. Very much seeing that Extreme Gaming, they are in a comfortable spot right now. PSG LGD, they've got a true struggle against them if they're to turn this game 1 around.
They came with a plan to deal with this Brood, and it's really working. Like, Brazil is bottom of the net worth of the cores.
Yeah, it's not often that we see teams let the Brood through and live to not regret it.
Mm-hmm. Just super aggressive. I really like the way that XG has just been setting up the entirety of this game. LGD, they're trying to respond to deal with this aggression, but it's pulling, like you said, it's pulling Shiro into a lot of these fights that maybe he doesn't want to turn up to. Now Shiro, he is level 18, so we have max morph on him. See if he's going to be able to make anything happen of it, but it's, like we said, it's not the same when you're playing versus an Agi, you go Aghanims, and you're always just constantly morphing into them and reducing their fight potential. XG, they're always ready to fight. Well, for LGD, they're very cooldown reliant, it feels like. They're looking for more.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Kaka.
Look at his positioning.
He started off so many great plays. He's looking to do it again. Planet,
Hello.
but he's just going to get found AFK in the trees.
And that's global. A waste, completely wasted global there from YU Smile trying to protect his
I mean,
buddies.
yeah, time to hit the base.
Paparazzi did use BKB, so at the very least there is that. If they can get on top of him, I think they're pinging it. Planet's probably telling them. But they have to get through the bruisers.
Yeah, getting past JT and kind of the 2 lives on Ghost with the Sages. Not be easy. So they are dissuading them from committing for the push. I mean, there's still a tier 2 down bottom. XG can look to take that instead.
They should have a good feeling of the positioning that they're in to just like constrict the map at this point. But LGD, they want to try to come outside. It's under vision though. It's immediately spotted from that ward that Kaka placed.
So what Extreme want to do with this information? Just avoid it or fight
I think they
into
want to
it?
fight.
JT's heading over. And Kaka, he's able to stand off with the 2-stone catches both. Nothing to say. And why you smile. And that's the Amber gone. See if they can lose anything else here. Zeal. He's also caught. I mean, Kaka just does it again there. Gets him with the stun, and it just completely ruins him. Diving into the base. They've got the concoction, they've got the bashes, the pullback of the vortex, they've got Shiro. As this one, I mean, there's still a fair few towers and buildings up, but they may start considering typing the Gs here, PSG LGD, as when you're getting jumped and destroyed like that, I don't know if there's any recovery.
I thought they were going to call it right there. They're just getting dove in the base. I mean, Kaka, relentless.
Yeah. He's doing it on the Nyx Assassin, he really is. He's been doing it on the Lion this tour and now doing it on the Nyx Assassin. Very much one of these unique and fantastic support players that they've got their own style, they've got their own hero pool, and they don't care what everyone else is doing.
Oh, and he's 1-11, by the way.
But
doesn't feel like the impact is ridiculous.
That's the thing, right? Don't look at his KDA, just look at his gameplay. And you'll see what he's doing here for the squad.
I mean, beautiful stuff. The angles that he's getting, he's always finding. It seems like he's always just finding the angle on top of him to start the fights. His cores are just having amazing games because of them doing this. Sure, Paparazzi's been shut down a little bit, but he's still 11, 4, and 8, so he's still having that impact. Yep, this is phenomenal stuff. I mean, people are gonna have to. Honestly, Kaka does this all the time. He comes back. Yeah. It's like, oh, Kaka hasn't played in some time, but this guy he makes magic happen.
I'd say, you know, very much Extreme Game that they're going to be one of those teams that you're playing against them. You're like, do we really have to like ban a Lion and a Nyx Assassin in this current year? Maybe.
It's every time Kaka comes back to playing. It's like he takes his little break, then he comes back, and you're like, oh my god, this guy. It's definitely a good patch for him, it feels like, right? With all the spirits being so prominent, playing Nyx, playing Lion, playing Shadow Shaman, they're good
honestly,
versus the spirits.
That's the scariest thing, right? That these heroes that he plays, right, Nyx Assassin and Lion, they're not in a great spot right now. Maybe next patch, these heroes are going to be even stronger.
Look at him.
And then imagine Kaka playing these heroes with a buff.
He dies, but you know what? That's fine.
He set up the fight. He didn't even need a cast a spell. He just gets and gives the information, and the rest of the team's ready to follow up. They take down Zeal. They're going to look to try and chase Shiro. The concoction's out. Ghost close the gap.
That's got to be it. Waiting for the Gs. There it is.
There it is. Game 1. Going to Extreme Gaming. And PSG, they'll be shaken up a bit from this one. This was a game where they're allowed to open up with the Brood. And now, definitely a bit of a power play position for Extreme Gaming coming into game 2. Because I guess the question for PSG LGD is like, well, do we pick the Brood again? Or, you know, what do they have to go for a different approach? Because it's clear that Extreme Gaming, they had a plan against Zeal's Brood. They did not care about this hero. And they executed this first game performance fantastic.
And it's also now you're put into a position where you're like, you know, nothing to say, as we've mentioned thousands of times, likes to play his spirits. Most mid laners at the moment do, but it's like, what are you going to ban? Do you
I mean,
really want to ban Lion? Do you really want to ban
maybe, as you
Nyx?
said,
Like-
this Spirit, especially Ember, right, doesn't want to play against a Lion, and after that, definitely doesn't want to play against Kaka's Nyx Assassin.
This was a very impressive game.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what will they do in game 2, PSG LGD?
I don't know.
What
Honestly,
are you
it's-
changing? What are you banning? And do you because obviously after this game, I imagine they'll probably just leave the Brood in the draft again. Do you take the Brood or do you go for something different?
I think if they are going to go for something like Brood, maybe it's a little bit dangerous just because like this Nyx is so good versus Silencer and Ember Spirit. Maybe
Sure.
they need to switch up something about like the 5 position in order to shut down the lane a bit more because Kaka was able to just leave. JT just had a free lane. He kills Shiro, and then Kaka's just running around causing a rampage everywhere. So some adjustments perhaps needs to be made, but XG, they played phenomenal with their draft.
They really did, yeah. Kaka popping off, but it doesn't show on the KDA. So if he does end up like getting the MVP, someone's going to chin and be like, "Hang on, why did this Nyx Assassin get MVP?" You have to watch the game. You have to watch the game. But there we go. Game 1 goes to Extreme Gaming.
Game 1 for Extreme Gaming, and what a game indeed. They take a win off of PSG LGD, only the 3rd loss suffered by the LGD lineup right now, as they were looking so hot beforehand, but Kaka Nyx Assassin shows up. What I find very interesting about this is that now this is the 2nd time that LGD has lost to Nyx. PYW played it first against them, and in that game we're like, actually, the only people allowed to play Nyx right now, because the hero is not in a good place, are probably PYW and Kaka. Team Aster banned Nyx against them, and we saw why.
We did see why. I mean, my man, 12 deaths is very hard to do. I'm just kidding. He played great. No, I was a big fan. I think, like, as soon as we saw the Morphling pick, what sort of was going to happen. I think Shiro felt incredibly pressured this game. We even saw him getting picked off by the Nyx plus Storm combo. It's just super hard to play into that. Kaka did a really good job. Like, he's feeding because he's trying to put himself in positions to set his team up to do stuff. So he just did a really good job.
We also saw that a very good job was done by Lanem here, Kezu, to make sure that the team had a draft that could play into this opening pick on the Broodmother. They immediately went for the JT. Timbersaw, he actually performed really, really well in this game. And because he has a good early portion of the game, he's actually able to play into the Brood side of the map and deny her the opportunity to completely take over the game.
I mean, I feel like JT did really well this game. I was a bit surprised at how well the bottom lane actually went. I feel like, I don't know if it should, and I feel like that LGD had a different read on it too with the morph into the Timber because they picked it into it. JT had like a 2k gold lead at minute 8. He bought great items the way they played the map. I like that Ghost was really involved with how they played. I would say they had like maybe one misplay from the side of Extreme in this entire game. Other than that, you just see it in highlight over highlight. Kaka's going in, giving vision, then they're coming in with the Alk, with the Storm, and then it's just too much for LGD. They can't really deal with it.
Yeah, a lot of pressure being applied towards them, and this is not the kind of game where Shiro can completely hard carry. I think Fog mentioned in the broadcast that if there was like an Agi carry on the other side for Ghost, at the very least you can buy this Aghanim Scepter, you have this instant counterplay potential. But these heroes are just like balling up, they're running at you, they're so strong. Shiro, this is a very hard game. Even he can't carry this one all by himself. Because unfortunately, Zeal didn't have that great of a game. Nothing to say he was having a good game, but at some point, BKB duration starts to get lower and lower. And there's also only a limited amount of things the Silencer can do to help out the team beyond the global silence.
Yeah, there's like also this like little relationship between Silencer and Storm, like where he's going in to try and bait out the Silencer ult.
Yep.
Like we saw especially at the end there. Obviously the game's kind of over at that point, but it's like even Kaka jumps a Rubik and the Why You Smile pops his ult on Silencer, and it's like, you can't do this. And because then it just makes it so easy for Extreme to play their lineup and what they want to do. So you just have like this horrible feeling of, okay, we've gotten the global from them. Now LGD, like, how do we fight? How do we protect Shiro? He wants to usually get involved early when he plays, but he can't because if that spell's not up, he's just not protected. So yeah, they just really abused that relationship on Extreme.
I would also say that some of the LGD heroes, they suffer from the same thing. When they get overran, like Silencer, Morph, Ember, they all struggle a lot, especially from minute 15 to 30, your damage output is very low. You're doing that into a fast-paced Alchemist who's very tanky, a Storm who can jump in, a Nyx, and a Timbersaw who's building these tanky items. So yeah, I think Extreme did an incredibly good job. Kaka, very well deserving of the MVP.
Shout out MVP, 12 deaths. That might be the highest deaths I've seen on a hero that gets MVP, but nonetheless, Kaka did everything humanly possible for a squad. And we've seen that they normally do look the best when Kaka is able to move around the map. And this is definitely that kind of hero. Also a classic build on Kaka. You rush Blink Dagger no matter what the hero is. At this point in time, Sheep, if we're going to the second draft, does PSG LGD have to take the approach ROTK took? Just ban his heroes.
No.
Just make sure Kaka
There's
can't
too many.
I actually don't. Yeah, I don't think you should. I don't think Nyx is necessarily a problem Hero, it's like I wasn't a massive fan of Ember plus Silencer, especially the Morphling on top of that. I think when you're playing into a Nyx, there's no way you should be picking Morphling like that. Like I was a big fan of them picking more like ball together type lineup. Instead, it felt like they were too much spread across the map. Heroes that want, Brood wants to farm top, Morphling wants to farm like Ancients or bot, and it just became like way too hard for them to look after each other.
And as a result, they lose game one. One of the things that we also saw in this particular game here, Kezu, is that Shiro, because he's playing this Morphling Knight's a very dangerous hero, as Sheep was mentioning, into the Storm Spirit, into this Nyx Assassin. Could they potentially have, what would you have rather have had in the 5 position instead of the Silencer that could have maybe helped to protect this Morphling? Let's assume Shiro is going to play it, that they're not going to change the carry hero. Could they have set him up for success with a different support for Why You Smile?
I mean, what did they see? If they saw like Timber...
They saw Timber Storm and what is the opening hero?
Like maybe like some more follow-up damage.
And Crystal
also.
Maiden, yeah.
Yeah, like maybe some follow-up damage in the fight so that it's easier for them to go together with the Ember. Like make an easier way of them having kills there. And then he has a bit more space to farm. But I think it also, a lot of it falls flat to his hero pick not being ideal in the morph and him not doing well in the lane. I think these things compound really quickly when you play into an Alchemist lineup.
They should have picked Nyx Assassin.
Should have picked Nyx Assassin. There we go.
Yeah.
And of course, on that side of Extreme Gaming, Ghost picked up a hero on the Alchemist that he hasn't played since 2020. We've seen quite a lot of this at the higher echelon of Chinese Dota. People busting out heroes they haven't played in years on end, and nonetheless managing to make them work. And of course, we know that Ghost is a very versatile player. We know Shiro is a very versatile player. So the carry-to-carry matchup, I think, is going to be intriguing to see throughout the rest of the series. We're going to find out exactly how it all shakes out with game number 2, which will be coming in just a few minutes. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with some more Dota. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Chinese region. DPC action resumes right now as PSG LGD taking on Extreme Gaming in a tiebreaker to determine who goes at the top of the region. Extreme Gaming once came close in their inaugural season in the DPC, but they only ended up in second place behind who else but PSG LGD. So this would be nice revenge for them. And of course, it would also mean 400 DPC points, which go a long way towards guaranteeing you a berth at TI. For game number 2, one of the things that we need to see is how they're gonna, I can't believe you have to answer Kaka specifically and say, are we gonna answer him in the draft? Are we gonna answer him in how we play? Because even if he goes around looking like he's feeding, like Owen mentioned, 12 deaths, the impact on the game is really immeasurable with how Kaka plays Dota right now.
Like, I think there's two ways for LGD. First of all, like something Sheep wanted last game is for them to ball up. Because when you play against this type of player, you need to think about how the map works. Either that you can play the map yourself or that you can ball up. And something else, when people have these high death counts, what you see Kaka do is a death count shouldn't influence you to play the game differently. It should be the game state deciding what needs to happen. So even though he has 5 deaths or 12 deaths, he's going to do the same thing, run around the map, kill you. It's the same, like sometimes you die in lane. It doesn't mean you have to leave the lane. Sometimes you can die and go back because they use their spells. So it just goes to show you that there's a lot more going on than like, oh, I have 10 deaths, I'm feeding, now I need to do something else. He knows better.
Yep, Kaka absolutely knows better. And Lanem and the draft, they know a lot better. They answered this Broodmother. We were wondering, do they have a real response banning out Primal Beast and Disruptor initially? It turns out this was the right decision in retrospect. Zeo didn't feel like he was able to have that much influence on the game on the Broodmother. Of course, probably the rest of the draft that couldn't really help him out. You wanted more ball up, which we've often seen work very well with the Brood. But Extreme Gaming, they came prepared. So do you think the Brood is going to be led through again by them?
No.
She has no idea, guys.
No idea. I think LGD, they're going to ban it. Because...
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I mean, JT Brute didn't seem that impressive when we saw it.
That's also a good point.
Yeah, we saw it twice.
It looked pretty lackluster.
It won one game, it lost the second, and on both occasions, didn't look like it was the best hero in the game. Extreme still sticking with their prior banning order. They take out the Primal, they take out the Disruptor. This time they have first pick, and we see that PSG LGD, they ban the Brood instead, and opting to go for this Beastmaster with the Mirana opener to respond to the opening pick Rubik. I don't know about opening pick Rubik. I feel like this is not the best hero. It lost again from the side of LGD from the first phase. What's the rationale here of opening with Rubik when you don't necessarily see what you could potentially get from the enemy team?
I mean, I guess they must think that they can flex it or something, because to me, it doesn't really impress me too much. I think LGD are happy when they see the Rubik. They go Beast Mirana, is something they like. They play very well with the Beast. Rubik doesn't deal well with that, but you know, Extreme, maybe it's just some setup, some casual Rubik gonna give you, the spell's damage, and they close the phase with Timber again.
JT Timber looked pretty solid in this last game.
Looked very good, yeah.
It's not playing into a Broodmother though, but it seems like they just like it overall. And Sheep, you weren't necessarily a fan of the first phase Timber saw here, or at least in the last game. Does it feel a little bit better this time around?
I think my problem with first phase Timber is there are so many heroes that can deal with it sort of well that I thought they would answer it better. I think the Ember and the Silencer fell flat for me.
I agree.
And he was just kind of allowed to go around doing whatever he wanted. Like between having a Rubik Silencer support duo, there was no real damage there to actually just like punish and kill him. So I would like it if LGD can pick that this time. With Beastmaster Mirana, I don't quite think they have enough already. So yeah, I'm gonna look for more.
They need more, because like in the last game, you have Ember Silencer. Like Timbersaw doesn't care about being delayed or poked. It's more about you need to either kill him or make him not use the spells. So Timber didn't really care. This time it's a bit better, I think. You close the phase. You already have some nice impact because you're up against Beast. Maybe you can win your lane again. Then swap lanes to go to the Beast and defend that lane. And you get to ban for it. So overall, I think Extreme are pretty happy with the first phase.
That's probably a good point, like the way that he was playing the last game to delay the kind of push. And normally that's when Zetas looked as his strongest, completely taking over a side of the map. And if JT can do well again, you sort of curtail that playstyle. And it also seems like they're going to be protecting the Timber. They protected him exclusively in the last game with their bans. They banned, what, Monkey King, Ursa, as well as the Luna. Now it's TA, now it's Luna, and probably another hero between Monkey King and the Ursa. Maybe they ban one, want to pick the other for themselves.
Yeah. The Ursa matchup is not like the worst thing ever, honestly. I mean, it's a nice hero and all, but you are able to play against it, especially when you go like chain and lane. You can just kind of punish him. And if you have like Magic Nuke as well, I'm assuming they want to put Rubik with it.
Probably, yeah.
Probably, yeah. You can just keep poking the bear down.
I would agree. Like out of these two heroes, I would prefer to actually ban Monkey King.
Yeah.
The hero gets to lane more nicely. He's gonna stay full HP. He jingles you. He can out CS you, and you don't really kick him out of lane. Whereas Ursa, it's like some 50-50 matchup. If you play really well, you might just kick the Ursa out of lane, and then suddenly Ursa's like, what the hell happened? I'm supposed to be your counter pick.
Yeah. The only reason I can see them going for Ursa ban instead is if they're like really worried about Ursa plus Beastmaster timings.
Yep.
Which is probably better than the Monkey Kings one.
Let's see here. On the other side, though, LGD, they take out the Enchantress. We've seen just how solid that hero is throughout the entire region. Take out the PA as well. That's the one game that they almost lost against Extreme Gaming when they had Ghost playing the Phantom Assassin. Ghost has also just been really, really solid. It must be quite hard to ban out against them. But XG, no, they opt instead to take out the puck. So they're going to focus NTS a little bit. And, oh, we're getting IO strat.
Okay.
So what are we getting? IO Storm we've seen from them. They ended up losing that game, funnily enough, against IG. IO Lesh, potentially, for us.
It could potentially be a setup also for like some IO Slark or IO Monkey. I think Slark on its own against Timber is pretty weak.
Yeah.
He needs some sort of enablement to also get through the lane. So that's one thing I can see. And then in terms of Extreme, they decided not to ban Monkey Ursa. Maybe they're like, whatever. They're both going to somewhat accomplish the same thing. Let's just take out a mid hero.
Oh, I'll be real. I'm not liking the IOs too much. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
And it just means that they're going to be a little bit more pressured with the heroes they're picking next because, again, this Timbersaw, like, your IO Mirana are not going to be able to do anything together on the map. Like, IO's partner now becomes very important. That's so funny. What the hell?
Yeah, the cores are going to have to do it because, what Sheep is saying, it's Mirana IO. They're not they don't deal damage.
They don't deal damage. They don't make plays together.
Yeah.
Like IO Beastmaster is not a very good combination together. Like this mid hero has to be able to do a lot now.
Also, I think it's nice that they took away this Ember Spirit to deny them the potential of having Ember plus Mirana, which we've seen also be a pretty decent combo in the region. Now that that's not available, right, so they take the Ursa Bear. IO Ursa feels fine, I guess. But this Ursa hero, it's very interesting to me how we keep seeing it in games where games that either dominate, it'll dominate for a while and then still end up losing at the very end. I don't know, I'm still not sure what to make of this hero. Its win rate is fairly low. There's been a lot of games where it feels like it's going to have a massive amount of impact and then it just doesn't. But it does provide some of the damage that they needed. Is it enough to deal with this Timber though?
I would say it's good for them. It's what they kind of need. Like in the last game, we said that these go-in heroes weren't really answered. I think if Ursa is off to a good start, he doesn't really care about most of these heroes. He has some buffs. It's very likely going to get the first Aegis. So this early tempo is really important for them because I agree. If they don't get off to a good start, they're just going to fall flat, I think, on LGD.
Yeah, super hard.
Yeah.
Especially because as well, like half your kind of strat has been taken away by Silencer. Like this game, I'm assuming what they would like to have been able to do was play Beastmaster top with Mirana, maybe smoke that plus a mid laner up somewhere. Ursa IO are farming on their side of the map. They reload in when they find a catch with the Raw, and then they just play like that. And instead, now you don't have that option because as long as Global is up, they will be able to cancel the reload. So now it means that Ursa IO have to play more towards their team or be involved in the smoke. Or they have to be able to poke out. They don't have very good heroes for poking Global either, actually. Like, they have to kind of use
Yeah, they pretty much have to...
big spells.
Yeah, they have to kind of commit. Unless Ursa has a really good game, he can go and, like, you know, swipe some guy out of the game. That's what they're going to have to play for. Like, Shiro on this Ursa, popping off, going around the map, getting Aegis, and really setting the tempo of the game. Whereas for Extreme, I think their draft was pretty nice. I also like the Silencer with the Global. And then next up... What do they need? They need a
mid hero.
Ghost hero.
Yeah, a Ghost hero for Extreme, and we still need a mid for Nothing to Say. Something that pair ups nicely with the IO here. They ban out the Leshrac and they ban out the Storm Spirit on the side of Extreme Gaming, so they're setting themselves up to not have to deal with this super annoying combo. And it feels like IO is always in the best position when he doesn't have to just use one target. You have multiple ones. It's also funny for me that they picked Shiro Ursa. The last game that they played against Extreme Gaming, the comeback, the 59-minute game, he was playing Ursa. So maybe he's like, let me do it again, boys. So what do you want for Ghost Sheep? What stands out to you as being a hero that can tie this drop together for the side of Extreme Gaming?
Something that can take buildings. I think Extreme lack the ability to do Roche and take towers. So any carry.
Don't do it. Night Stalker. All right. So you wanted to see this for a long time,
I wanted
actually,
to see it
into
from
the
China,
Beastmaster.
yeah, because every other region's been picking it up, and not this one. It doesn't really do what I wanted it for in the draft, but I think what it is good at is like brawling super hard. It's going to make this Beastmaster feel super pressured. It's going to make his itemization difficult. I was thinking about how Rubik's Silencer probably have a pretty hard game into the boars and summons, but now they don't really exist that much because of Night Stalker. So you take away more things from LGD's kit, with this Night Stalker pick, and I think it just makes LGD weaker and your lineup stronger.
It helps your supports a lot, and it makes the Beast weaker. The only thing I'm afraid of is that if Shiro has a good game, I don't think this Night Stalker pick necessarily answers that in any way. Unless you already rank them over and like you run at them with the global Night Stalker ult and you get to like control the map. But controlling the map against Beast IO is not the easiest task. So I think for now, LGD, if they can get a hero here for nothing to say, that can run around the map and where he feels good about it, then they're off to a very good start. But he's playing into like 2 heroes that make the mid pool pretty lame. Like Silencer and Night Stalker make it hard to pick heroes that run around.
Hey!
There he is. Not at the 4 position, but mid. I would say this is a pretty solid pick.
Okay, so we actually saw this the first half of the tour. We're seeing a lot of Tiny's mid being played into the Spirits, and then it just like completely fell off the map here in China. Now he's back into the mid lane, into another Spirit. Talk to me about this LGD draft. Do you like it more than what Game 1 won?
Yeah.
And do you think it's actually going to give them success and take us to a deciding Game 3?
Yeah, I like it a lot more. I think a lot is going to depend on Beastmaster and his itemization and how he deals with the fact that he's playing into Night Stalker. But you are playing with like this Hawk Vision and Mirana Invis. They're going to be hunting real hard, and I think the Extreme, their lineup is not incredibly defensive to the point where if they start a fight with like some tiny combo, you know, if they even kill Silencer, I think that their fight can look very, very strong and powerful off the back of that.
Okay, so this is the debut of Night Stalker in the carry role. Well, just in general in our scene, especially in the carry role. Is he going to be successful in this game number 2?
I think he's going to have a good early game, but the longer the game goes, he's going to not feel as good. I think you might have like reversed roles, where LGD, after 15 minutes, they're going to run over Extreme, and they can't really fight into them.
Well, the last time that these two teams faced off, it was victory for the side of LGD. But in that particular series, Game 2 was one where Extreme Gaming came very, very close to being able to win that one out. They were carried by the Shiro Ursa on the side of LGD. Let's see if he can do it again and ensure that they salvage an opportunity to go top of the division, 160 DPC points, and pride of being the best in China. We send it over to OD Pixel and Fog to find out this and more about this wonderful game.
Thank you very much, Snare. Yeah, let's find out if PSG LGD can strike back in this game too. And with the drafts done, what would you sort of make of it, Fog? Do you think they have given themselves a bit of a better shot, or do you kind of like what Extreme Gaming's got going on again?
I think they definitely give themselves, excuse me, a bit better of a shot for sure this game. They can fight a lot earlier, and I think they can contest very early on. But honestly, the way that JT and the way that Kaka played that last game kind of puts a bit of fear for me for LGD. Just because JT's playing his Timbersaw again. It's a harder Timber game since he's playing, of course, versus this Ursa. But he's got 2 other pretty good core matchups versus the Tiny, versus the Beastmaster also. So if the Ursa struggles, JT could just dominate again. So I'm going to be watching him if he's going to be able to have that type of start. I mean, I'm just very much so looking forward to seeing this Night Stalker as well, too, as we've seen it across multiple different regions. I think now we've seen it in... Do I want to say every single one? I don't know if I saw it in NA, but I definitely saw it in SEA. I saw it in Europe. I've been seeing it almost everywhere to be able to counter out this Beastmaster. So let's see how Zeal adapts, since we can talk about it, the Helm of the Overlord, blah, 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 you know, Shard versus Night Stalker, all this kind of stuff to counter it. So see what Zeal does to play versus this. There's lots of tips coming out.
Lots of tips coming out indeed. We had, what did JT say? Let's have a look.
Oh, he did say something. Oh, that's a long one, yeah. Wait, what the?
He had something to say here. Okay, it translates to God of Responsibility. I don't know what does that mean?
Beats me.
I don't know. Don't know if he's referring to himself or he's making a comment on one of PSG LGD's players.
Interesting. Okay, well, let's see. I mean, maybe he is. Maybe he's the God of Responsibility of the last game.
Yeah.
He played like such a boss on the Timbersaw, so could be another game where he's able to do that. If he does, if they're able to slow down Shiro, I think he could just take over, really, especially with the way that he played last time. But we'll have to see if that happens, because yeah, it can definitely be a lot harder. If it's just an Ursa, you can sometimes deal with it as a Timbersaw, but the fact that it has an IO behind him might just cause some struggles. But yeah, we'll see how that ends up going down. And yeah, Tiny mid. I feel like this is just, honestly, we saw it like every game last patch, and then now it's just starting to disappear a bit here. So interesting to see that they've gone for this. They wanted something active.
Well, why was it starting to disappear, do you think? What is it that other mids are doing that Tiny's not?
I mean, the Spirits are just, they're everywhere, right? And I feel like they just accomplished the same goal, but they transition better. They're super active, and they're not really reliant on like a Blink Dagger or anything like that, and they scale just incredible.
Sure. And then like, well, for the scaling of a Tiny, it's like, right, I need to get my Echo, my Aghanim's, my crit.
Ooh, Kaka. Walks into tower there by accident. Whoops. He'll be fine, though. Planet. Gonna get one courier at the least. Easy. Almost got both.
Has been killed.
And yeah, nothing to say. He has this matchup that he saw immediately too versus the Ember Spirit, so he should have a very good lane on the Tiny also. And let's see, yeah. I mean, I'm going to be looking at Zeal. Does he actually adapt? Does he actually change any type of itemization since he is going to play versus this Night Stalker? We will see in time. I think completely omitting the Helm is, I don't know, it sometimes just looks weird. I feel like these Beastmasters overreact to the Night Stalker and they just like go mech immediately. I think going for your Helm is still okay. Maybe you just don't go for the full Helm of Overlord. You can still go for like Wraith Pact or something like that after it. We'll see. Definitely not Aghanims, ever. Don't even look at the drums of the Slam.
I've never seen it.
I've never seen it.
I've never seen anyone do the drums.
No.
Nobody ever gets the drums out.
For good reason.
Yeah.
JT. Going a bit aggressive here. And Kaka probably, I mean, one of the two is making the executive call of just like, yeah, we're just going to pull the lane. We don't want to play in face versus Ursa so we can get these constant hits onto JT. You want to have the positioning near your tower. And he's going to get a really nice pull there. So one creep goes through, he's going to be able to deny the full wave. Yeah, Zeal, I like it. Almost every single time I think players just default and you just like start maxing axes and stuff like that. But Silencer, even Night Stalker, these two heroes, they do not deal with boar in lane.
Has been killed.
Look out for fallen ground.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I see mid. Nothing to say, getting brought low, but yeah, was able to get in and get the water in first.
Yep. He's always going to come out a little bit ahead in the denies just from the, of course, the base damage advantage versus Ember Spirit. Kaka getting chased. We'll get the bounty rune.
That should help.
Should be fine.
Yeah, not enough to be done by this IO on his own.
Nope. He's going to get the pull. Keep it going. Gonna have to just pull it into the tower, unfortunately for him, but either way, it does its job. Lane positioning for JT is very nice here. Difficult for the Ursa to really get those Fury swipe stacks when it's right next to the tower.
Sure. Is this another lane where JT can be sort of left on his own by Kaka, or has he got to stick around a bit more this time?
Kaka's got to stick around here.
Yeah.
I think this is very different. Honestly, JT did make magic happen last time, though. He was versus like this Morphling that you shouldn't be able to kill, but he did. Is DY. Dropping low, planet. Does he want to commit? He does not. This boar is annoying, though. Yeah, level 2 boar is pretty hard for them to really deal with. Even though we do see Ghost, he's still free farming, so all things considered, still really nice. He's actually having better last hits than the Ursa is JT. He has to keep resetting his positioning, but he's still farming. I like this hero goes for the, I mean, I don't think he's going to finish the corrosion, but going for this like little casual Orb of Venom applies a lot of pressure to both Kaka and JT.
Absolutely, yeah, allows him to get kind of that extra hit off making JT. You know, have to rely on the Timber Chain to get away rather than just the movement speed alone.
Yeah. And he's got, I believe those are the boots coming out also for the Ursa too. So boots plus Orb of Venom. Yeah, he's going to keep JT on his toes.
Top lane.
DY.
DY is gonna have Ghost to back him up, but the axes come in, and that will give Zeal the first blood.
He gave it to him. Like, Planet 100% had the last hit. That was nicely done. So Zeal gonna have a very quick timing on his helm here. Ghost, it's nighttime. Either way, still difficult for him to really deal with the boar. Yeah, really, honestly, a dream start for Zeal. He's trying to go for the boar, but it gets denied. Nicely done from Zeal.
And is this sort of the build-up that you like seeing on the Night Stalker?
Yeah, I mean, it's standard at this point now. You have to go for this itemization. Just Phase, Radiance, Shard.
Yep.
This game, I wouldn't say, is one of those where it's like, you throw in like a Blink Dagger or something in between, because we have seen that when you're playing versus something like Puck or maybe one of the Spirits. Not the case this time. Maybe eventually, versus Ursa, it's okay, but versus Tiny, not so much. Moves happening around the 6-minute power rune. Kaka will secure bottom rune. I swear Paparazzi always he always gets really good runes when he's playing his Ember. Another Arcane. And yeah, Kaka, he has to come back bottom. I like that he checks the rune, of course, but has to be able to help JT.
Looks like with some aggressive play there. And then the mid top. Arrow's going to be quite off the mark there, but of course was a difficult one to hit with the speed that Ghost has right now.
Zoning him off the tower, though. Catapult is actually doing significant damage up top. DY's got to finish off this catapult here. It's got one or two hits on it, and he will. There we go. But, I mean, look at this tower. They've already done 1,400 damage to it with the pressure that they're applying with this Mirana plus Beastmaster. And Azil, his helmet's coming on 200 gold. He's already level 6. A fantastic start for the Beastmaster. So yeah, very early, early stuff coming out here. I mean, last time I feel like we already had like 10 kills coming in, but 1-0. I feel like LGD, this is the kind of the ideal start for them because they want to be the team that's applying pressure early on. They do scale very well, of course, with their draft, what they're playing against, especially with that Ursa versus Night Stalker matchup. He can eat him if he does have this type of early advantage. So I think for them, they're in a very good spot after this first 7 minutes. Kaka, looking pretty dead.
Tries his best with the Dukes, but you're able to dive in, take him out. JT, very close to hitting the 6. So at least try and be able to hit that before he kind of gets back to holding on to the tier 1 tower with the pressure that's coming in from PSG LGD bottom.
He's just not playing the lane, right? He's just like cutting the creep wave. I like this move. They might go to meet him, though, so he does have to be a little bit careful. I think he's going to be able to see them in time, though, with his ward. He sees them. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He'll be okay.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Another rune for Paparazzi. Gets blessed. Not a good one. But either way, fills up the bottle as his illusion. And yeah, let's see what Zeal queues up next. Like we said, it's the Dominator I'm always fine with, even if you're playing versus NS, but let's see if he does adapt a little bit versus it afterwards. The Roar coming out.
Yeah, it's gonna try and go aggressive
nice
here.
Arrow.
I get the connection. And Ghost, he'll get taken down. We'll see if Extreme Gaming can get any kills in return here. They don't want to try and overcommit too much.
LCD's coming.
Yeah, Paparazzi, he's jumped out of it. He doesn't want to fight.
Uh-oh, Kaka. Again.
And we go. I mean, it's a much cleaner start from PSG this time round. 4-0. Making some good moves and keeping their 3 cores in the top 3 spots.
And playing very aggressive. They send 4 heroes top. They know the Ursa's in a fine matchup in a 1v1, so they're going to leave him alone. And nothing to say. We'll get the toss. Gets the rune as well. Nicely done.
Ghost is here, but kind of difficult to kill this Tiny. Just want to back up away. Smiles there. They can't go on this.
They really lack damage early. They pretty much are completely reliant on either if Paparazzi shows up or if JT's there. Seal.
Yeah, they'll be able to go for the beast. I mean, why Smile comes in with the tether. It's keeping Zeal alive here. And yeah, Zeal's going to be fine for now. Kaka's going to get taken down by nothing to say. DY goes down. Zeal's still alive. The heals continue to come through from Why You Smile. As PSG, they've lost nobody.
And Paparazzi's going down. Uh-oh, things are snowballing.
They really are. This game too, PSG LGD, they're coming in strong.
Not a draft that you want to be hemorrhaging kills like this versus either. They have Beastmaster and Ursa, so the pace is going to accelerate quite a bit, giving a Roshan potential. Tower pressure, also Zeal, level 8 already. And Max Boar, Max Hawk, so he's going to have all the information in the world for his team. Honestly, JT might get pulled out of bottom pretty soon to try to help out his buddies because they have no damage. They've got to do
something. I mean, and against this pressure, whilst you're the team that's, you've got a carry that's trying to build this Radiant. You need time.
Yeah, and it's not a good core-to-core matchup either versus the Ursa. JT?
Sure. See if they can go for Shiro as the Enrage comes to an end. They go for Why You Smile. Finally get themselves a kill on the board here, Extreme.
7-1. They're okay with losing the IO, though. Yeah, I mean, Ghost is... This is going to be a very, very slow recovery. Sure, as we mentioned, the NS versus the Beast, he's got some type of way to counter him, but versus Ursa, that is a very dreadful matchup unless you have a huge advantage on the NS to be able to counter him. Ursa literally just eats you alive if he gets on top of you. And yeah, Ghost, it's level 6. Zeal is level 8. Yeah, actually, almost level 9.
They shut down Zeal's Spider Broodmother last game, but yeah, his Beastmaster's been untouched here in game 2, completely dominating.
And we see the the arrow.
It's going to hit. Ghost is going down.
And DY might also too.
I think so. Zeal easily able to dive in.
They used a glyph.
As DY goes down, and Zeal won't be able to TP out. JT able to find something there, and it's a big something, of course, because Zeal have been having such a good time so far this game. So, and JT getting something on the board here once again for Extreme Gaming.
I feel like probably the next 9 minutes or so are going to be completely up to JT if he's able to salvage things. Otherwise, this game is just pretty disastrous, I would say, for XG.
Oh, Blink and Arcane Rune here, nothing to say, ready to play.
Oh boy, Ghost, he shows in mid. They don't have the Mirana right now, though. Planet, he's actually leaping out of base to get there to go for the skill.
They need the +1 of Planet to go for Ghost, as he's still a Night Stalker, still what, 1200 HP to get through.
He might toss him anyway. He might go for this play now.
He'll go for the easier kill, but Global Silence is there. So it won't be as easy as he hoped for.
Still tanky.
Still a lot of damage, but Paparazzi's coming in down the river.
Oh, they canceled the reload.
Avalanche out onto the two of them, but JT's in with the slow of the chakram. They'll take out nothing to say.
Nicely done.
See if they can go for more here. As Paparazzi and JT push on, a couple of kills for JT.
There he is.
He's holding the game together here for Extreme Gaming after what was a tough opening 10 minutes.
Super important, honestly, him showing up for these rotations. Great global and great play from Paparazzi. He got the chains, he canceled the reload, able to wrap around and kind of bait. Nothing to say there. That's the Blink reveal. Okay, nicely done. Now how do they slow down the Ursa? How do they deal with Shiro a bit here? Because he's having this completely free game. Another task that they're gonna have to figure out. How does Ghost recover? He's holding skill point right now, so maybe looking for an opportunity where he has silence, but he gets tossed.
Get the toss back. And into the claws of Shiro. Not a chance there. Shiro tears him apart. And onto the tower they go. See, with the odds provided to us by our partner, esportsbet.io. Feeling that with this sort of start, PSG LGD much more likely to be able to take this game too. But we'll see, because Extreme Gaming, those last few moves around JT is keeping JT in the top spot. This Timbersaw, definitely something that PSG LGD have to be concerned about.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
But probably the only thing they have to be concerned about, though. I mean, Ghost's game is... It's pretty hard to fix as this Night Stalker. I think the whole game is really up to JT to salvage here. There's nothing to say.
But the turnaround is there. JT and DY, they're onto nothing to say. They've got him. Not able to take him back to base in time while you smile.
JT, every time he turns up, he's able to find these kills. Super important. Ghost, give him the last hit. Try to get him this last hit. Oh.
Right, JT might have to clean up himself. Another chakram should be able to easily hit it. It's a job done. Once again, JT really, really holding things together here for Extreme Gaming in this game too.
Good stuff so far from him. Have to make so much space, honestly. Just play super aggressive on JT. He's level 12. He is making magic happen. But we are still seeing PSG LGD. They are having a very good time. I think Shiro, Battle Fury is done already. And Zeal, we do see the build that he's going for. Just the casual helm, and then he's going drums, BKB, and stuff like that. I really like this. Roche soon on the horizon.
Yeah, can they step in and take it, PSG LGD, or how scared do they have to be right now, even though they've got the lead?
Just got to keep tabs of JT. He is literally everything for the side of Extreme Gaming right now. Paparazzi also now has a Maelstrom, and he's got another Arcane Rune, so he is going to start pumping out some damage.
Yeah, I mean, if JT can get in on the front and kind of tank the focus from PSG LGD, a couple of rounds of Paparazzi's toolkit, and yeah, damage is still going to be done by this Ember. Just a question of whether they can kind of play these fights in a way that keeps Paparazzi alive.
They always will have global, so they always have that, like, protection outlet at the least. Seeing Kaka, Urn is done. He's going for the vessel. He's actually pretty close to it. Well, I mean, kind of close to it. 900 away. Very good item, of course, versus that IO versus Tiny as well. But Ghost just, he needs a lot of time. Still not having the relic finished up yet on the Night Stalker. JT, Yules is done this game. Going for a bit of a more defensive route, playing versus the Ursa. Yules always incredibly good. PSG LGD though, they're feeling their momentum at the moment. The mech is finished on the IO.
There's a DD.
Has he gotten every? I mean, I feel like he's gotten every power rune except for like maybe one.
DY though,
The summons.
they'll be able to find their way over to the back lines. They're on top of the silencer. He's still alive, but won't be able to have an opportunity to get Global out as he'll get taken down. PSG LGD ready to move in for more under the tower. They're looking for Kaka. Jump forward for nothing to say. They'll take out the second support.
That might be enough for them to set up the rush. They might clean up mid tower and just run straight to it. 20 seconds on the Rubik silencer. Glyph comes out. Maybe they just leave it. I think the Ursa should just start hitting Roche, and he will. Picking up the pace here. 13-6. And they know that Ghost is nowhere near the realms of being able to fight.
No, and with sort of that outpost already under their control, there's no real way of Extreme Gaming getting back towards the Roshan, even with the supports respawning right now. So
Even
easy Roche for Shiro.
Even when Ghost does get his Radiance, it's still not a game where it's like, okay, now he can show up to the fights.
No,
No, he's
does.
gonna need probably just a BKB immediately afterwards. Maybe he omits going for the Shard because he's not playing versus that Helm of the Overlord right away. Needs a BKB to be able to run in. Even then, there's solutions for it. There's a Beastmaster Roar that can hold him in place. There's this Ursa big burst damage. Difficult game for XG. Oh, Planet actually has gone for another cool item also in Atos. So more consistent lockdown for something like this Night Stalker, like this Ember, like this Timber. It's cool itemization. I actually like it. Still playing super aggressive. Oh, a courier. Hello. Thank you.
Well, that was what, waiting to pick up the talisman. So I'll have to make it out himself to the shop if he wants to get that next bit. Still 450 gold short of it though.
XG, feeling like they can make a move. It's not easy though, by any means.
They caught it with the end of that scan as well, so PSG LGD know that something's coming from this angle.
It's another power rune for Paparazzi. PSG LGD. It feels like they know this is coming almost. Nothing to say. Being very careful here, playing around his vision. Planet's just farming. Yeah, he's got the Atos now done. He's got a Moonlight. Now they can probably go on Kaka. Oh, whoopsie. Guessed the wrong way.
Extreme Game is starting to run straight back at PSG LGD now that they showed like that. The Moonlight coming to an end.
He's got Radiance.
They're going to get in on top of nothing to say. The Chakram's in, and that's the Tiny Dead. A big move there, and a quick move from Extreme Gaming.
Keep chasing. Can they get the IO?
I think they can here. With the jump forward, the Remnant, the chains onto the two of them. While you smile, he'll get taken out. The BKB's there, but the Global will come in after.
Ghost. He's still in. They're on Zeal.
Surrounding the Beastmaster, he has to use the Roar to keep himself alive. Shiro, he'll turn towards Ghost, but they've lost the third. It's JT with a triple, and I don't think he's done yet. He could go for more. Shiro's taken out. That's the Aegis gone.
Oh, JT, what a boss.
And they can keep this fight going for more here now as the Ursa's control. JT takes another.
Oh my god.
I mean, he had to pop off this game to get it back into Extreme Gaming's control, and he's doing more than that. He really is.
He absolutely is. Like
JT.
little things too. Like his little Yules play there. Like the Roar is about to land on him. He uses himself to protect, and then he can keep going for these consistent kills. Wow. JT. He honestly like did amazing things last game, but I feel like he's doing 10 times more.
Here we go again. Just great read as a team there from Extreme Gaming to just start running at them. You know, PSG LGD, they missed that opportunity to get a quick kill onto the Rubik, and Extreme Gaming, they just go, go, go.
I did not think they'd be able to fight like that at this moment,
super
too.
aggressive into the Aegis of the Ursa.
And now Ghost, he is pretty much fully recovered in the game. Sure, he's still behind this Ursa, but now he can actually probably go for the itemization to go for the Shard and then go back for BKB afterwards. Yeah, this is amazing stuff.
And as I always say, you know, in these sort of games, if a team's able to do this when they're behind, you know, when that lead starts to get taken away from PSG LGD, you got to feel a bit scared for them. You know, Extreme Gaming, if they're able to play this well from behind, when they're ahead, good luck to PSG LGD. This game's only going to get harder.
JT, I'm so impressed by him today. It really is just such an... This game it feels so much harder for him to do this, and yeah, 9-0.
Getting an ultra kill pre-20 minutes.
Back to business though, PSG LGD. They're still strong.
How is it you heard not my warning?
BKB on the Ursa. I believe a BKB also coming out for Zeal.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Shaking up a little bit there, but back to business completely here, going for this tier 2. Extreme. They need every little thing to be able to fight, so they need a little bit more time before they can go straight for it. And they need nighttime. He's got Dark Ascension, but...
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, they'll get JT's courier.
Oh, that's the Kaya Sanj.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He still has his work cut out for him this game. At least for the next... I'd say for the next like 5 or so minutes before his NS is fully online to fight. Still, most of the work is going to have to be done from JT. But he's been proving it.
Dire are scanning.
DD top.
There we go.
See what they
Moonlight.
find.
They want to fight PSG LGD. They know
They-
how strong Nothing to Say is.
They have full vision as well, too. They see where everybody on XG just was. Ghost, he's still very fragile if they get the jump on him.
Oh, I'm gonna say he's in with a jump, but Ghost, he's ready to
Global?
head forward. They get the global off, and Nothing to Say. He just gets blown up at the start of the fight.
But Ghost is gone as well. They got to run on XG.
Paparazzi.
JT, he takes the arrow. Oh, no.
He's gonna die for
He
that.
sure is.
He is certainly gonna die for that one. So, PSG LGD, 2 kills, and honestly, the 2 biggest ones. They'll also catch Kaka here. Back to business for PSG LGD, and shutting down JT, the biggest kill on the board for them right now, taking out this Timber.
Yeah, Ghost still just, I mean, he runs in and just gets evaporated in like 2 seconds there. The double BKB's the roar. They just still can focus fire him quite easily. JT's been doing amazing work, but yeah, LGD still feeling their power.
Has been killed.
This Ursa Shiro is just, he's tremendous. He's gonna bash her also too. He is like 2 full items ahead of this Night Stalker.
We'll see how Extreme Gaming is able to get on the map and try and make space for Ghost to get that next item.
They're feeding him tomes and everything. They're trying to make sure that he can try to recover, but it's still a very difficult game for him at the least. JT, I mean, yeah, so same thing. Most of this game is still onto JT, even though he's making so many things work out for himself. It is just this hard matchup versus the Ursa. Smoke up. Let's see if they can find something here. Or it looked like they were going to smoke at least. Everyone gathering, but... BKB's back onto Shiro. He's got Basher. How do XG deal with this? Watching Ghost farm, it's so sad right now still. Super slow. He's able to get closer and closer to this BKB. Bottom of the course. And okay, JT. Kaya Sanj, but he's going to probably disassemble. Yeah, and he's going to have that halberd any second now. So maybe some slight answer toward that Ursa, but LGD feeling super strong. BKB finished up on the Tiny as well. Kaka.
Oh,
Quickly deleted. JT bails away.
I've got to be careful with this courier. He's got it.
Ghost, yeah, still so far behind. Nighttime does kick in, but difficult, especially into the BKBs now at this point. Very hard for them to try to find any type of snag. Even JT, even though, like I said, like doing so much work now into BKBs, it's a lot more difficult for him. In XG, they're pretty limited on where they can go out.
JT, just trying to see if we could get the catch onto Nothing to Say, but not able to do so immediately. They'll smoke up with the 5 of them.
They have to try to do something to stop the Roche soon. Arrow. Just a scout.
Dire are scanning.
Ghost just needs to farm. This feels tough for them to run into here onto LGD.
They're really trying to fight as 5. It's going to be tough. Double sentries there. Maybe a sign of kind of the struggles that they're feeling right now.
LGD, they've got the positioning here. Nothing to say, Zen. Three-man avalanche.
Three-man avalanche to start things off. Shira's able to jump in as well. He's already torn down two of them. The two supports going down. Over to JT he goes. Triple kill for Shiro.
Well, I mean, JT did have a bit of an explosive time, but this game is feeling pretty over now at this point. Ghost just, he can't farm. He can't even find any type of anything pretty much to get this BKB online. Now it's Roche. Shiro, he is just way too big. And yeah, 2 buybacks, but they can't actually go out there because that outpost is taken.
Looks like they, Ghost at least able to take out his courier, so there won't be a full
Ghost?
Abyssal Blade.
Ghost. Uh-oh.
They found him.
Goodbye.
Another one for Shiro.
Well, at least we get blessed with the game 3.
We certainly will, and always fun to see the game 3s as well if we have like 2 games like this. One game, Stream Gaming, pretty much stealing the show. This game 2, PSG LGD, they are very much in kind of complete control. Other than those short moments where JT popped off, this has very much been all PSG LGD. And yeah, it's going to take something wild to turn this game 2 around. It looks like PSG LGD should be able to shut this down in a team fight or 2. With the lead they have right now, 13k advantage. Aegis on Shiro, they're pushing the high ground.
I'm still very impressed with JT, I gotta be real. It's still super amazing stuff that he was able to do on this Timber Cell this game, even though if it didn't, it's not gonna get them any type of win or anything like that. It's still very impressive. I mean, this net worth, he literally has double net worth on the Ursa.
They get the toss back. JT is able to get the use of the Timber Saw chain off to the side, but he'll still go down. Shiro pushes in with the BKB, takes out Kaka, double kill for him. The Raw controls there, out onto the Ember. Atos as well, locking down Paparazzi. There's 4 heroes dead, and they'll indeed call it. One more team fight was all that it took. As GG's called, PSG LGD take this game 2, and with that, we will be going to a game 3.
I think top just goes way too rough. There's like no way for Ghost to recover. Even if they get, this kind of cool kills with everything with JT, it's like he had to do everything and more this game. Ghost just had no recovery outlet. Very difficult game for him. Difficult game also for Paparazzi, just because they're so tanky on these cores. The BKBs come out, LGD, very dominant this time.
No, they looked much better than in that game 1. I mean, do you think a lot of that was down to the draft as well? Do you think they, when you see how differently game 1 and game 2 went, were there certain sort of aspects of the picking phase that did that for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think this Ursa is a beautiful answer, and I'm also glad. I do have to give a lot of credit to Zeal, just not overreacting or anything to this Night Stalker. He's understanding how to play the lane.
Yeah.
Max's Boar, he's like, Silencer and Night Stalker don't do anything to the summon early. Sure, eventually he'll be able to eat it with Shard and stuff like that if he goes for Helm of Overlord, but he didn't. He just goes the casual normal Helm of Dominator, then he goes Drums, BKB, joins with this team, and overall, a very stompy game for PSG LGD, even though JT made some really cool stuff happen.
Yeah, well, as I say, we've had sort of one game go one way quite severely and the second game go the other in quite severe fashion. Who is going to be able to pull it together for the deciding game 3? Can't wait to find out. But as it stands with this game 2 victory for PSG LGD, 1-1 now between PSG LGD and Extreme Gaming.
PSG LGD have only found themselves on the receiving end of a series loss once so far in the tour, and in that series, it did go the full 3 games. And on the other side, Extreme Gaming, they're going to be going to yet another 3-game set here. We're going to see whether or not either of these teams get this dub. But this particular game, very interesting, very fun to watch. They thought they had the answer sheep. They came in with this Night Stalker. Ghost's first game on this hero. He's like, well, we've heard good things about this matchup. This is a matchup that you were clamoring to see because you've gone well in other regions. What went wrong here? Why weren't they able to maximize its output?
In my opinion, when we've seen it before, they have responded pretty quickly with the Night Stalker to the Beastmaster, and then they built a lineup around Night Stalker, whereas this lineup did not feel like it was built around Night Stalker. Like we talked about how every other hero had been picked. What are they missing? Objective taking and ways to like push the game forward, and then they picked this, and it felt like it just didn't fit, and especially like Fog just highlighted, they were able to deal with it in the lane and make its game not so good anyway. It then just felt like a non-carry. Like he's bottom of the net worth chart. He's not doing his job to scale.
Yep, and although we did see JT, like Falk was also mentioning, he popped off really hard. This Timbersaw, unfortunately, can't solo carry the game. It really was a situation here, Kezu, that this Night Stalker was a passenger somewhat.
Yep.
His influence, you just couldn't feel it. If Paparazzi is not popping off, if JT on the Timbersaw is not doing all the damage in the midst of the team fights, his output is pretty much just this crippling fear, just showing up with the silence every now and then. But I don't know, this Night Stalker, I'm not a believer, at least not when it's played in this fashion.
Yeah, it needs to be picked different. I think Sheep highlighted it very well. It's small. Here it's like, okay, we want to answer Beastmaster more, I guess was like the rationale, so they go for the Night Stalker. But then LGD, they lane well. I also like how he itemized. He didn't, you know, sometimes it's like, oh, I played this to this matchup, now I can't do this. But he still goes for the normal helm, some good items. They have like all this tempo. I feel like they forgot to address the Ursa along the way. I feel like JT had an insane game for, you know, the situation he was playing. He was top net worth minute 10, joins his team after in mid, gets like a double kill, gets an ultra kill later on. But yeah, I would say this time around, Extreme, they kind of fell flat. And this Silencer Ember on 16-17, it actually just feels like a bait.
I'm sick of it. Get rid of it, man.
Yeah. Like, Silencer, I feel this hero needs a more like, I'm going in. You don't want this like Ember who's like, I'm gonna poke you. I'm gonna poke you again. You want something like, bam, now I'm going in, you use global, let's do it. And here it's like, there's some damage lacking, there's not enough going in, but LGD, they bust out the IO. I love it. Great game.
Yep, Io on the Ursa. Shiro yet again getting another W on the Shiro. He is now 3-0, 100%. The only player in China that hasn't lost with Ursa. The Shiro has been very shaky. He's pretty much padding the stats all by himself. And the performance that he had here just made the game way easier than it should have been. Another hero Sheep that has somewhat fallen off this Tiny. We saw it so many times through the mid lane throughout the tour. It got like completely unaddressed, completely unpicked, not even banned in so many games, most of them throughout the weekend. Now it's back mid to answer the Spirit. Has it restored faith in the hero? I mean, you never lost faith. Like,
I was say, we keep asking for every single draft.
Every time. Want to see it now? More of it?
Oh, of course. I love Tiny. I think Tiny is a great hero and has been. I literally don't know why it's fallen off. I'd actually love to ask some pro players at some point. Because, yeah, I think it just does exactly what you want it to do. It gets a blink, it makes plays, it bursts heroes. Like, the amount of burst they had on LGD between Tiny and Ursa this game was great. If a hero ever was out of position, they punished it instantly. You were dying so fast, and then it becomes impossible to play 4v5. So yeah, I was a big fan. I also like that you can itemize differently on it. Like, they obviously, nothing to say was pretty standard. The Echo, the Blink. We've seen Noob in like Europe going just an Ags rush and stuff. I think the hero's still super powerful and looks good.
Yeah, I also think that they did really well this game. You have the attack speed buff from the IO with the tether that you can move around. You also have the Beast Aura with the stuff there. And in the draft, you have this Night Stalker Silencer, which you don't want to play Puck Storm. You don't want to play some mobile here. You want to be like this tanky, beefy dude. You want to be like some Tiny, some Kunkka, so LGD. Just showing that, you know, maybe this hero shouldn't be as forgotten. Because there's like 20 games I'm like, Tiny could fit here. Tiny could fit here. Tiny could fit here.
Wow.
They just lost faith, man. They were just like, they lost faith. They haven't lost faith just yet in the Tiny. It's still looking pretty decent for the side of LGD. I still continue to lose more faith in the Rubik. Actually, very quickly on Rubik, right? This hero has about 45% win rate elsewhere in the world, or across all regions. But here in China, it's now about 30%. What do you think the region is doing that's not allowing this hero to flourish? Is it being picked too soon in the draft, maybe?
I feel like it's just a victim of happenstance, honestly. I mean, I don't know if it's because he's a worse support than some of the other more powerful ones. So you're playing some like Rubik into Disruptor Ench and you're like, well, this kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Or because like I think the hero's still fine. But yeah, I mean, this game, you look at Kaka, he's rushing a Spirit Vessel, which I think he feels absolutely miserable to be doing.
He would prefer to do that on literally any other hero than Rubik.
Yeah.
I would say it's maybe picked a little too early for what it does. I like it more when it has purpose, like you have some cool spell steal, or it's like, oh, I just want follow-up damage and I have this spell to take, instead of I go into the draft, I pick Rubik. It's kind of like, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan.
We're going to be seeing whether or not the third game is going to give us drafts that we're fans of on both sides, because PSG LGD, having taken game 2, we're now going the full distance. A lot of DPC points hang in the balance. Let's see which team is going to take the lion's share in game number 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Welcome back, one and all. Game 3 between PSG LGD and Extreme Gaming to determine who goes at the top of the Chinese leaderboard is well underway as we now find ourselves in a very interesting draft. You're going to love what you see coming up in just a moment. I'm yet again with Sheepstick. I'm yet again with Kezu.
Are they gonna love it?
No, they won't. They won't. They're going to hate what they see right now.
Really interesting draft. It's like super out there. I've never seen these heroes before.
Same. It's very new stuff. A new patch actually just dropped
Oh,
before
in
the
between
game.
the games.
New tech.
Yeah. Well, given how well Game 2 went, PSG LGD now have some options as well in terms of how to approach the draft. They can play this very up-tempo style, which we've seen them before. We didn't necessarily like them waffling at the end of the first draft because it denied them the opportunity to play in that fashion with the rest of their heroes. So if they do that again, especially what they did in Game 2, they should probably feel quite happy. And hopefully we do not see the Silencer Ember coming out because both teams that have had it have found themselves losing. So this Game 3, I doubt we're going to be seeing more of that. Probably just Silencer. Maybe Ember Spirit might still come out. But I think Silencer is going to be left to the wayside. They'll be like, yeah, we've had enough of this particular hero just griefing our games right now.
Oh, sick. Okay, cool. Can we have the draft up? I want to start talking about it. Come on. Come on. Come on.
No,
Come on.
Not yet.
Come on.
Not yet.
Come on.
You
Come on.
got to see the
Come on.
odds, you know?
Bam.
I
Bam.
love that the odds have sort
Bam.
of like gone back and forth. Game 1 at the very end, people were
Who
heavily
knows?
favoring
Yeah.
XG. Now it's like, anything can happen. We're sort of in between.
Let's go!
Hey.
All right, here we go. Speedrun. All right, there's a Broodmother in the game, but guess what? None of this shitty-ass Rubik anymore. We got Disruptor up in this hole, which is good because it means Planet's going to be playing it, and he is so goddamn good at the Disruptor.
They closed the face with this. Looks like some illegal stuff.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I'm surprised by this because when I saw the Timbersaw ban on the side of PSG LGD,
Yeah.
and then I see Extreme Gaming open as Crystal Maiden, I thought they were going to just take Crystal Maiden plus Disruptor. We've seen Disruptor do somewhat well against the Broodmother. We've seen Crystal Maiden do well into the Broodmother lane. And then they just leave, not just any Broodmother for Zeal, but then the Disruptor for... I can't imagine that this is... I can't imagine Xiaowe's not smiling ear to ear right now.
Extreme still have a good opening, though. Like, it's not like they're without options. Yes, Disruptor is going to be very hard for Storm to play into, in my opinion. But if Extreme are able to set a pace that is somehow faster than what LGD come up with, Storm CM is pretty great. Like, CM's going to give yourself a good side lane. Storm's going to be able to set up a lot of kill threat on the map. Like, if they can get some clockwork, for example, those two are going to be able to play really well together. I don't want to see a passive range support to match like the CM because I think that would make their draft really hard to play.
I think, like, from both the last games, whichever team had like more overwhelming run at you and teamfight, they were the ones to win. So I feel like in this game as well, moving forward, it's what both teams will double down on. You have the Disruptor that can go in, you have the Brood that can give you the tempo. Storm is obviously going to jump in, so I would say whichever team can build more on that while having good lanes should be in a good spot. And especially looking at the last 2 games, you should feel good about just double down on that shit.
Double down and run at you. We're also going to be having something new for JT for the first time in the series, given that he's played Timber across both games. I want to see what other tech they have on the side of Extreme to answer this Broodmother. Game 1 seemed very adequate to what they did on that side of the map. What do you want to see for JT Sheep from the off lane to help deal with the
Call it
Brood?
now.
Something that can go to the Brood side of the map and protect the towers, basically, whilst Zeal is trying to play that super up-tempo
Protect the
Brood.
tower, late game, and win the game.
And
Underlord.
He's going to have to do
obviously.
everything.
Underlord.
And he has
Underlord.
to look good.
Underlord.
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 Okay, called it.
All right, let's go. Give us Underlord then.
That feels more of a Europe hero than China, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I would still be super down to see it. I mean, they don't have, the problem is they don't have last pick in this draft, so I think Underlord can be quite countered. You do have like the benefit here of like things like Monkey King are already banned, a lot of the melee hero punishers. I mean, Ursa's still in the pool, which is something I think to look out for on the side of LGD at least. Like maybe to close out the... Actually, no, Extreme
they
do have last
yeah.
pick.
They have second.
Yeah, I'm stupid. Oh, God. Well, wonderful.
That was-
Yes,
that
they
was
can
testing.
pick an Underlord then. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go Underlord. For
What
now,
a-
this is probably where the Kaka hero comes out.
It
There we
only
go.
took someone else to pick Tiny for you to pick Tiny. I get it. Sometimes you just need to see
Happens.
it in order to do it.
You know, I'm super down.
It's a great pick.
So happy.
Get to go around, toss some noobs around the map. Why does it always take someone else to do it for you to do it? I don't get it.
Because
Because
you're like...
are copycats.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're-
I guess so.
Exactly.
Unlucky.
I mean, they've been playing around with their Nyx Assassin, you
True,
know?
true,
They could
true.
have picked that this game. They shouldn't, but they could have.
But they didn't.
But they didn't.
No,
Please.
no.
Alright, let's see.
No.
Let's see.
You
No,
stop right there.
They're not
Don't do
picking
it.
You stop
Silencer.
it.
They have
They're done.
Disruptor.
Don't do it, John. I mean, there's Planet Disruptor, so there's space for Silencer in the
No.
5th position.
I don't want it.
No.
It's too much overlap between Disruptor and Silencer. It's like low
Yeah.
damage. Sure, Disruptor has some damage nowadays, and he gives you the glimpse, but I feel like they just do the same thing. You buy BKB, or there's a pipe, and then once again, you have 3 heroes. You're going to have 4 heroes that deal no damage. Another hero that...
Is terrible.
Yes. But, let me see. You have the heal bomb with Broodmother.
Right.
You can do... Everyone
Okay,
explodes.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, so my problem with this Dazzle is that I was thinking in the draft, oh, they could pick a Phoenix, right? Because they
Yeah.
really like that hero. I think it works super well for them. It's nice if the Tiny has a core because it's
Agreed.
good into that. And then I thought to myself, well, you are playing into a Storm Spirit, which I think makes Phoenix's game very difficult because what often happens is he gets sipped on, is forced to egg, and then the fights become
Yeah.
a lot easy for like the side of Extreme. So in that same vein, Dazzle's pretty much exactly the same, but instead of
Yeah.
popping an ult, he just dies.
Great. It's just, you watch everything happen, you're like, well, okay, I'm just going to die here.
Yeah.
Game is hard.
In terms of healing supports, I still would have preferred a Phoenix. I'm not a fan
I
of
agree.
Dazzle.
I think the Phoenix would give you so much more. Like
Yeah.
if you... So we think the Silencers haven't been as good. If you ask me for another +5,
Yeah.
who does similar things to Silencer in a bad way, I
You
think Silencer...
Dazzle.
I think Dazzle fits the bill.
Yeah.
So they have to show me something, because currently I don't really see what's happening with it. So I'll have to be surprised and impressed.
Well,
Okay.
they've played this Dazzle before, and they played it twice, right? They won one, lost one.
Yeah.
So it's 1-1 in the region. It's going to be the 3rd game. We'll see how it goes, I suppose.
We just don't see the vision, because here's what's actually going to happen. Is he's just going to be hiding inside of a bush somewhere.
Okay.
You know, Extreme are like having a good time. They come out with Storm Spirit, bam, you turn into a pig. He's going to hit him with that
Damn,
shard
he's going to hit him with the
stun.
shard.
But that
Hex.
shard, so that's what Silencer and Phoenix don't
Couldn't
have,
do.
a stun.
And he
Hex
only needs
even.
to spend gold to get it.
there we
Exactly.
Why not just buy a Hex?
So free. But you could buy
Just
both.
pick
He'll get it
Phoenix and
eventually.
farm the Hex.
Why
Oh.
do that when you could buy a 1,500 gold
Yeah,
shard, which
shard
can
is
hex
cheaper than
multiple
Hex.
heroes?
Why buy a cheap item when
Kezu.
you can buy an expensive
It
item?
has like multiple, like 5 pigs.
I don't care about many
5
pigs. I want one big and
Oh.
newbie pig.
Well, Extreme actually has... You should be happy about the sheep. They have lots of stuns, right? They
And
have
Slark.
pretty much tons of disable, and they just got the Slark right now. So no matter where you are on the map, TPs are going to be very difficult to come by. Nice to play this into the Ember Spirit. Not that much burst on the side of PSG LGD. How do you feel about the Slark overall?
How do you feel?
I've seen a lot of Slarks into Disruptors, and I find that the Slarks get a little arrogant sometimes, and
Yep.
they leap in, and then they get ulted by Disruptor, and then they die instantly.
I've seen that way too many times.
So much. It is insane how much I see that. I think this Disruptor is going to have potentially the freest game of his life if LGD can make sure they don't just like feed really hard, because this is a scary lineup still to play into.
And there's Slark, there's Storm Spirit. We've seen both of these kind of heroes struggle into Disruptor. So Planet is going to have a very good Planet time. Just enjoy himself. If he has a good time, how we always know Planet's having a good game? If he rushes Blink Dagger. So if he gets a Blink, then it'll be like...
True. I
Then
mean,
he's having a
stuff is being
very
done.
good game if he's doing that.
there is a Slark CM into Brood Lane, though, which kind of sucks.
I mean, Extreme have a lot of heroes to go in, so even though you have Disruptor against Storm, you have it against Slark, he can only do it on one if they're the one starting. So I would say Extreme have a lot of ways to play around it with the Slark vision. Eventually, Kaka's going to get a Blink, he's going to go in there, maybe he even tosses Planet into the team. Then
Yeah.
what? No Static Storm, see you later, nerd.
That's the reason for the Dazzle pick, actually.
So when he gets tossed in, he gets graved.
And then also,
And then he hexes all of them.
It's two-way. It's a two-way thing, right? Either you are saving Planet so he can get his ult off, or you throw Dazzle out there as like a little
it's
chicken.
bait.
Like, please kill him instead of me. Please toss the Dazzle.
The Dazzle pick is really good then, because no other 5 could get tossed in.
Exactly.
That's really good. I
Because
like that.
He's so high priority. It's like you have to kill the Dazzle first, because otherwise he'll grave the
That's
person.
true. You just pick Dazzle and Oracle and you run them in because you know they're going to go kill them.
So true. Me and
Wow.
Kezu figured it out.
We see.
We're
we
on
see.
it.
We're
Zhao
better
8,
than
we
Zhao
know.
8.
All right, so we're going to get ourselves a
Okay.
Malk award here, hopefully, for the YU Smile. They run out the draft with the Shiro Lone Druid, so both Shiro and Ghost play this. Extreme Gamer will probably have some idea on how to counter this. There's a
Tide
lot
Hunter.
of pressure that just came out of this. I thought you were going to say Tide because they banned Luna, they banned Naga. It's like, yeah, this feels like they're going for the JT Tide.
I mean, one thing that LGD do well is maybe we didn't see the Dazzle, or the other day it was the Marcy. Pairing it with the Lone will make it a lot better. But if Extreme get to pick a hero that anchors the fight, no pun intended, then they're going to be really good in this. It's like Tide just doesn't care about Dazzle. You deal no damage. You don't really care about Lone because you anchor. You have Kraken Shell. You ravage everyone. And even if you get static, I feel like they like damage. I don't say this often, but I don't like LGD's draft compared to Extremes in this game.
Okay, Sheep, how do you feel about this when you see these drafts that sailed before you? LGD versus Extreme. You liked LGD in game 2. You liked Extreme in game 1.
Oh, I'm really good at this.
You're really good. Who do you like for this one?
Just say I'm stupid and then say something else.
You're pretty stupid, goddamn. And you're dumb.
And because
You're an idiot.
LGD, yes.
Oh,
You're dumb.
I can't decide, guys. This is really hard.
Oh.
Ooh.
Syndrome impression.
What would
You're
Syndrome
hemming
do?
and hawing.
What would
What's
Syndrome
Syndrome
say?
do? He
Both
would-
teams can win this game.
Both teams can play well when they have their win conditions, which are exist. I think Lone Druid will win the game. I think LGD got this.
You think LGD got this?
Here, don't leave me hanging.
All
Thank
right, cool. Let us see if indeed LGD do have this and find themselves getting the victory for game number 3, going to the top of the division, and yet again denying Extreme Gaming a chance to be the best in China, or if Extreme Gaming will finally, with the help of Lana and Kaka, ascend to the top of the mountain. To find out, we send it over to our Mount Olympus level casters. We have Zeus, we have Jupiter, we have Apollo, gods of Dota, otherwise known as OD Pixel and Font.
Thank you very much, Snare. Yeah, game 3 decided matchup now here between PSG LGD and Extreme Gaming. Folk, another one of those drafts where PSG LGD, they come in with that last pick Lone Druid. Are Extreme Gaming kitted up to prepare and deal with this kind of finisher?
I'm a bit worried. I think their draft might be a little slow. And I've seen what LGD can do when they are playing with this Lone Druid if they do have other elements that complement it, like this Zeal, or like this Broodmother, like this Dazzle.
Yep.
I'm a bit worried. If Ghost, let's look at the lick lanes. Let's look small, right? Ghost with the CM should have a good laning phase on the Slark, but is that going to be enough for him to deal with this overwhelming pressure that PSG LGD is going to bring in? I don't know.
Sure, because when they start to group up and go, it's going to be hard to stop. But Extreme Gaming's the response was getting JT on the Tide. Did you like that? Does that give them a little bit of something to respond to this inevitable 5-man that PSG LGD is going to come at you with at 20 minutes in?
I don't know. The thing that I'm worried about is they don't really have like the deep push that sometimes I am looking for when teams do pick like this very push-heavy lineup. Their best deep push is like Crystal Maiden, right? The CM nuke or something like that. Besides that, it's like about fighting and bringing the battle to the side of LGD.
What if could we see JT try and get like an early Ags or something?
I think maybe. That's
to be
what
a
I'm
bit of an
thinking.
answer?
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Perhaps it could be that. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Because JT, I mean, he usually knows like what to do with these type of heroes, but I like seeing him when he's playing more aggressive things. And Tidehunter sometimes just doesn't get to be that hero, especially if he's in this matchup versus something like Lone Druid. Because I imagine at some point in this game, we're going to have that 1v1 that kicks off a lot of times where Shiro's just in a 1v1 versus the Tide, and it's like, you know, it's pretty nice for that Lone Druid. Opens up his supports to move around, and they will get 3 bounty runes.
All right, well, let's have a look. See indeed if Extreme Gaming can kind of crush that top lane as hard as they need to be able to just give a chance, really, for the Slark to be on track to get his items online before the map starts getting taken away from him.
And it's, you know, it is a Slark CM, which is, as we talked about many times, it is one of those very good lanes versus the Brood, but it's not just a Brood. He's playing with, in my opinion, probably the best 4-position hero in the current patch. Disruptor just honestly seems to win most lanes lately. And yeah, I mean, Shiro, this should be like an absolutely free farm Lone Druid.
Yeah, well, yeah, on the other side of things, this is just, nothing that Extreme Gaming can do, really. I mean, did they just have to, can they play the lane? Can JT be left on his own? What's going on down there?
They have to help him, but Kaka, he's trying to pull wave, and he's playing versus Dazzle. This is not a good idea, Kaka.
Well, Dazzle's just going to chase him out.
Yeah, if he gets a couple more hits with the poison...
He's keeping the poison touch going.
He's got a TP. He has to. That hurts.
Yeah, and back to the tower as well, so we'll still be stuck at very low HP here.
He's trying to pull the waves, but yeah, this is why they wanted this. I mean, this is one of the reasons why they do really like the Dazzle. Why you smile tends to... He's literally the only person in the world, I think, playing the Dazzle, but it's very good when you're playing versus double melee.
Absolutely, and especially when they would have known, right, that they wanted to end this up with the Lone Druid.
Yeah.
Dazzle just offers up so much for a lineup that wants to close up a game at 25 minutes in. If they get off to a good start, so the heals and the sustain, it's going to be very difficult for Extreme Gaming to deal with.
Zeal, they might have him top. They got another Frostbite. They should.
Exactly what they need to be doing. This top lane, the potential for the strongest start for Extreme Gaming. They've got to get everything out of this lane.
Absolutely agreed.
Yeah.
stacks being attempted there. So Kaka trying to find some type of solution because he can't lane. But yeah, we saw there, pointed up at a beautiful observer, gets blocked out immediately from Why You Smile. Yeah, full free farm Lone Druid. Nice thing is, though, they do have at least Paparazzi, who's been, honestly, he's been a bit quiet in this series, I would say, overall, compared to everybody else. He has a very good matchup versus the Ember. Gets the pull off. It's even like a half pull, and he's just going to continue zoning. Kaka has no TP this time. Kaka might just get the walk down.
Might have to try and deny to neutrals.
I think so. He's got to do something.
That's,
he is dead. He's just,
I mean, he's 100% dead. I thought he would have tried to deny the neutrals. Maybe JT can help. One more hit should keep the poison touch going long enough to get him. Yeah, Kaka goes down.
It's so sad to watch.
So what do you do? Level 1 Tiny with a tree against a Dazzle running you at poison touch. You just, there's nothing you can do. No TP, then no life for you.
You know what he can do? Fill up Paparazzi's bottle. There we go. So at the least he'll get some benefit out of his death. But yeah, this is going to be a very slow start for Kaka.
Yeah.
But yeah, enable Paparazzi, who's already...
He's crushing
honestly, he's really crushing
He
mid.
really is this time.
We sometimes see Embers actually do kind of like okay in this matchup. But yeah, this time around, Paparazzi playing it beautifully. And yeah, let's see what Kaka does. Now with no TP, since he has to TP mid, we could see another situation where he's just walked down.
I mean, he
for
need
poison
one more
touch.
creep of experience, and then he'll have his level 2.
Yeah,
So then at least
there
he'll
we
have an ability to hold back the Dazzle when he's chasing him down like this.
And he's got Windlace now also, so a little bit more movement speed, boots Windlace. But Why You Smile, I mean, he knows what to do versus this. He has Windlace, and now he also has boots coming, so just matching the movement speed, of course, versus that Tiny. Kaka, yeah, just ditch bottom. Just go help out Paparazzi, make sure that the Storm just crushes matchup.
Well, they could go for the kill here.
Yep, let's see.
I'll start off with the Vortex, Kaka. He's going to be able to come in, offer up an avalanche.
No way.
They've got him. But Why You Smile in return? He might just get Paparazzi. All right, Dazzle.
Kills the water rune as well in Kaka's face. Yeah, I think if you're Why You Smile now, like Kaka, he can't lane bottom, right? So I think for Why You Smile, you're like, okay, I don't really need to lane bottom either. It's a Lone Druid versus a Tide Hunter 1v1. So now I think for the Dazzle, it's you match the movements of this Tiny in every single situation. You see him rotating, you rotate.
Yeah, great stuff on the Dazzle so far. Causing some issues here for Extreme.
I don't know, it's so amusing just watching Poison Touch for some reason.
It's just one of those spells that's it's a very slow and inevitable death in some situations. You're like, you know, when you get run down by this Dazzle, and you run out of options to save yourself.
Kaka, level 3. He's making his moves. He's doing the Kaka thing. The rotations. Going to top.
And on to Zeal. Avalanche is there. Gets the job done. Why You Smile has, of course, turned up. We'll turn with a Poison Touch, but the toss back onto Planet comes into play, and Ghost is going to be able to help clear up another. So continuing to do their best to make sure this Slark has a beautiful opening.
Nicely done from Kaka. Great spell usage there. Saving the toss to get the movement back. And we're seeing, I mean, Why You Smile, he's trying to match the movements, but Kaka a little bit faster.
Yeah, of course, bottom lane. Free farm continues for Shiros. JT's still able to find something out of the lane, but no pressure being applied to the Lone Druid.
No, definitely not. And let's see, does JT do the Meteor Hammer build? It doesn't look like he's going to do it this game. Looks like he's probably just going to go the Auras. Mid, they'll fill up. Nothing to say is bottle. He's a little bit behind Paparazzi at the moment, and Paparazzi's not 6 yet.
They want to try and get him before he hits it.
They glyph the wave.
He's got enough now. He's just hit the 6.
And he
he's got a regen rune as well. There
Blessed.
you go. Paparazzi, he really is the king of the power runes.
That was a nice attempt there from PSG LGD. The glyph of the wave, trying to prevent that level 6, but yeah, he just clips it. And now, yeah, with the regen, I mean, the best rune he could have found in that situation. Off to farming.
A couple of bounties to be grabbed as well. It's, yeah, great start for both Paparazzi and for Ghost.
He got purged. No, the regen. The stupid little satyr.
Might still have enough to make a play top. See if they can go for Zeal again. It's kind of difficult with Zeal as far back along the lane as he is.
Yeah, it's pushing in as well, too. Paparazzi's like, I don't want to waste time there. A good start for XG. A needed start. maximizing. Paparazzi stacks his own camp, and he's, as you pointed out before, the double bounty runes are still there, so he's going to be able to fill up anyway.
Yeah, lots of bottle charges to still farm with.
And I like that he's doing this little move too. It's like, yes, he can lane mid, but Kaka's probably like, yo, I need some help. Yeah, I've been moving around everywhere. Even though his levels are still pretty decent on the Tiny, I like that they're, you know, maximizing. Putting that Storm in jungle. Shiro, though, like we said, absolute free farm.
Yeah, it really is just the question of whether this start from Extreme Gaming is going to be enough to allow them to acquire the tools that will be necessary when Shiro starts running at them with the backup of his team.
Yep.
Now, will they be able to build up to deal with the lone druid who's going to hit his timings?
So far, pretty decent. I think Paparazzi having this type of start is very important for them, too. JT. He doesn't have to worry so much about getting walked down, of course.
See over in the river. They're going to be able to get the catch on and nothing to say. It's got Remnant out.
And it's an Arcane. This time
that was very close there. They nearly had him with the lockdown.
JT versus Why You Smile. I mean, JT's, of course, always fine with the Kraken. Paparazzi a bit low mana in mid. Might have to back up.
They really want to go on Zeal again top.
They want to get him before he hits 6 also. Because once he hits 6, he's going to be able to maybe push Ghost out of lane with some moves.
They're trying to wrap around. Kaka looking for some sort of opening.
Trying to get every deny. Very important. You see Ghost
Kaka
prioritizing those.
He's going to be able to walk in and toss back Planet. And Planet weren't ready for that at all.
Zeal's like, please just let me hit 6. Doesn't quite get it there. Like those little denies from Ghost. Definitely doing damage. Rotations now coming in, but it's spotted. The aggressive ward placed by Kaka. It sees nothing to say. And they're bringing Paparazzi with this, so really looking to keep pressuring this Brood.
They've got the Frostbite to open. Why are you smiling with the backup for nothing to say? Paparazzi goes in, but nothing to say. He's already been able to take down DY. Pops the Arcane Rune as well here, nothing to say. They'll go for the high ground. Toss. They'll take out Kaka. So if they can get Ghost, Ghost still has the Shadow Dance, and he'll Shadow Dance TP out of this one.
Paparazzi, though. This Arcane Rune, it's doing work.
He's still got a fair bit of mana, though, Paparazzi. See, nothing to say. Try and chase. He's got another Remnant. Chains are back up. And he's caught him. Is the damage there enough? Not quite. Paparazzi, he's still got mana to go with. He dodges the Sleight of Fist, takes the kill. Paparazzi.
And he fills the bottle as well, too, from DY instantly. What a little play there from Paparazzi.
I mean, yeah, huge dodge of the Sleight. Had to sort of wait for the timing and read the right moment to make that zip happen, and he does.
That was beautiful. Fancy footwork. Looked like the Arcane Rune might have been enough there for nothing to say, pushing his limits, but cute little play there from Paparazzi. And the 1v1 continues in the bottom lane. JT, he is pressuring Shiro a bit here.
You know, he's doing some damage. I mean, obviously, won't be able to kill him.
Yeah, he's got true form, so he should be fine.
I mean, there's no way Tai could do enough damage on his own. It will be enough to scare Shiro.
Does he Ravage? Okay.
I mean, he can't kill him, he can't kill him.
No. But neither of them can kill each other.
I mean, the bear's kind of stuck in by creep, so the bear can't be hitting him.
Here goes Paparazzi.
With backup, they can bring the bear down and bring Shiro down. So JT there, absolutely buying enough time, all the time in the world here, for Paparazzi and DY to come in and be able to take Shiro down with the 3 of them.
Honestly, what a boss. JT immediately moves toward mid. Also, he wants to be that tower defense. He's going to find another one. Damn.
Yeah, good stuff here from JT once again.
That was really cool. I mean, it was very clowny looking, but it was a really good.
I mean, I guess
the
question is, I wasn't looking at the state of the TPs of the rest of the team, but we had backup coming for JT. Where was Shiro's backup?
They did not care to help him out. I mean, the Ember didn't have a TP. Nothing to say.
Nothing to say. It was on cooldown. And I guess, yeah, Zeal doesn't really want to leave this top lane because he's been having such a slow start.
And Disruptor's not 6, so he can't really do anything to the Tide either, and Dazzle probably can't either. So I think they just, they
just sort of like, all right, Shiro, you're on your own down there. Yeah.
That was pretty cool. That was pretty funny. Shiro's probably like, what the? I can't believe that actually worked for them. 2K lead now. Extreme having a very good start here.
And we see with the odds provided to us by our partner, esportsbet.io. seeing this one to be a much more closer affair. So far, in the river.
Arcane Rune.
Paparazzi's able to get the pickup. It's got the vortex, and they got the damage. They do.
do.
You won't save him. In fact, why you smile ends up going down as well. Planet drops the static storm, but they'll be able to kill him through it. Now they can turn to Zeal.
Oh, baby.
They're going to get the spider out of this as well. 4 dead on PSG LGD.
Oh, this is
They're crumbling.
beautiful early game.
And this is incredibly detrimental to the style that PSG LGD want to be able to play with this lineup. They need to be ahead. They need to be ready to sort of rally together around Shiro's Lone Druid. But Extreme Gaming, they're slamming them down hard and pretty much in all 3 areas of the map now.
Absolutely. I mean, Ghost, he has 9 permanent Agio, and he's part of 10 kills on this Slark. The dream start for what he wants to be able to accomplish versus the Lone Druid. They're really putting the pressure on Nothing to Say. He's 0-3.
A couple of times now where they've had to catch him. He's not been able to play as aggressive as he hopes for.
And JT just bossing it up. Look at him just taking the tower.
Yeah, what are you going to do about it?
Ravage back up in 2. Shiro.
They're going to find the toss back onto him.
It's
And as you
5 heroes.
say, Ravage is here if they need it. The Grave comes out, but Shiro, he's not getting away from this.
Oh my
They've
God.
taken him down. And the components of PSG LGD's lineup, they're falling apart.
They are truly crumbling. And they still have Ravage. They can keep going for this push here, XG.
I mean, and you know, we talk about like the strengths of PSG LGD when they play ahead with this sort of lineup. Is there much of a recovery plan for when you're trying to play with this sort of style?
Not going to be an easy one for sure. They're just getting dove and dove and dove. Another permanent, 11 permanent Agi for this Slark.
Yeah, that's got to be one of the higher numbers we're seeing at this early in the game, 13 minutes in.
They have the mech on JT also, so they're all topped up. This is, I mean, wow, super impressed again. I mean, JT, he tends to do this, but it's everybody this time around. All 3 cores having the dream start. 507 Slark, 512 on Paparazzi. Another rune for him. JT also 004, but an impressive 004.
Yeah, PSG LGD, they can't afford to take another fight like that.
They need to calm things down a little bit and start getting their own plays with this disruptor having static storm. But at this point now, it's really difficult because they're lacking damage.
Sure. They are for sure. I mean, in terms of trying to like kill the Slark when they catch him, it's pretty much guaranteed that every time he'll get the Shadow Dance off, unless
he
somehow
walks
they
up high
catch him
ground.
in the static storm. See here, very much respecting the fact that the Disruptor's charging at him, just pops the Shadow Dance immediately.
They're giving vision though. Doesn't quite get the glimpse. He's able to walk away. Nicely done from Ghost again. This is wow, so impressive. Only a 2K lead somehow though.
Yeah, farm's still very good on Shiro, and both Zeal. You know, Zeal's not too far behind. Nothing to say. He's got a bit more of catching up to do.
But Kaka, I mean, even though, you know, he's in this like double melee, all his rotations have hit. Kaka somehow just does this so many games. He almost has Blink on Tiny.
Now we saw how disruptive he was in the earlier game of the series when he was playing Nyx Assassin and got the good Blink timing. He was starting off every move perfectly for the team.
They were setting up for bottom already too. They were looking for this Ember. Paparazzi coming down.
Now items still flowing in a good timing for Shiro. He's got the Deso complete. So getting close to the point where we can expect to see PSG LGD start to go for their own plays.
Slowing that game state down a little bit here. But I'd imagine Extreme, they're going to look to play even more aggressive. Kaka, he has Blink.
See where they want to go.
LGD seems very decisive with the next move that they want to make here. Line is drawn toward top. They want to force something up here, but I mean, JT, he's already in position here to hold on to the tower. They'll get the glimpse just to push him off of the wave for a second, but swaddles back to it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Nothing to say. Shows again in mid. They go for the jump. Kaka, he's waiting in the wings.
I mean, with the 3 of them, you know, they've all got their own bit of control. They do have a good chance of trying for him. Top. See them look towards JT. TP's coming in and the rest of the team's smoking up towards him.
He is super tanky. Hood and the full Guardian Greaves. Oh,
Teasing with them. The Ravage. Root will catch on to him, and the bear does hurt a fair bit. Static Storm's going to get laid down as well. JT tries to heal up, and he's going to get the Ravage off. They couldn't quite kill him. The Ravage is there. He steps out of the side. The heals will come out, keeping nothing to say alive. The bear from Shiro's in onto the Crystal Maiden. They'll take out DY.
They're on Shiro.
But Shiro's getting surrounded here, taken down by Paparazzi. The pounce is there over towards Why You Smile. It's 3 dead on PSG LGD. They couldn't quite kill JT in time.
JT really is such a boss. This series, he's been amazing. Even the game that they lost, he was remarkable on his Timber. This is so impressive. On a hero like Tidehunter too. One that you can't really do like these crazy impressive plays, but man, JT.
Yeah. And it looked like they were going to get him. They were close. They you know, the execution was there. They get him in the Static Storm. You know, the bear dealing decent damage with the Deso done, but yeah, not quite enough. JT able to live, able to put the Ravage. I think it catches at least 3 of them.
Yeah.
We'll see again how close they were to bringing him down, but between the Hood, between the Greaves, he lives long enough to walk out. Ravage is there, catches indeed the 3 of them, plus the bear itself, and that is enough to give Extreme Gaming the chance to once again take another fight.
And now they're gonna find Zeal also. 14 permanent Agi, 5 to 20. They're just ready for every single one of these plays. XG super prepared today, or especially in this game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, and honestly, the 2 games that PSG LGD have suffered, it's the ones where they're taking the Brood. I think Extreme Gaming, they're definitely showing they did their homework. They came in with a plan against the Brood both times. This one, a very clear one, getting the Slark CM lane, making sure that you know, they're in a position where their carry has a beautiful start to the game and Zeal kind of gets shut down. It's definitely hurting for PSG LGD.
They're just running at them. Like, they really are just applying so much pressure, and this is where Disruptor actually is a bit of a weaker hero. Disruptor's all about like having that lead, getting these glimpse plays constantly, but they're just in his face. Everyone's in their face. Nothing to say, has to just wait in the trees. 5 to 20. And Ravage is back up in 15. LGD, they can't even take advantage of the fact that Ravage was on cooldown.
Yep.
Massive stuff.
With the plate mail, going into the Shiva's Guard.
He is so, I mean, he's so tanky.
Their kind of opportunity in the fights was killing the Tide during a Static Storm on top of him. That's just not going to happen now. They don't have the damage to kill JT during that silence, that AoE silence that gets laid down to him. So he's pretty much guaranteed now for Ravage every team fight. It's going to be there from him.
Yeah. And now he's also got the Anchor Smash damage reduction talent, so even tankier. I don't know, maybe, man, I just love JT. He's such a happy guy in his camera all the time too, but makes some really impressive stuff happen.
Yeah, he's come a long way from dropping neutrals at the start of this tour. You know, he's cleaned up his act a bit, and it's, you know, no messing around for JT now. He still has fun, but yeah, just focusing on bringing the top tier plays, and he's been doing exactly that, even in the losses that they've suffered.
Yep.
Still having solid play himself.
I mean, we're seeing it. I mean, PSG LGD, I feel like they're just astonished of what's hit them in this game so much. The Planet now, it's like almost this desperation kind of thing. He's holding Philosopher's Stone, queuing up the Aghanims, just trying to find some type of solution to deal with all this pressure that XG has been mounting versus him. And XG, yeah, just continue looking for these plays. BKB finished for Paparazzi. He's feeling super strong now too. And they might be able, if they're the ones that are able to force the Roche versus this lineup.
I mean, I think that they can right around sort of the safety of JT.
Yep.
Just planting himself between PSG LGD and Extreme Gaming.
They don't have the best Roche hitting lineup though.
Actually, that's true. Yeah, they don't take it quick themselves.
Like they have Gush, but yeah, that's about it to be able to actually accelerate it. I guess the permanent Agi is also not bad, but double BKBs, they're in.
Kaka's looking for Zeal. I'll get the toss back into Paparazzi. Why You Smile will try and help out with the shallow grave. It gives them a chance to at least force out the BKB from Paparazzi, but Zeal, he will not be saved, still falls.
They're just continue to run at them. Shiro turned up with his bear.
I got the Static Storm down, but JT's able to walk out to the side, and there's the Ravage, catching onto all 4 of them.
Shiro.
He's able to get the ults off. So the freezing field here to the side, though, and Kaka's in with the toss back. Shiro's in trouble. He's going to get tossed back over towards Paparazzi and goes. Shiro's out. Avalanche and Kaka catches onto the 2 of them. As Why You Smile, let us say, they have to back up to the high ground. They get a glimpse of Thunderstrike onto Kaka, but no more damage to be thrown out. A Sleight of Fist will bring him down low, but inside the base, Ghost and JT dive in, take out a third kill.
Ghost is part of 20 of the 23 kills. 17 permanent agi.
Yeah, this Slark pick has been brutal. Honestly, it's sort of the ending as well. The two cores that they're able to grab right Extreme Gaming. Slark's having a fantastic time. And this final pick, JT on the Tide, it really was brilliant. It feels like they just do not have an answer to stopping from JT being able to play the team fights in top lane.
Is he just dead?
They're able to catch him with the powers of the Frostbite.
Oh, this feels over.
It is falling apart here for PSG LGD in this game 3. We're just 22 minutes in, but 24-5. And now the gold's starting to really show the lead they've got as well. Up to a 9k lead. JT very close to having the full Shiva's Guard. They couldn't take these team fights before. I don't think they can now. I think, JT's just this kind of impenetrable wall that just stands at the front of the fights. And the way that PSG LGD want to run this lineup, it just can't be done in this position now.
No, and it's versus double BKBs. Besides just JT, the other two cores are completely invincible versus what they're up against. Yeah, feels like I guess they just do have that answer to the Broodmother. They know exactly how to play versus it. Felt scary, perhaps, from the draft, but every single lane just has been beautiful. Every single rotation's hit.
Yep.
Kaka.
Got the toss back Zeal. He's able to heal up, but Paparazzi's zipping in. They'll jump on towards Shiro. The status stone gets laid down, but Whitey Smile's already gone. They'll turn for Kaka. They'll get the Tiny. The neutral coming in big with a stun. Catching on both JT and Shiro. Paparazzi's going to get healed up. He's still got mana to play with. Ghost is just in with the BKB on top of the Lone Druid. Shiro not standing a chance. No save can be coming in for him. The Vortex is back up. Paparazzi dragging back Zeal. 3 dead again on PSG LGD. The lead continues for Extreme, and indeed, it is absolutely over. There's no coming back from this one. GG is called. Extreme Gaming win this series, and with that, claim the top spot here in the China DPC region.
JT MVP of the series for me, even though Kaka had some incredible performances and stuff like that. Like, wow. Ending the draft with a Tide. Thought they would be the ones under the pressure this game. It was exact opposite. They actually just were, they crushed kind of like all 3 lanes. Well, bottom wasn't a crushing. It was, of course, Shiro free farming, but JT made a statement, right, when he goes for that Ravage. And it feels like that Ravage dictated everything afterwards. That was, wow, super impressive. I mean, JT's super fun to watch.
Yeah, and as I say, just what a great tour for Extreme Gaming. These lads looking very much to be the team to watch coming out of China, right? This was, not a close series, really. The one game, sure, that PSG LGD kind of showed the strength that we've seen from them. That, of course, allowed them to get what else ended up being the 2nd spot in China. But the 2 wins that Extreme Gaming had, it looked completely dominant. Yeah. And against a PSG LGD, especially in this game 3, where we've seen before when PSG LGD do this draft, they get this, very quick with the last pick Lone Druid. They feel confident with it. Extreme Gaming, they completely shattered their confidence here. This was domination really from kind of the lanes onwards.
LGD never got the ball rolling at all. Like the first 12 minutes, it's great. And then from then on, XG just absolutely dump on everything. That was super cool.
Well, there we go. Congratulations, as I say, to Extreme Gaming with that, taking this series and taking the #1 spot here in China. Extreme Gaming take down LGD 2-1.
Top of the leaderboard for the first time in the organization's existence. Extreme Gaming are your #1 team in China after a phenomenal game 3 up against PSG LGD. We thought the Lone Druid would make it work. It didn't work out for them. But for me, the confidence sheep is when you allow them to play Broodmother. You're like, have it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Take it. It's cool.
I apologize for my copium take earlier.
God damn it.
They got owned. What can you do? Sucks to be LGD. This Dazzle pick sucked.
It was real bad.
I don't understand it. Oh my god.
It had some cool stuff early game. He first played Kaka, because Kaka was like, I haven't seen this hero in 4 years. So when I pull waves, he just, new poison touch, refreshes it again for like 23 times, and then he did get the first blood, but that was about all he did. Maybe this Grave, but...
This Grave didn't even do it. It just delayed his death, and then he just dies instantly. It's like, actually, this hero sucks so bad. I hate it. But it's also a point of, you're picking Disruptor, Dazzle, 2 low damage supports, and then they're picking Tidehunter.
Yep.
And this Tide never died. How many times they committed so much onto Tide, multiple times in the game, only to get punished because this guy has Greaves/Hood into pipe. Like, he just doesn't. He doesn't die. Stop wasting spells on him. You can't play this game.
You actually can kill him. There's a bear, so he anchor smashes him. There's spiders or Broodmother, anchor smash. Then there's an Ember Sleight of Fist and 2 supports that don't really deal damage. He has Hood mech. I mean, JT is kind of a beast once again in all of these games. He does well in lane. Then eventually he just like face checks Shiro in the tower and chases him until he's like, okay, are you gonna run away? Are you gonna TP? Ravage, his team comes, kills. Just being chilling. Extreme, they look good.
They look very good, and I think a lot of this also was them being able to deal effectively yet again with the Broodmother on that side of the map. Sheep, you were mentioning that the Crystal Maiden and the Slog up, your belief work like that sucks, and it
No.
to suck.
When I said it sucks, I meant that sucks for Brood.
No, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Oh,
like,
yeah, sorry.
It sucks to be Broodmother in that situation.
Yeah.
And indeed, that's what ended up happening here. Zeal
Sucks
got,
to suck, yeah.
even
Exactly.
before JT came to that side of the map and just kept killing him over and over again, before Paparazzi made those moves, they were handedly dealing with the Brood. Like, Zeal had pretty much no impact in the early game either.
Yeah, the Brood was really figured out this series, which is surprising.
It didn't do anything in any of these games. It just felt like a really lackluster hero that all it did was give the enemy free farm and then try to like, what's it called, like hang on to his teammates and hope that they bring him in the game, which didn't really happen. I also really like how Ghost played and itemized with the shard. If he's not the one getting glimpsed in, which in this game it's very possible that he's not the one because there's so many other problems, then he just saves everyone with a shard.
And the fact that he was also as involved as he was, amazing things to see. We've got to give Ghost the... I mean, I actually feel conflicted because both JT and Ghost played
JT,
really,
JT,
really
yeah,
give
well.
it to anyone.
But
and
JT was playing like a boss throughout the entire series, so we've got to give him the MVP on this one. Great Tidehunter performance. Also forcing PSG LGD, not only did they manage to figure out the Broodmother so they don't have to ban it, but they forced PSG LGD to have to ban Timbersaw. They're like, well, imagine having to ban first phase Timbersaw, leaving so many other heroes in the pool because of JT. #1 boy, just look at him go, just chilling. Shiro had no game because of this guy. The team fight seemed impossible because of him. You couldn't have asked for more out of your Tidehunter.
Yeah, it was really nice. I like how they used him as a body. I mean, obviously there's like a degree of misplay on LGD heavily to keep committing onto him, right? Because he has a Ravage and then auras. You can otherwise try to ignore him and try and kill the others.
It's both. So they misplay going on him, but I feel JT reminds me a little bit of Ice Ice Ice, where
he just walks in.
Yeah, he's like a clown walking in. He's like, he goes in purposely on like half HP. He's like, I know I can't die, but I'll make you guys think you can kill me.
They're like,
and then 10% HP, Ravage, you're all dead. Look at you, idiots.
It is really good how he played.
To be fair, it's also kind of difficult, right? If you don't go on him, you can't go on Paparazzi, right? The storm is just zipping this way and that. You can't necessarily reach the supports on the back end because otherwise that Ember is fully committed to try and start that fight. You don't have a initiator from the off lane in your Broodmother. So who else can you actually go on? There's a Slonk who just jumps away no matter what you do. So it's like, it's a catch-22. The only person you can catch is JT, and then he catches you instead. And like y'all mentioned, just no damage on the supports. So JT, good draft from him and the boys on the side of Extreme Gaming. Congratulations for being at the top of the region. 400 DPC points, which is the most important thing, as that probably comes in handy down the stretch to guarantee them an invite to TI. So now that we're done with that, #1 and #2 have been figured out. LGD, it's not like it's a terrible day at the office. You still at least get a young haul of 240 points. It's decent enough. It's chilled. It's fine.
Good enough. You're also going to the major.
God, I'm so excited for the major, yeah. Like with that win as well, it's like you feel really good about China compared to last tour.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, I can't speak for how IG will do, but like at least with this, I think Extreme, LGD, Aster, big name staples, can't wait to see how they do.
Well, we're going to be seeing IG in action later on today as they still have to play up against Team Aster to determine who's going to be 3rd and 4th. That also is a distribution of DPC points, which matters quite a bit. And that's going to be the series coming up very shortly that you can witness and find out exactly how the region is going to shape up at the very end. Before we go, quick predictions. IG, Aster?
Let's go, IG 2-1.
I'm ready for IG to do another upset. Let's go, boys.
Let's go, baby.
And then we have the 4 big boys going to this major looking strong.
Hey, looking strong. A lot of happy faces inside the Extreme Gaming camp. We'll see who else gets happy later on between IG and Team Aster. So we'll find out very shortly. Don't go anywhere. Small break, and then more Dota 2.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under
Welcome one and all here for the final series of this season of Chinese Dota action, as we're going to be witnessing the side of Team Aster taking on Invictus Gaming to determine who is third and fourth, who gets 80 DPC points, who gets 160. So quite a lot to play for between these two squads right now. And of course, the main thing that they're playing for, pride. You want to be known as high as humanly possible, especially for a team like IG who started off the tour looking quite poor, got a lot better. Team Aster a little bit in the opposite boat. They started a lot better than they finished. So right now they want to redeem themselves in the eyes of the public and of course in their own minds. Right now I'm joined on panel. I've got Lizard and Tiga, some new boys. Lizard, how is this particular tour matched up? You've done China for quite a while at this point in time. Season 1 this season, let's be honest, wasn't the greatest from the region, but we are still in transition. A lot of the old pros retired. A lot of changes have happened so far within the region. So how does this one stack up in your memory of some of the great seasons we've had in the past?
Yeah, we've had a lot of good seasons. This one is probably the wildest one, the one where you don't know what to expect any longer. Like some giants are still on top, but IG obviously not doing quite that well for a long time. Some other teams like just rising up. Maybe a little bit more volatile than before is probably the best word to describe it with. Then again, I did NA for like 2 weeks, so it's all a mesh. Like I'm not really sure. Like in the first 2 weeks, maybe you guys watched some stellar Dota.
Oh no, I'll happily say, in the first 2 weeks, I don't think anyone expected IG to be in top 4. Even close to being in contention for top 3, today's tiebreaker where they can get third. Like this is like the best glow up of a team, I feel like, especially in China. I don't think we've really had a team that goes from to, oh my god, what the hell's happened to them? And I think this is the first time, at least in this...
What happened to them, T? What do you think happened?
I think Emo, he looked in the mirror and he really just looked at himself and was like, you know what? I want to be the best version of me today.
You can do it.
I can do it. And he looked at Dust and he's like, you know what? I'm not going to grief you in the draft anymore. I'm not going to pick Ember and allow them to counterpick you and force you to play it anymore. I want to pick you a good hero and give you stability in life and in game. And
stability in life and in game.
Yeah.
You know, when we spoke to them actually, we spoke to a coach Super yesterday when they were busy winning yet again, when they guaranteed their slot at the major. And when we asked them what happened, exactly where this glow up came from, the main thing that he mentioned, direct word for word, is that they figured out how to make Xiangyu work. And they said that initially when they were drafting, they weren't able to utilize his full strengths. That was back when they were drafting him, Brewmaster every game. If not for Brewmaster, they got Centaur for him every game.
Wait, he was on LGD before, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, like every time I talk to other talents and players, whatever, not necessarily players, that much talents, everyone would be like, yeah, they needed to remove him. And I'd be like, yeah, okay, whatever. I never felt that way, though.
Yeah.
Like, this guy was decent on the offlane. Like, even the Brewmasters that you're talking about, like in PSG LGD, he'd do his shit. The problem would be that they wouldn't perhaps perform together very well. But I had a feeling that he's a really talented offlaner. I mean, he's showing that in IG.
When he came from CDEC, right? You'll remember I was gassing him up a long time. Like, yo, this guy is actually really good.
You did.
Yeah, I saw the future.
I remember.
Not all the people I've gassed up, though, unfortunately, have lived up to that promise, but we're starting to see it from Xiangyu. Here on the side of Team Aster, they have another player who I think I'm not going to say he's necessarily the cause of their recent decline, right? But XWI has not impressed in the same way in the last 2 weeks as he was at the beginning. At the beginning, his puck is tiny. We're looking dominant game in, game out. As time wore on, it felt like teams learned how to play against it a little bit better. So we're going to have to see the best out of him today if they do want to grab that third place slot. Otherwise, they'll be consigned to fourth, still going to the major, but that's certainly going to sting, especially given how IG started this tour. This particular game, one of the other things to go about Team Aster, are they playing on Dire side again? Yes, they are. Surprise, surprise. Drafts have been very regimented coming in from them. Here, they get the good heroes, though. They get themselves the Enchantress to open up with. The Doom is a bit 50-50, but the response from IG, this Earthshaker, we haven't seen as much of him as I would like. But I want you to talk to me about this Timbersaw. We saw him earlier today. Looked amazing, honestly, from JT. Is this the kind of situation where if you're IG into the Enchantress, does Timbersaw feel like an adequate response?
I mean, so Enchantress actually is a pretty good laner against Timbersaw. It's one of the heroes like with Impedus in early levels. You can bully him a little bit. So this Timbersaw...
Impedus?
Yeah, Impedus.
I just love calling out Brits on their pronunciation, you know, because every second word I pronounce is wrong.
Can you say it then?
Impetus.
Impetus.
Yeah.
Impedus.
Yeah.
Impedus.
Okay, yeah.
Sure.
Now I'm in my own
Continue.
head, man. Oh, okay, but basically, like this Timber pick, isn't this like, wow, incredible, goated Timber pick so far. It's more just like for stability in the draft. Like again, like you're pairing it with an Earthshaker. Earthshaker is now picked to potentially, I don't know. When I see Timbersaw in first phase, I want to see it paired with like the ranged hero, right? I rarely would go, wow, I really want to have a Shaker Timber lane. It's like, it just kind of exists, but it will alleviate a lot of room for Shaker to sit on mid lane.
Exactly. I think that's probably the biggest thing about Earthshaker and Timber. Timber doesn't necessarily need a lot of help. You kind of win the beginning for him. You help him out a little bit, and then you're a nomad. You just leave that. You don't have a single lane. You just roam around the map, do whatever is necessary elsewhere. You stack up for your carry or whatever. But yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the Timber Shaker opening as well. Doesn't strike me amazing, but they do cover each other in some other ways as well. Like you have complete damage and just this tankiness from the Timber, and Shaker covers the initiation, covers the stuns. So there's also that.
I guess for IG at least, it's as well. This first pick, Ench, I mentioned being good against Timber. You pick Shaker, and now Ench doesn't really get to play the lane because Shaker will be able to manipulate the lanes and fissure block camps to secure Timber having time, and then you'll have a good
But
situation.
they play the Ench on 4 as well. Like this should be Baboka, right?
Sure.
Like
Yeah, bit of flexibility.
He just plays on the off lane together with the Doom, rotates around the mid lane. You can pick something different for the safe lane. You can at this point you can even think about getting well, Monkey King banned out, Slark banned out.
Go on, Ursa, go 3 for 3 or what? What are we
3
saying?
for 3. Yeah, they're just getting all of these very good counters
And
in the
thankfully
lane.
for them, Team Asta already banned Luna on their behalf, right? So they don't have to worry about removing it
Doom,
either.
yeah.
So they making sure. I think you ban Ursa here. We saw earlier today when they ended up in a very good situation from the side of Extreme Gaming. They
You can pick
one
it as
game,
well.
they banned all 3 heroes. They banned Monkey, they banned Luna, and they banned the Slock as well.
Yep.
They were like, protect this hero at all costs, and there goes the Ursa. So double melee support. Okay, that's something we don't see all that often.
It doesn't, but it is setting up for this like big drow pick or something down the line for themselves. Like there's so much front line in IG, be it either Clock or Timber starting the fight or the reinitiation of Shaker. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see how to approach this. Already something that we haven't mentioned is the Doom pick. It's like, because of a Timbersaw, now it's like, okay, I really want to Doom Timbersaw because if he goes some like Sanj Kai Axe build, he'll be super disruptive. If we don't Doom him, now like Emo or Dust, Nairclaw's going to do well. Normally when you have Doom, the best games are the one where it's like, I Doom one guy and fight's always won. So actually, in that concept alone, the Timber probably has some value. Again, Asta picked Doom into the Timbersaw, so they're the ones deciding this. But it's something they have to be careful
One
for.
nice thing from IG's bans is they also banned all the heroes that are good into the Doom with Ench, right? Like, so he's gonna have a decent time. But do you think this is a meme hammer Doom? I believe so. Like, I don't.
It should be.
Yeah, is anyone
It's
building?
difficult though, right?
It is.
Into
like,
Shaker
Shaker
and
Clock,
Clock, like
yeah.
either of them exist in that lane, you're going to get Rocket Flare into Barrier Assault or some cogs, or Shaker just fissures from distance. So it's like,
It's hard, but I guess it's about the towers and the region you get from. Like
There was a one game we saw in the region where somebody skipped Meme Hammer, and that Doom felt
How dare you.
very lackluster. Because he
Also
went
happened-
Midas Blink, I think.
it happened as well yesterday in Europe, where he DM on OG went Midas into obviously to BKB, and it worked out pretty well because his read on the game was like he was uncontested in lane, so it allowed him to be like, you know what, I don't need towers at this point. My team isn't trying to break down the map, so I think it's dependent on the entire team and what they're trying to think about.
Oh,
so-
TA Tusk.
They banned this earlier as well, Extreme Gaming. When they picked the Timbersaw, they took out TA. This was the other hero that we've seen in the past do fairly well into the young hero in the lane. What's interesting about this draft, Blizzard, is that Xiangye's his hero pool, as it's expanded, Timbersaw is included in that pool. But we have seen this Timbersaw in the region played middle. We've seen this SF being played both mid and safe lane. And they have the 24 pick on the side of IG. Feels like it's a fairly difficult final banning phase for Team Asta, given
is.
that these heroes can move around quite a bit.
Yeah, you can easily put the SF and the Clock on the safe lane. SF though, like he's one of those heroes. It depends. Like if Tusk is safe lane, I believe he is with a TA. Like that's he can be 4 as well. Basically, what I want to say is that as Enchantress, if you're playing that 4, like even with the Doom in the lane, you can really pressure the SF. Like it can happen. If he steps out, like if he raises a couple of times, gets a little bit too far out in the lane, you find a good creep, you can take him down. You can pressure him. The Clock is irrelevant at that point. But yeah, we'll see. It all comes down to how they decide to lane. And as you said, SF very versatile. It doesn't even have to be safe lane for IG.
Yep.
They've got what? They've got somewhat of a late game in the SF. They've got enough of catch and disables they've got this Timber to do whatever in the team fights. They just need one pick to tie it all up together. I think their team fight overall is maybe a little bit lackluster.
So they have to pick first on the side of Team Aster in the final phase here. One thing I look at their draft is, they have this Tux that can go in, but I still want a little bit more forward-facing hero that can make things happen for them and control tempo. We saw TA middle. I wasn't really convinced by this. What do you want to see Aster round out their draft with in the mid lane?
They just need someone who creates the fight and opportunities to engage on. So already they're banning Storm. I think Puck as well would be pretty okay, just because when you look at Aster's lineup, it's that one pick equals Roshan. That one pick equals, wait a second, let's continue progressing the map. Sure, Doom, of course, has a bit of a cooldown, but everyone else, it's like, there's no cooldowns. It's just go, go, go. So I think, Storm is a good ban. Puck's pretty up there. Again, the DK ban from Aster might be trying to bait the Puck ban, so maybe they have a different hero in mind, but still, I think anyone who can just start the fight and punish the fact that IG, they don't really have clean lockdown. Like, you can't rely on Clock Shaker to be your initiator on these really elusive heroes, and if you are to blow them up, Aster then's going to thrive with BKB. So, yep, the DK ban baits the Puck ban into the Pangolier. So, a very skirmishing lineup from Aster that can potentially punish IG's just lack of CC,
Some
really.
Bloodsuka?
Yeah, maybe.
You get some Bloodsuka here, you have the SF, the Bloodsuka. It's not the greatest combo, of course, I would say. Like, overall, I'd still rather see some more, like Tiga talked about, some more completion to this draft in a way of initiating and in a way of team fight. And then you have the SF as your overall... Wait, Tiny is in the pool, like something
Tiny
like that,
is in the
perhaps.
pool, yeah.
It's maybe an option.
I mean, Tiny is pretty nice. We've seen Tiny just do generally quite well. It fell off for a while within the region. Everyone was just completely ignoring it. But it came back earlier today. Nothing to say, played it to great effect. So we'll see if IG have a similar read. That'll also make their lineup extremely beefy. Like having these 4 strength heroes, Tiny from the mid lane can start fights on a short cooldown.
One question is, like later on in the game, how do you deal with refractions if you get to that point, right? Like how do you deal with TA? Right now, SF, Clock, the Timber a tiny bit, I suppose, but once the BKBs are up, it can get rough.
Timber mid, give me some off-lane Venom like we see in other regions. Shame.
Cup of pain. Well, there's your refraction answer, at least before the BKBs do come out. It's a hero that can do a lot more burst damage as well. And Emo's playing the Queen of Pain, but he always plays the win condition, so they're putting it back into the mid lane.
Mid, yeah.
And they want this to be as high dynamism as humanly possible.
It's more of dominating the lane, I feel like. Like he's dominating, should do well against the Pango, and then you have this hero that brings the burst damage that's necessary with the Shaker, with the Clockwork. So you'll have the initiation from the two of them, and then Quap to follow up with all the damage. I hate it. I hate it. I just don't like Quap overall. I think she had like one good season where she was kind of broken with the talents and the power threads build when she has like minute 10, 1500 HP.
But
that
you're not
was
feeling
good.
it here.
I'm not feeling it any longer.
What about you, T? Who do you feel here in terms of drafts between these two teams?
I think IG honestly have just really nice scaling in this game, where their early lack of like teamfight control will be fixed through late game tankiness and itemization. So it's all on Aster to like break the map early, utilize Pango, TA for Roshan. So I think there's just kind of a bit of a timer on Aster to some degree, but this should be a very back and forth game. I'd be surprised if this was like some 20-minute stomp like we saw in the previous one.
Well, we're hoping that it's a back and forth game because this is a third, fourth place decider, and those games are much more entertaining when they go the full distance. To find out if that is going to happen in this particular series, we send it over to our wonderful casters. We have our boy B-Cup and the lady like Lacoste. Take it away for game number 1.
Thank you very much, Lacoste, and Snare for introducing me to Lacoste as coming into game number 1 between IG and Team Aster. Aster, it's been a rough road recently. They just continue to fall down the table as, well, they've lost their last 3 series to YBB as well as Extreme and LGD. It has not been fun to be Aster. What do you think of this draft so far?
I gotta be honest, I like IG's draft more. I think this is a really, really good Queen of Pain game where she doesn't have a single counter that she's playing into. It's gonna be like at the early levels, earlier points, like you have 1, maybe 2 levels in Blink Strike, so gotta be a bit more careful how you approach these fights. But other than that, like you don't care about TA, you can jump over the shards. There's one counter that's gonna be Doom, and I also like the counter that they have against Doom. This is Shaker. You don't want to take a fight, you Fisher, like even like you just block them off so they can't get close. I think T Governor had a really good point that this might be really back and forth game. I don't see this being a stomp by any means. Astro, of course, they are gonna threaten Roshan at the early, like 15-ish minutes. Teso and TA plus Pango tag team Enchantress with a creep. But yeah, knowing Emo, he's the player to look at in this game. Like his performance, if he does well, I think they win the game.
Yeah, they have him on the playmaker, this Queen of Pain, and you know he has switched to the safe lane when he used to be that mid. He had at one point called himself the god of the mid lane, and you know he would play like a god with these heroes like Queen of Pain. So it's interesting to see where they've got Dust on the Shadow Fiend and what they're going to be able to accomplish with these heroes. While for Aster, we've seen good performances from TAs in the past. We saw a great performance from a Doom yesterday, or, well, for some earlier today with the OG roster. They had DM on the Doom, and it felt like he was playing perfectly on that hero. With great execution, Doom can be one of the strongest heroes of the map.
Yeah, this time around, XXS, he already knows what he's going to go for. It seems like it's going to be Meteor Hammer, Hand of Midas into BKB. No shenanigans. Emo will reconnect back to the game immediately. I love watching Emo on camera. He's not clicking at the moment, but he does have like 300 APM at least.
I'd love to get an APM.
He's going to
stat
play
on
like
him.
this. Yeah, I want to see Emo playing while standing.
You think anybody does? Like they have a standing desk?
Probably. I mean, it's good for casting. I'm not sure how good for playing it is.
Yeah, it would be interesting. You get a little bit more blood flow. I feel like you're just more energy out and about. We see Emo trying to get everything squared away, puts that headset on, types in G. He's ready to go. And so are we coming into game
look
number
at the
one.
clicks. Game is paused. He's clicking everything.
Yeah. Do you click that much when you play Dota?
I do. I
High
click
APM?
on my courier. I click on the different sides of the map all the time. And Emo with another pause.
We see Jang Yu looking over at Emo like, all right,
bro.
come on. What's going on here? What are you doing over there in the god position? You can see maybe Pichu not too happy about it. They're already looking a little bit annoyed, waiting for the unpause to come, but somebody's trying to fix it, it seems like, and maybe it's a headset thing, because you could see, you know, Emo's taking off the headset, trying to fix some audio. That's my assumption.
Yeah, maybe the Windows update, you know, it always messes up with the audio. Somehow manages to find a way. Either it's Dota, Discord, Ventrilo, Skype, whatever.
Ventrilo, okay.
We're going back in time.
Raid
Whatever
call.
you're using,
Yeah.
MIRC.
Jeez.
That wasn't an audio program, but whatever.
Going old school there. Do you ever cast from home and just have Windows Update automatically start? Your
No.
computer is restarting. What?
Never happened to me.
Oh. Just me? Okay. Yeah, he's trying to figure it out. You like this voice line? This alliance? Muda, 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 muda.
Not sure what it means, but yeah, I like the spammy ones.
Yeah.
This one definitely sounds like one.
There's a spammy one I've heard once before. It's Praise the Moon of Mene.
It's a good one, yeah.
So we're getting word that it is from anime. So,
How do you not know that?
How do I not know that? Well, you know, the days of me watching consistent anime have not been long past. I just can't. I have trouble committing to
Bobica wants
some of
to
these
go.
animes. Yeah,
Bobica is
5v0, of course. Yeah, that's me in a pub where I'm spamming F9 to get the game unpaused.
What if he unpauses and gets Rampage, pauses the game, they come back,
What happened?
Bobica has Dragonlance
To start
1 minute into the game.
Yeah. Yeah, so that says death, 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 death. I don't know which anime it's from, but you an anime enjoyer over there?
I've seen a couple. I watched Dota 1, of course. I watched Castlevania. That's a good one. Probably my favorite one. Death Note.
Any good ones? Death Note's okay.
Death Note, well, yeah, that was a long time ago.
Yeah,
Not sure
yeah.
if I watched anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! And stuff like that. Pokemon before when I was younger.
So, when you were watching Yu-Gi-Oh!, did you then buy Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards afterwards?
No, I did buy Pokemon cards.
Okay. Well, nobody knows how to play the Pokemon TCG game. Or at least when I was growing up, nobody did. We just
So you just collected the cards?
Yeah, but Yu-Gi-Oh!
That game wasn't really complicated.
I didn't know how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Either. So we just played like it was the TV show because the rules didn't matter in the anime. They were just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3 of them right now, and I win. I'm Kaiba. Meanwhile, in the card game, you had to like sacrifice, and there's special ways to get these cards out onto the battlefield. I don't really understand it. The show just seemed to just skip rules.
No, I was a Pokemon trainer. I was actually going to the tournaments in Pokemon cards and got a couple of badges as well.
You left town when you were like 11 years old, and
Yeah, I actually had to leave town because the tournament was in a different city.
that's the Pokemon dream.
Actually, now that I'm thinking, where are my badges? Who took my badges?
Were you on the
Probably
road to
my parents' house.
Were you on the road to Viridian City?
No, I was road to Zagreb at the time.
Same thing. I feel like those are close in spelling. But yeah, the Pokemon TCG always confused me. There was this great Yu-Gi-Oh! Right after he beats Maximilian Pegasus. Sorry, spoilers. There was this great part where Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Yugi, he has to go up against Duke Devlin in Dungeon Dice Monsters. You remember that?
No.
Dimension the dice. And he pushed the dice into the screen. How did he do that?
You seem super hyped about
Dude,
it.
that was my favorite part of Yu-Gi-Oh! The card game didn't matter. Dungeon Dice Monsters, chef's masterpiece. It was so good.
We have 9 out of 10 in the lobby. In the game.
Lobby
The only
game.
one who's missing is Emo.
Still. So hoping he comes back soon. So yeah, you dimension the dice. You would get and Joey went against Duke Devlin, and if he lost, he had to be Duke Devlin's cheerleader in a dog suit. Obviously, the show's not called Joey Wheeler; it's called Yu-Gi-Oh! So Joey got slapped.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that he actually won. It's like,
and then Yugi had
I
to go
like
get
the
revenge.
good twist. When I'm watching a movie, I don't want to see good guys win, but
Yeah.
with anime, with a show that you said, called Yu-Gi-Oh! Of course he's gonna win.
Yeah, he's there, and Joey Wheeler is just trying to support him. Hey, Yugi, go get Duke Devlin. All right. Oh, it's the name of the show. It's Yu-Gi-Oh!
I gotta say, Beakup, I have not seen you as happy. Like
Talking about Dungeon Dice Monsters and Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, yeah, you always get to throw the Joey Wheeler accent out there. It's pretty fun. That game made no sense, too. He's like, I got 3 different dice of 4 different colors. And here they go. This one means attack mode. I had no idea what was going on. They made a whole video game out of it, though. It was on the Game Boy Advance. Great system. Had the Onyx Silver Game Boy SP, the one that flipped open.
Oh, you were a rich kid, weren't you?
That was me trading in a lot of things to GameStop back when they gave good value.
Let's go.
So into game 1 we go again, and let's see if this is gonna stick around this time. Looks like Emo's all set. You can tell by the amount of clicks and tabs he's pressing. Looks ready to go. So here we are. Bounty runes are spawned. And it's going to be 3 for 1. XXS, stealing that one away from Dust. We have seen Bobica on this Enchantress. I love talking about it. He feels like he's always trying to be Yugi, the main character. He'll go into the impetus pretty heavily. Dragonlance. Sometimes we'll see that Hurricane Pike from this 4-position Bobica. Enchantress. So
Pichu. He also does have a block of his own. Shaker plus Tusk. You can choose where you want to take these fights. Near the ramps, BYW will block off the creep wave, so they are close. The creeps are closer to the tower. And Emo starting with Scream of Pain.
Well, how do you feel about that? Scream of Pain first, Emo now moving mid. He's back to the mid lane. He should have confidence with this hero.
It's for securing the range creep instead of going for Shadow Strike, so you still deal damage, you push out the wave, you secure the range creep, deal some damage to Pangolier as well. XWY, using Shield Crash, Emo, as soon as he gets to that level 2, puts a point in Shadow Strike. This is no blink, I would say, until like level 4, maybe even level 5, because he doesn't care about rotations. This matchup is really good. Oh, God.
Monet blown up here, and PYW helping out JNU. You know, he's on that revenge tour right now.
I definitely didn't expect this one to happen. Good Fisher block, and we've seen lately that Timbersaws are going for Whirling Death Timber Chain instead of getting points in reactive armor. So they want to maximize their damage output. Great start for Timber in this game. First Blood, just 100 gold away from Ring of Health, so doesn't need to put points in reactive armor.
Yeah,
or at least early on.
It really makes you think, right? Because reactive armor is like this great spell, this great passive. And if you're skipping it to go for Whirling Death and Timber Chain, like, it must be a great combo. And we have seen how strong it is. It's kind of disgusting. XXS getting the kill there on QIQX. Let's see what he's doing. We saw yesterday an interesting one, and going to do the same. So going level 3 on the Devour. May not even take it there. We have seen some Dooms kind of hold off on it for a moment.
Bobica, again, very annoying. Uses all of his mana pool early on just to get those impetus shots in. And they do get a kill. I mean, I love level 2 Infernal Blade on Doom. It gives you so much more kill threat. BYW.
Just the fight over there while bottom they're trading XWY. He's also getting pushed out of lane with that Shadow Strike. Not a fun time for him in this lane at the moment. Emo has gone 2-0-1, so no blink retreat for him.
Oh no, he missed a raise.
Yeah, that means not a lot of damage coming out on an XXS, and they're still gonna chase QIQX, and they will get the kill with the Scorched Earth. Dust might be next on the menu. Infernal Blade in a second. They're still chasing. Bobica has impetus, and they'll get the kill on a Dust.
That's like 500 damage from 2 impetus shots from Bobo. This lane not going well. This is a disaster already. XXS with his Doom, point in Infernal Blade. As soon as he missed the raise on Shadowfeed, they start to play aggressive immediately.
So it ended up being 1,200 damage from the Doom and 700 from that Enchantress in that bottom lane. I mean, a typical Bobica, right?
Pretty much. Queen of Pain doesn't have a point in Blink Strike, and this is what we mentioned. So Bobica will make a rotation here.
They have the Centaur to throw out that War Stomp. Now they'll go to the Scream. Bobica just throwing some damage out, and like you said, he doesn't have that blink, so he's just getting run down. If they keep the vision, they've got the enchant. He needs the shot to get the kill. So Bobica coming in and getting a kill on an Emo.
What a nice read. He knows the matchup. It was probably also XWY who calls it, says Queen of Pain's not gonna put a point in Blink Strike because she wants to play as aggressive as possible. And then he finds a really good creep, gets the kill, kind of shuts down this aggression from Queen of Pain, and XWY is recovering in a bad matchup. Let's see if Dust can land those raises now.
Yeah, there's a raise. XXS, nobody to help him out. Infernal Blade, he'll die. Goes down to Dust. They just don't have Bobica there as he is still sitting over mid. So he gets boots, and Bobica 5 CS, but he is sitting with a decent amount of gold. He's actually pretty close to where XWY is because he's getting slapped a little bit in this lane.
5 CS, 4 kills involved.
Yeah, 4-4, he's 100%. Doing a great job. So he's got this Wild Wing, now he's got access to the Hurricane. And with XXS coming over, I would assume Hurricane to pull him back towards the Doom. But good job there by QIQX to throw the cogs down.
Infernal Blade did not connect. If he gets hit by Infernal Blade, that mini stun would be able to chase him down under Impetus. And Enchant is also available. Dust.
Yeah, bottom lane again, impetus shots, and Dust just forced to go onto the tower. Lost the Wild Wing, so didn't have access to that Hurricane. It was still on cooldown for a little bit anyway. Things for Aster, despite mid not being that great, look okay overall. I think that's also due to the fact that Bobica's kind of having a game right now.
He always does. When he plays Enchantress, we'll get Observer Ward. We'll get the Sentry, which does allow him to backstab Queen of Pain. Potentially one more time. Emo, this time, does have Blink Strike available.
I was going to say, if he didn't have Blink available anymore, that would have felt really bad. Impetus shot, double damage picked up for Emo. Fissure on XWY, and there's the blink back from Emo. He's got 3 heroes here. Battery Assault with the cogs, and the kill onto Bobica. So this time the rotation doesn't go right, because fortunate for Emo, he picks up a double damage. XWY. Ooh, shards. Emo, he blinked in.
Classic Emo. Let's
Does
go.
not have himself a blink out, but he does have the damage and just running
Make
in.
it triple.
XWY getting himself Pichu. Triple kill for Emo.
Love the aggression. I love when he plays like this. Goes for these kills. They do scout out the big camp that has been stacked near the enemy outpost, and PYW in the right spot behind him with the Fissure secures triple kill for Emo. I said that Emo, if he's the one having a good game, that they have really high chances of winning this one. Puts another point in Scream of Pain, a bit low in mana. Maybe someone wants to die, refill his bottle. Oh no, XXS.
Yeah, Raze is coming in. Battery Assault, Cogs in the kill. QYQX taking out this Doom. So they've got the enchant to slow down this Clockwork, but just don't have the damage.
They were kind of off to a bad start in this bottom lane, couple of kills, but managed to recover. Dust going into Mask of Madness next. That's what seems to be the case. Wants to amplify his farm as much as possible into Dragonlance BKB so he can farm the triangle.
1K net worth lead right now for IG. And their 3 cores are really starting to pull up and away. Monet, he's sticking close to the bottom core on IG, but now with how poorly XWY is doing and with the Doom slowed down a little bit, Monet's got a lot of pressure on him to break out in this game.
Here it comes, the bottle refill. I want to see them play more around Emo. Both supports are there trying to secure the rune. It's going to be Arcane. UIW.
Fissure.
Forced to pick it up, but this will result in a kill.
Yeah, Pichu's gonna die eventually, I'd
Oh,
say. No.
Nice play there.
Is under attack.
He tried to go for it, but a little bit of bunk
Unable
hits
to get
his
to the high
head
ground.
onto the cliff. They should know that there is vision now, considering the play that he decided to go for. Echo Slam, not available yet, PYW. Thinking about going for this big camp.
Yeah, all right, you could try. Or
Nah, he's going for. He's going
is
for
the ward worth it?
Yeah, yeah.
Tumblr's toy. All right.
Loses 600 HP.
Value Town. Jiang Yu, he'll Timber Chain away. They see the stack. They gotta see if they can maybe try and swipe it. Especially with Scream of Pain almost to level 4. Maybe possible. I'd be interested to see it. They're gonna go bottom. They want to shut down XXS again. But he is level 6. 2-3-1 build. That means no Doom on Doom.
Oh, it's 2-3-1-1-1.
Ah,
So level 7 on Doom while he's actually level 6.
Radiant's courier has been
Emo, ready to jump in.
yeah, jumping forward, Shadow Strike, and there's the ult. Easy kill on XXS. Emo coming down to the bottom lane, but Emo taking some damage, and XWY makes the rotation to get the kill onto the Queen of Pain, as well as find QYQX.
Dire's bottom tower.
This is a problem with Queen of Pain. You misposition yourself at these early levels. Blink Strike, you get in. It's a long cooldown, 12 seconds, so you're just like a normal hero, and then you die. So who got the last hit? It was XWY, 400 gold for him. Monet, near the outpost, getting those big stacks. PYW, maybe thinking about getting in, stealing some of these big ones with the Fissure, level 3 Fissure. There's also Lance of Pursuit inside that camp.
Yeah, on the ground, but he won't get any of these creeps, and they will pick up that Lance of Pursuit.
Dire's top tower
Jiang Yu?
is under attack.
1-4-2-1, so a lot in on the Timber Chain. Chakra, Meld Strike,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
and a little bit of damage spilled onto the Timber, but nothing really doing. And there's that Mask of Madness for Dust. So they smoke up. They're going towards top. They want to shut down Monet. They feel like he's the only one who's really progressing in the moment, but XWY, with the kills that he got, he recovered into the middle ground here in the net worth. Traps down, hookshot lands, Monet in some trouble. There is nobody here to save this TA. He has been all alone for a while, and that means that IG are going to abuse that and get the kill onto the Templar Assassin.
two supports on IG doing one hell of a job, rotating, getting the kills. You see QIQX involved in 5 kills, PYW in 6. Didn't die a single time, finds a really good item for himself, Tumbler's Toy, so that's extra mana. Doesn't need to go for mana boots this time. We'll probably go back to mana boots at one point, but 1,000 gold away from a Blink Dagger on Earthshaker without even taking a tower. They take a tower right now, so some extra gold from that as well. Oh.
Echo Slam, Fissure, but there's the Snowball, Swashbuckle, and PYW getting chased. Good shards to block him in. Rolling Thunder with the Shield Crash. They'll get the kill. But Ulti
Nice
and
Sonic
XWI
Wave.
and the Sonic Wave will drop to 4 heroes combined.
Not sure what the plan there was for PYW. This is level 1 Aftershock. It always looks so cool, but in terms of damage, it really isn't there. But in terms of trade also, not that bad. They trade Pangolier, who's still 300 gold away from the Fusel Blade, so delaying his timing on it. Now Witchblade picked up by Emo. It's going to be some extra overtime damage. Also want to see if he starts to put more points in Blink Strike. Leave Shadow Strike only level 2, so he can maneuver inside those fights. Get maybe level 10 talent, 11 strength, too good of a talent to pass on.
Wait, you don't like the 20 damage?
20 damage is also fine, but extra 220 HP just feels too good.
Yeah, it's a good chunk of HP. We'll bring him about 20% more HP with that. Monet near with Bobica and XWY. Also has Pichu. Trying to do his thing, and going here on the Dust might be the right call if they're able to grab him, but they've also got Clockwork off to the side, ready with a hook shot if they do make that play for a counter attempt. And there's the trap, Snowball, Requiem.
Ooh,
Snowball
that
hits
was
right as
close.
the Requiem is about to go off. Now they've got the Walrus Punch.
Try again.
Can he get this ult off? Yes, he can. Lands on 3. They'll go after XWY. They'll get a kill on both him and Pichu.
That was nicely done. He's also really tanky. And
the emo. IG.
getting multiple kills in different lanes. This was also just Arcane Rune, Queen of Pain that didn't even commit with the Sonic Wave, but nice Requiem there. I want to see that again. That was beautiful done. They have limited amount of stuns that they can throw at him.
They were putting it, you know, pretty well, but then there's that gap in lockdown, right? Then Requiem goes off. So Snowball hits, trying it again. Walrus
Great
punch.
hook shot from Clockwork to stop that Rolling Thunder, and looked so beautiful. Getting double kill with the single raise. And QIQX also TP's out, gives him the high five.
I'm a big fan of that. No, you can't die. You go for the high five. Always feels nice. Enchant on the QIQX, throws the cogs down, shield crash, and the hook shot over to PYW to get the in the range of the mech.
PYW has Blink Dagger and 100 gold. I don't think you get asked for a better start on Earthshaker. Like, we've seen this hero from time to time. Isn't picked too often. But a lot of the times, the hero does struggle. Like, you see 25-minute Blink Dagger, maybe with the shard in between, because things are not going well. And now you're good to go. Like, you can literally play the game with Blink Dagger Earthshaker for 20 minutes, and you're still going to have high impact.
He's under a ward right now, so they're going to see that he is getting this Blink Dagger. Do they ping it?
Oh, they just smoked underneath the ward.
There's a ping from Pichu. So they know.
Yeah, Pingchu just showed them where they are.
They do have Monet in their sights, though, so it may not matter. Blink, Echo. Monet stepping out right where they were smoked. It's a bit of a surprise where he's at. They still get the kill on a PYW. They throw the Doom on a Zhang Yu. The right clicks are in. The Rolling Thunder is forward. They get themselves a second, so it's not all bad for Aster. They were kind of ready for the counterplay, but losing Monet is a big price to pay for a fight like that.
Yeah. Again, delaying the timing on Team Aster. I think this is not like the best trade, but I think they're also okay, because right now they're putting some pressure on a mid tower. Bobica, oh, he needs to be careful here.
Yeah, he doesn't have any levels in the Nature's Attendant, so
Alrighty.
he'll attend to his wounds while he respawns.
Man, Emo didn't type anything, but looking at his face, it was definitely a question mark.
Yeah, a little bit of a smile. You see a little bit of a smirk. He's happy. He's still clicking away.
He's also thinking, bought a casual Ogre Axe, thinking whether that needs to be a BKB or will I turn it into Kai Assange?
So, it's not the mouse that he's clicking, right? It's his keyboard. So, I'm just trying to figure out all the things he's doing now.
Why would he be clicking his mouse like that?
No, just but I'm noticing he's moving his fingers, like right-clicking to move. It was what I thought it was. But what is he pressing at all these times? Like, that's a lot of button input.
A habit, I would say. Like this, I always did it.
Does he just have a blank key that doesn't do anything, and he's just always tapping that?
I always click my career for some reason.
Doesn't mess you up at all?
No. Well, now that I'm thinking of it, maybe that's why my career dies all the time.
Wonder if he's just constantly moving the camera. I'll have to look at player view. But it looks insane. Dragonlance, Deso for Monet going into the BKB. But we have seen this before. Now you've got this Deso, you need to make something happen. The charges need to come.
Aster wants to take a fight before there are no BKBs on IG. This is the timing that IG is looking for. 2 BKBs go for the pickoff and transition that into Roche. Let's see if they can get a pickoff here on Emo.
Blinks back and showing pretty early there for Monet, and that puts Emo in a spot where he's just sitting around for the moment. He actually doesn't have a TP. So let's see. They don't find him. They don't know he's around.
Sending out the illusions, trying to confuse them and maybe bait something. Right now, they are underneath the ward.
Yep. Snowball tag team, even the Rolling Thunder.
That's a big one.
Okay, Emo with the voice line. It's okay, at least we learned something. But what you've learned is that Rolling Thunder has found you. At least for the moment. And Swashbuckle, that connects. They're right on him. Shield Crash, maybe use the voice line a little bit too soon. Trapped down, Snowball lands. They go to the tag team. They've got the Walrus Punch, and they'll get the kill on the Emo. And, well, that kind of hurts.
What a play from XWY. He finds him there with the Rolling Thunder, not knowing where he is. Just casually rolls into the jungle, and they used everything, pretty much. They used this Rolling Thunder. They showed way too many heroes. Also, we're sitting underneath the ward, so IG used this opportunity and takes Roshan. I think Evo should be pretty happy about this trade.
Yeah, not too terrible, especially you're putting an Aegis into the hands of someone who's top of the net worth for your team. Bobica, the ultra greedy, no heal, 4-4-0 build here for the Enchantress. Let's see, what does he have next on the docket? Dragonlance, maybe Hurricane Pike, I would assume. Could be next. They smoke for IG.
Emo is not there. He's not going to be able to TP, but he can TP, but can't really blink into the fight. They still have tier 1 tower. Warpine Raider will scout things out.
QIQX, he's seen, and Walrus Punch, Bobica off from the side, hook shot. Swashbuckle, Echo Slam on the 2, XXS, he's in trouble. Pops the BKB, Monet gets the kill on a PYW, they got the kill on QIQX. But the Doom onto the Timber, Monet's got a TP, and Requiem won't be in time, as XWY will also say goodbye.
These fights from IG, they look pretty damn solid, I would say. Emo was not in a fight. He needed another like 100 gold to finish off his BKB. Now finally has it. Buys the... Oh, never mind. He wanted to buy the tome, but PYW bought the tome for himself. Wants to get that level 10 talent, Fisher damage. Let's see. Yeah, he picks it up for himself.
So we take a look at the odds there from esportsbet.io. It is favoring IG. Shards and Timber Chain not going to connect. The impetus shot starting to stack up here. And now Zhang Yu will finally get a chance to leave with the help of QIQX. Net worth is pretty even. So far the panel has been very much correct. Back and forth game.
It is. Aegis still being held by Dust for another 3 minutes, going into Manta style next, so he's going to be able to... Ooh. Wow, if that Fisher connects, he bounces off of it, goes backwards. One more right click from Dust would do the trick.
Yeah, he was taking a lot of damage there. Not so safe in the Rolling Thunder. XWI, lowest farmed core at the moment. Not too far behind where Emo's at. Feels like Emo's game is heavily slowed down.
It does tend to happen with Queen of Pain. Like, you die once, you die twice. You need to be like on a constant pressure, going for these kills. Refraction, like we do have some tools to deal with it. Of course, Shadow Strike, Witchblade as well. Clockwork was going for Urn at one point, but decided to chat it up. And now we'll have Blade Mail on position 5 Clockwork. Dust takes the tower immediately. No real contest. 2 traps already laid down to see any kind of TPs near that tier 2 tower, but
Echo in 9.
They want to defend. They want to get something out of it.
Late TP from Dust. Can they defend? PYW, he's still chasing. They've got the Rocket Flare. They have the Fissure. They have the Blink. They'll jump on top. Hook shot. Monet in trouble. Echo Slam is there.
for him.
They go for Zhang Yu. They have the control. They'll have the Infernal Blade. They get the kill on, and they'll make a trade. But IG, they still get the kill on Monet, and that's exactly what you want. You want to get him out of the fight, and XXS force the BKB and TP out.
Knows that there's nothing to stop the TP with, because Clockwork already used the hook shot. Nice spell usage from IG. Does not allow Templar Assassins to use her BKB. They use, like, they lose Timbersaw, but I don't think they're, again, too sad about the trade.
Heaven's Halberd being built for XWI.
We've seen that build being a bit more popular than going for a Shard. Instead, you pick up Heaven's Halberd, gives you that status resistance. You also want to have status resistance whenever you play against Earthshaker, so he can combo you.
Right. Want to be able to get away if he's going Fissure, Totem, Echo, right?
Yeah.
And he's got his Shard already. PYW. Decent amount of farm. He's right here with Bobica in terms of farm. BKB looking for the Requiem. There's the hook shot. Monet now might be in trouble after the Requiem flies through, but he gets his BKB off, and the right clicks on to Pichu. They get the kill. They've got the disarm with the new Heaven's Halberd from XWI. They'll take the Aegis out of the hands of the Shadow Fiend. They already got the kill on a QIQX. Rolling Thunder won't land on top of Dust immediately, but coming back around XXS with the Doom. They have the continued control, and Monet will take out Dust. Zhang Yu now bumped up into the air. This Rolling Thunder is about to end. Swashbuckle, so draining a little bit of that mana, but Aster won't continue to go.
Ooh. Dust also popped the BKB before Aegis. Maybe needed to save it. Emo, I was watching what he's doing in a fight. He was standing on the high ground for like 10-15 seconds, waiting to find a good angle for Sonic Wave to push them away and maybe get out of the trouble, but it didn't really happen. So his contribution in the team fight, literally zero. Nothing, nada.
Yeah, you need more than that, for sure. So, all of a sudden, Aster, they've got themselves a 3K lead. I feel like IG, they've had themselves good early moments here, and I would say have controlled the first 22 minutes or so of this game. It's not out of the way by any means where it's favoring Aster completely, but IG, they got to tighten up if they want to continue to where they've left off so far.
Yeah, I want to see them approach team fights like they did in the first 15-ish minutes. Right now, they are still underneath the ward. Do they have any sentries? They do. Clockwork with the rocket. They even bring the courier from PYW. So right now, the vision from Aster is limited. Roshan could respawn in 2 minutes. I want to see them take another fight. Because SF just finished off his Manta style. Oh no.
They have so much control for Zhang Yu, but they get the hook shot through as well as the cogs around on 2. Chakram out of these heroes. Whirling Death. Pichu, he's going to die. They end up trading supports, but they will finish off Zhang Yu as Monet now has himself 14 charges on that Deso.
He's popping off. A couple of fights, manages to actually deal the damage on Templar Assassin. I don't think I like this Blade Mail and Clockwork. Not sure what this is for. Just, there are better items for sure. If you want to like tank up a little bit more, like Medallion sounds better. Force Staff, always a better item choice, I would say.
Yeah, Medallion doesn't seem to be getting a fair shake.
Yeah, we do see some Solar Crest if there's really heavy on physical damage. because it got slight buff in the previous patch. Nothing too significant, but it's usable now.
Yeah, so we'll see if more heroes kind of want to build it, but it has been an item that has just not been seen much. Blink Dagger for Pichu, and there's that Hurricane Pike for Bobica. No surprise there that he picks that up. He's going into the Hex next. I like this more. I feel like Bobica, after that one game where he went like Ags and all the damage, and then they ended up losing, especially with the shift in Aster and their performances, it's so much wiser to have a little bit more control, go to the Hex, and
he also understands that they are very limited on the control that they have. XWY, he just swashbuckled it, but has the on disc.
Yeah, he's got the A on disc. He's going to be able to survive for a little bit longer. They go to the BKBs on the side of IG. They get the Doom out. It's through in a dust. The right clicks in with the Walrus Punch. The Snowball holding in and eventually will stun him. They'll get the kill, but the Requiem in death as well as the Sonic Wave coming through from Emo. He'll take out Pichu. They've lost us. They've lost QIQX,
oh,
but
no,
Bobica from the high ground. The damage from this Enchantress, he'll still die. They've got the trap, the Echo Slam right on top of XXS as well as the Fisher that lands on it too. They get the kill there into the Doom, but the right click damage from Monet is just too much for him to handle as XWY gets the kill on a PYW, and it's a 4 for 3.
Every single time XXS dooms Shadow Fiend, he doesn't get the BKB off, doesn't get the Requiem, and it was a nice player from Pichu with the Snowball. He did not allow Queen of Pain to use Sonic Wave. Instead, he held that Snowball for a long time, did not want to be pushed back like two of them. They get a kill with no Requiem, but they also kind of, I'm not going to say lack control because there's still Earthshaker, but Earthshaker also had a really late entrance to a fight.
Yeah, Fisher here, PYW kind of looking for the right opening. Dust is already doomed, so he's pretty much dead to rights. He gets a Requiem off in death. And Emo, once the BKB wears off, well, he's vulnerable to this.
And Bobica
just doing
with
so
the
much
Hurricane
damage.
Pike actually gets a couple of those extra impetus shots. He dealt like, I don't know, 3,000-4,000 damage in that fight on Enchantress. PYW still gets the kill, uses full combo, but now things are looking grim for IG. If this keeps happening, maybe Shadow, like I see him going for Scotty.
See the damage numbers. Sorry, I gave a little chuckle because he's got 17,400. That's more than anybody on IG.
Yeah, it's it always
right?
is like that with the Enchantress. I see that Shadowfiend does have Ultimate Orb and Scotty in his quick Y. Maybe Lincoln Sphere might be needed because he's playing into Heaven's Halberd and Doom.
Hookshot connects, Rolling Thunder. That's not going to go off, though, because they've got the cogs. They'll get the kill on a Bobica. That's a good amount of damage taken out of the fight for Aster as Shards just blocking in QIQX, but they're not going to go. Aster, knowing that they've lost Bobica, just backing off for now, and Roche might, you know, in their eyes, might be respawning soon. We know that it's going to be up in 10 seconds. However, they can't risk giving up more if they don't know when Roche is going to come in, and it was close to the full timer.
Maybe if Dusk can try to fake. Oh, here it comes inside the Roche pit.
Oh, Fissure stopping the Rolling Thunder. They'll go in, Aeon Disc. That'll make sure he survives. Oh, Pichu blinking in, and now doesn't really have help. BKB early from Dust. They get the Q on a QIQX. That's Monet with the Desolator damage. The Rolling Thunder comes in under Dust as well as the Infernal Blade. They have the control with the Hurricane to pull him over. They'll get the kill. They've got the Doom. It's on to Zhang Yu. The BKB is going to be popped by Emo. They got the Disarm on a Monet for a second. The Echo Slam on a Monet as well. The damage from Emo with the Sonic Wave. They'll get the kill to the Templar Assassin. XWY pulled in into the cogs, but the Walrus Punch from Pichu, the Fissure, and the Totem with that shard trying to get some extra control from PYW, but they get the kill again on the QIQX, and Emo's in trouble. Hurricane again, pulling him back. He'll blink away behind the shards and TP out successfully.
Blink Dagger is available. He'll get out. QIQX buys back, like he gets dismantled in a fight. One shot, I think one hit actually from Templar Assassin because of that Daedalus. 20 Deso charges, Enchanted Quiver. So many good plays. XXS, this is the second time that he pulls Hurricane, like he pulls a hero with it towards to them, and this doesn't seem like it's going to be a contest from IG. It's being pinged out, but it seems like maybe they could try something. PYW is there. Still thinking about maybe with the Fissure, does have Ogre Seal Totem. needs some kind of a backup.
Yeah, he's got the shard too, so he's able to drop down those totems. He's going to blink into this one. He's got the totem. Age is going to be picked up by XWY. They have the Walrus Punch on a PYW. And the Fissure again, getting the kill on a Pichu and taking the Aegis out of their hands immediately. Bobica backing off. He doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. The Shadow Strike's on him. The totem again with the shard. Getting some lockdown on XWY. Going into the Rolling Thunder. The Disarm's on to Emo. He is just going to watch as the TP just escaping.
Okay, so not too bad. Pango did pick up Shard, so has a Shard of his own. Gives Shard to Templar Assassin, which means that traps are going to silence, something that Timber doesn't like to play into. There's Earthshaker in the background, backlines, but PYW doing one hell of a job with those fissures.
This totem with the shard and the extra control that he has with this shard that he got pretty early into the game has proven to be a little bit disruptive to Aster, but they still have themselves a 9,000 net worth lead. What's the plan for IG to get back in it?
Well, looking at some of the items that they have queued up, Queen of Pain just finished off Kaya Sanj, so no new items, no shard, no silences, maybe just a shard to have a bit more control in some of these fights. Shaker going for a BKB next. Timbersaw also going for a BKB. Heaven's Halberd is the big one. They need to somehow save Zhang Yu so he can get multiple rounds of his spells, maybe 2 usages of Yule Scepter, plus Heaven's Halberd on Templar Assassin. But they also, okay, I'm really glad that Shadowfin changed things up. I talked about him having Scotty queued up. Instead goes for that Linken's, so it doesn't need to care about Doom.
Oh, Emo popping that Illusion Rune. So they go after the Illusion for a second, but they find their eyes on PYW to get the kill onto the Earthshaker. Blink Dagger picked up for Monet. And obviously, it's probably a Swift Blink in his future at some point.
Because he's already jacked, 5 slotted with the Shard.
Wraith
Level
Band.
23. Time to say goodbye to Wraith Band.
Oh. Doom. Every time it feels like it's on Zhang Yu. Blade Mail popped by the Clockwork, but it's really not doing anything. You've got the damage from Bobica, the Snowball, as well as the Shards. The Shards are perfect from Pichu, but the Sonic Wave pushing XWY back as well as Pichu. They get the kill there onto the Tusk, but they take out Zhang Yu, and Emo just barely TPing out.
In the last couple of fights, IG is not there with the whole team. They need an extra hero. Imagine if there's a Requiem landing on 2-3 heroes, or if he lands like 2 raises, couple of right clicks from him. So Team Aster getting those easier fights. XXS, he got that level 20, minus 35 seconds on Doom cooldown, plus Octarine Core. Going into Refresher next, Boots of Travel. Things are gonna be even more difficult now, like double Doom, 1 on Shadow Fiend, 1 on Queen of Pain. You take those 2 heroes out, their damage output is very, very limited.
Dust trying to get an Arcane Blink.
Blessings.
It wouldn't be a bad start to fights if he can Arcane Blink in and Requiem.
You also have Earthshaker to set things up, so 1 Fissure, you blink into Totem, you can delete heroes.
I guess the question becomes, would the Arcane Blink with Requiem be more than just a flash in the pan? Because if it's just a quick little, okay, fear, that's it, then it's not worth it, right? You need that follow-up. You need to be able to get these kills off that Requiem. It's a lot of gold needed to get this item, so it'll be a long time till he gets this. Like, he is nowhere near picking up this item.
Among the hidden ones.
Like you said, PYW trying to get to BKB, so is Zhang Yu. He's got Halberd, and well, it hasn't seemed to be a problem for Monet. He's been able to output his damage pretty consistently. 13,000 net worth lead for Aster as IG, wondering where their comeback lane is. Where can they put themselves as Pichu?
Ooh, that's a sneaky one.
Placing down a ward on the high ground.
Rocket did scout him, so
Maybe
they
they
saw
understand.
him going backwards, so they know probably that there is a ward either behind the tier 2 tower or inside their base.
Nothing really doing yet from Aster. There's a long time left on Roche respawning. Team's pretty disconnected, but we'll see if there's a fight about soon, as they will find themselves QIQX.
That was ambitious.
Yeah, alone trying to take the outpost is a dangerous play.
Skeleton Warriors, look at them go.
A lot of damage onto that tower.
But now it's a 35-minute catapult wave, which means there's going to be 2 of them. Emo needs to
Damage
kill
bottom.
them.
So are they going to group up, or are both teams potentially just waiting for Roche here?
I think they have another fight before Roche, because this is 2.5 minutes before the shortest spawn. With that double damage, with the Hex pickup now on Bobica, I think Aster looks for a fight.
Almost Swift Blink for Monet as well. Big item timings coming through for Aster.
Monet will pick up that double damage in the bottle. Swift Blink as well. This is gonna hurt. Monet might solo Clockwork dies to 1 hit with double damage on if he lands a crit.
QIQX. Cogs down. They know they have him dead. So no reason to use the Rolling Thunder or anything of the sort. Get themselves a singular pickoff.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Back
attack.
into the trees is Emo, and he's just trying to
Oh,
clean
he
up the
might
creep
find
wave.
him.
Uh-oh. There's the Doom, and even with the BKB, this is a problem. I don't know if he gets out of this as the Rolling Thunder comes in and bumps him up in the air multiple times. Infernal Blade and a kill on the Emo. He's dead for 85 with buyback.
He also loses the gem. XXS picks it up. Doom available again in 60 seconds.
Is under attack.
Things are starting to get ridiculous. Doom late game, suddenly 5,000 gold on him. He just picked up Boots of Travel a minute ago.
Yeah, he wants this Refresher Orb. Doesn't want to wait to see if it's Refresher Shard in the next Roche, up in potentially a minute. With double damage, it's a slow, easy siege here for the side of Aster. They do glyph, but eventually Monet should break on through to the other side.
Still has that double damage up and running. These illusions are gonna disappear immediately. I don't know if they want to commit. They could try to poke without Queen of Pain, 37 seconds, waiting. Maybe he wants to use buyback, but if he doesn't, seems like this is gonna be a set of barracks. Monet still holding a BKB.
Blink Echo
He
Slam.
gets it.
Requiem going through, but what can they do with the snowball save? They've got the Sonic Wave as well as the Ogre Seal Totem from Pichu to try and get out. They get the kill to PYW. They have the control on the Emo. He's going to be silenced up. The right clicks from the Impetus. They'll take him out. That's 3 heroes that die, 2 use buyback, and well, Emo, oh boy, dead for 100 seconds. I don't know who really holds here for the side of IG anymore.
And this is going to be potential Roche respawn. Monet with the quick fingers gets that BKB off. And it's going to be 2.5 minutes, 5,000 damage by Monet in the previous fight.
So, long duration Roche again.
All right, Spell Prism as well on Doom. Refresher, Octarine, level 20 talent.
So Doom on a 72.6 second cooldown on my screen.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't work.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I don't know if my screen did the math right or wrong.
It is. Slightly more than a minute.
So BKB
Dire's bottom tower
picked up finally here for Zhangyu. But Infernal Blade, why not use the Doom? QIQX, he's gonna die to the Meld Strike from Monet.
Pops the Refresher immediately also. 2-minute cooldown on it with all these CDR. This is gonna be the last tier 2 tower. And with those 2 deaths, back-to-back deaths on Queen of Pain, Emo, really struggling to find anything.
His game gets shut down. He's now the least farm core, close to what Bobica has in terms of net worth. Dust is gonna try and rat this out and go for the bottom set with the tier 3 pushing into the catapults.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And he picks up Arcane Blink. Maybe this next fight has something to do with them and
Radiant's top barracks
something
are under
for
attack.
them.
Radiant's top barracks has
They
fallen.
will need some big combo. Some Fisher into Totem, Arcane Blink, jump in, Requiem on 2, follow it up by Echo Slam. Looking at the buyback status, Monet has 1, so does XWY. So these are the 2 big ones. Doom,
Ooh, Monet bought out on Scotty, so now he doesn't have it. risky.
I think they understand how far ahead they are. Roshan did respawn. Never mind, not on my screen yet. 25 seconds. On my screen it said he's up.
Same. So
Radiant's top
they're holding the high ground. They'll 5-man smoke again here. IG really need an opening.
They have catapults in their base.
That's an issue. Might have to take care of that, or you're
So
gonna
they
lose
know
that
something
Rax.
is up. Right now, Aster will hold on to high ground. Boboka in a good spot, plants down Observer Ward, and is also ready to break the smoke.
Roche's Refresher Shard. They see that it's up on the side of Aster. They've got that trap in the pit. Emo away from the team. Smoke gets broken. Fissure landing. Now they go. They'll look for the Sonic Wave for a second, but there it is. Thrown over onto Pichu to get the kill there onto the Tusk, but nothing more. They've got the Doom. It's onto the Queen of Pain, and now XXS moving in for more. QIQX, he dies. He's got buyback, and now they've got the Doom out of Dust. So he's trying to run with the Rolling Thunder and the Infernal Blade. That lands. Swashbuckle bashing him out. Monet comes in. They call the GG, and Aster will take game number 1.
Yeah, looked really good for IG. First 15, maybe even 20 minutes, but then they chose a couple of bad fights. Aster, they kept farming. Boboka, like he dominated the laning stage, transitioned into another core one more time.
Yep.
You need to get rid of this hero. If you're playing against Aster, Enchanters can't get through.
Yeah, Boboka continues to just show that he does so much damage on this hero, continues to just abuse these opponents when he's got it. And finally, at least for this game, Aster kind of get on the right track because they had been slipping. YBB, Extreme, and LGD, like, all taking care of business, and Aster, they really want this series. This is a big one for them.
They do. You can tell that they're still, they're playing for DPC points, which always matters. Some extra money involved as well, but they also, want to show that they still are very good. Like when you look at the score, they're sitting at 4-3, which is not where you would expect Aster to be at.
Yeah.
So looking good, I'd say. Aster, there's still decision making in the mid game and late game has always been Aster's really, really solid point.
Yeah, and it shows there. So Aster get game number 1 over IG. And, well, we're going to have the panel break it down and then get into game 2. So, guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And indeed, Team Aster take game number 1 here, finding themselves in a very good position, 1-0 up against the side of Invictus Gaming, and close to securing themselves 3rd position and 160 DPC points. Lizard, you mentioned it just before we went into the game itself, that at some point they're going to really struggle with dealing with this Templar Assassin, with the Refraction. But another thing you mentioned, Queen of Pain. This hero needs to keep rolling all the time. And one of the reasons I can imagine you don't like seeing it is that when the roll stops, even for a second, it just feels kind of like
I mentioned many things, man, and many of those things were wrong. Thank you for cherry picking, highlighting the ones that were correct. Like the most important thing for me would be the Enchantress just dominating, coming out on top. The laning stage was good later on as well, turning into a core. Like Lacoste said, you gotta get this hero out if you're playing versus Aster.
Yeah.
When it comes to co-op, that's the thing. Like this is the sort of a hero Queen of Pain is. You're gonna dominate the game. Maybe you're playing into Pango, you counter him in the lane. You're gonna have some farm, not necessarily. Emo didn't have like an amazing difference in net worth against the Pango, but he had enough, like maybe 1,000 gold advantage. The problem is once you start making mistakes, like this hero just you do 2 mistakes, 2 deaths, and you're done. Like your game is over. I'm like thinking, what do you need to change about co-op so that she isn't like that? She needs some built-in, if I blink in, I have 10% Lincolns or something. I don't know. Like the hero is great, can be great in the game of Dota, but positionally you have to be a master to actually play her right.
And right now, unfortunately, we did not see that work out for Emo in this particular game. Another thing that didn't work out for them here, T, this Shangyu Timbersaw, he was too big of a Doom target. Pretty much every single fight down the stretch, XXX would look around and be like, I either Doom Dust to kill him, but if I just Doom this Timber, that's like most of their presence in these team fights because Sonic Wave will come out, we have BKBs, so we only take the pure damage, we don't have to worry about Scream, we never have to worry about Requiem. It feels like the game just got a little bit too easy for them thanks to this Doom.
Yeah, Doom had a pretty chill game. It also kind of goes for IG. I think their itemization didn't allow them to scale that well into the game. Dust, he had some Dragon Lance, Arcane Blink, BKB Lincolns. It was a little bit awkward from Dust. And because of that, XSS didn't really have to care too much about him. It was like, you're a magic damage carry against our Monet TA, who's going, what is it, Swiftblink, Daedalus, Deso. So for Aster at least, like they look at IG and it's like, you've gone for all semi-core style itemizations and none of you are really getting to that point where you're going to ever threaten this TA. And yeah, I think Aster just had a very comfortable game. And MVP, it's going to be difficult based on that. But
Let's go.
there we go, yeah. I mean, I was chopping and changing between, of course, Monet and Baboka, but it's always refreshing when you see the position for Enchantress get Hurricane Pike into then, should I play for my team and buy like Boots of Bear? No, Hex. I'm just going to straight away have impact in the game. So, no, I rate the MVP a lot.
I think also if you're picking Timber, this is almost always a hero that goes right-click, Enchantress, and she deals with the Timber. Even if you don't doom him, she's the one dishing out all the damage and killing him off in the fights. Especially because as a Timber, you want a Timber chain away, Timber chain in, Timber chain away, and then every time you're going away, there's that impetus. Impetus.
Yeah.
Impetus. Yeah.
Well, for the side of Invictus Gaming, they find themselves on the back foot of Team Aster, going sort of back to what was winning for them before. Playing on Dire side, getting Baboka on the Enchantress, easily able to carry the game from that perspective. Also doesn't really seem to be working out having this XXX Doom in the mix. Started the tour, he was playing like Enigma Beastmaster every time, and he started to play this Doom. It was shaky at first, but they finally seem to have found their groove with this hero and looking really good while doing it. So now Invictus Gaming, they have to come up with an idea. So I want them to see them just ban Enchantress. Game 2. First ban, first
Ban
phase.
It's
Get out of
difficult because it's like, if they're second pick again, they're going to, change a Beast ban for the Ench ban?
Yeah, sure.
I could maybe see it being an option. So again, I feel like if anything, you can give them Ench, but maybe don't pick the Timbersaw into it. On the panel, when we're saying it, I'm like, it's a Timber pick, but already Ench was a counter to it. So maybe don't go for the Timbersaw, maybe go for a different Zhongyu hero, something that can maybe have some group up potential, some early fight, because, I like the fact that IG was playing very aggressive in the jungle. Shadow Fiend, Quap, they were trying to be the active cause. It just was like oh god, no, now this Tusk will always threaten. There's a Doom. There's a lot of single target pressure, and Timber kind of hates that because he doesn't protect his cause. So when he sees like a Tusk or something, or Doom jumping in, he just looks to his cause like, good luck, mate, I hope you don't die. And it's like, meanwhile, he's doing his own thing, right? So maybe just don't pick Timber when they've Baboka Enchantress.
Baboka Enchantress has looked amazing throughout the entirety of the tour. It looked amazing yet again, game number 1. However, their work is not done just yet. Team Aster still need a little bit more to do if they're going to secure 3rd place and 160 DPC points. We'll find out if they have what it takes to make that work happen in game number 2 very shortly after a quick break. So we'll see you then. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Chinese region. DPC action continues here with game number 2 of Team Aster versus Invictus Gaming for the 3rd place slot and an additional 80 DPC points. We're all going to be getting into the draft very shortly. One of the things that we want to see is how Enchantress is handled for this particular game, whether or not one of their teams will ban it, who's going to end up picking it. Feels like that's just become the hero of the region Lizard over time. So you have to have some response if you're going to have any success in these
Do you
kind
want
of
me
games.
to see into the future?
Yeah,
To look into
prophesy,
Enchantress will be banned out.
Oh, yeah?
Crazy. By who?
Yeah. I can't.
You
that's
can't
too
predict.
difficult.
Okay, that's
yeah,
fair.
too
Okay, no
difficult.
worries.
But someone will ban it.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
All good.
After game 1, it needs to go.
It definitely needs to go. You can't have this hero involved. And
I
speaking of,
tried to look so cool and it didn't work.
It didn't
I
work.
was
It'll
going to be so...
come.
No,
It's still going to show
it's
up.
Maybe
fine.
next time.
Yeah.
Before it comes, what do we think about Earthshaker here, team? We don't see this hero
got the
emerging all
odds,
that
brother.
much.
Good job.
I got the odds, yeah.
Go on, sorry.
Earthshaker, how do you feel about this hero?
I like Shaker when it's picked in like second phase as a, we've already not revealed a lot, we've got flex, let's pick a casual Shaker to progress the draft. I don't like it when it's in tandem with some Timbersaw because it's like, it really shows too much, I think, in your draft. It's like, we're going to pick a underwhelming offlane duo that won't apply a lot of pressure, and you're going to have pick of the litter of Anti-Mage, TA, Slug, Ursa, Monkey King, and the Earthshaker will have 0 assistance in keeping the Timber alive. So, wasn't really a fan of that opening, was pretty underwhelming. I'd be surprised if we see that again.
Is that just the Shaker or
It's the Shaker. It's the Shaker
Timber.
that causes the Timber to be bad, because you
Okay.
see Aster, they know this, and they pick up a position 5/4 in Disruptor. It's going to secure Timbersaw if it's laning together. If it's not, there's still all these supports down the line, and we're talking about Enchantress ban. Aster themselves were first pick. No, they're
No, they're
second
second
pick,
pick,
sorry.
yeah, they're second pick.
Therefore, they respect Enchantress highly. They ban it themselves, actually.
They ban it and then they go for this Timbersaw pickup. So we were talking in the previous game about how much pressure Enchantress applies to the Timber. I think they probably had an idea that they wanted this hero for XXX. It's another one of these heroes that he can play well. You take out the edge, suddenly you feel a lot better about picking this first phase.
Yeah, it's a slight counter, I would say, not really a complete one. As a Timber, you don't enjoy being hunted down by those little spears, but it doesn't really matter that much. I'm just, it's interesting because they did let the monkey go through. You obviously didn't have, wait, they didn't have the first pick, right?
IG
yeah,
first
IG
pick,
had first pick,
Snapfire.
yeah. They didn't
Okay, so
sacrifice.
they answered with Timber and Disruptor, but they let the monkey
Yeah.
go through. Like you had Monkey, Ursa, Slark, so one of them gets picked up. IG, they pick the Monkey. You already have a decent lane into the Timber. You're happy with that. You just need to follow up with some more control later on. And the Timber isn't going to have a great time, no matter the inch being away or not.
It's not the best lane though, because Disruptor, if you lane it with Timbersaw, some glimpse back. Monkey's all about keeping close, and of course you have Timber Chain. Maybe there's a boundless strike to cancel it, but again, with glimpse, you'll always be able to at least keep him alive. It will be constant pressure, the survivability in it. But the first pick Snapfire, I actually have not done this at all in the DPC. It's also something Aster isn't doing really themselves. They've been going for Enchantress most of the time. So to enter this game too, where it's like, you kind of want to win it, Snapfire? Like, maybe it's something they're bringing up from their scrims or something, but I'm not seeing any value from history or the matchup.
I guess a ton of damage going into
Sure.
the Timber, right? Like you can follow him up with the Morty's Kisses.
Are they trying to bait the pick as well? Like pick some generic strength here, like, okay, come on, pick your Timbersaw. But yeah, it's a fun change up from IG at least. We'll see if there's like a big picture down the line of why they're first picking it, because it's brand new, at least for IG in this tour.
I mean, they have the flexibility of this. They can play this in the 5 position if they really want to, but they can also put on PYW. His snap is really good. Parrot was something else for Xiangyu. We haven't necessarily seen Xiangyu's hero just yet, so
Yeah, but if you have
there's probably some killer lane they have to come in.
If you have first pick, Disruptor is probably much better.
Yeah.
But yeah, Timber got first phased. They could have followed up with the Disruptor and Monkey King. I would have liked that better. But all right, they went with a snap.
That's the thing. It's like you mentioned. It's like they could just disrupt the first.
They
but
could have disrupted. Yeah.
maybe the fear there is because they aren't banning up Beastmaster. If they disrupt it, then it'll be like Beast Rubik from Aster, and then that's a whole different draft pattern that maybe not comfortable playing into.
Yeah, but I don't think that snap changes that much. Like if you go for that, right? Like I don't think that first phasing Disruptor is going to prompt an instant response of Rubik plus Beast.
I mean, it
And
will
that
prompt
snap
Beastmaster.
changes that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe, but
Like
either way, it's a really interesting first pick. Unfortunately, we won't have an interview to check it out, and if they are to win the series, but yeah, it's one of the weirder ones. And for Aster, now that they have Timber and Disruptor, they are using their draft advantage, picking up the Tiny, because it's now we have a lot of flexibility between Tiny. All three heroes is like different lanes for all of them. IG, they need to consistently just pick strong lanes. Especially when you're first pick and teams are doing this type of draft pattern, you just need to go, okay, we're going to have Snap plus big hero, Monkey King plus big hero in the lane. Like, we don't care if you're flexing, because we'll just make sure our lanes are really good. And Zhong Yu's now got the Primal Beast. That's most likely off lane. And,
Definitely offlane. They beat LGD pretty much with this Primal Beast the other day. And this makes the lane even stronger than it was before.
You can have the Primal plus Snap. That's a strong lane, strong later on in the game because you can get on top of someone, follow up with Mortimer's Kisses. Like, the combination is really damn good. Like, it gives you some sort of initiation versus many glass cannon heroes that are kind of decent into the monkey. So you protect yourself against that. But overall, it's just a Primal Beast. And like you said, like, he dominates with it. If the man loves his hero, pick it for him. It's as simple as that. Especially when you're this late into the whole tour. Like, not this late. It's the latest.
The latest. This is the last game. All right, so they're actually putting the Snapfire in the 5 position potentially as they grab this Hoodwink for themselves. I mean, there's a lot of stuns here. This feels like a pretty good game for the Troll Warlord in the position that he's emerged in.
Like Tigov talked about, like, this Timber ain't protecting anyone, so you have to protect yourself. Troll is probably the best at doing that. He just pops his ulti, you can go on him, he pops his ulti, survives, turns the fight around. Meanwhile, Timber is doing whatever the hell. Like, Team Master's draft right now is chaos.
Yeah.
As simple as that. It's just chaotic.
And IG, they go for the Hoodwink, which is, of course, breaking its Timbersaw. It's a really good lane secure for these meaty offlaners that potentially will have aggressive safe lane matchups, because you have Bushwhack slow, catch, Acorn Shot slow. So it's pretty good on that front. And Aster, their responsive Troll against Primal Beast, the axes, really good at just disengaging a little bit. And I'd assume there's still flexibility there. I honestly wouldn't mind them putting Disruptor with the Timbersaw and picking up another 5, but the quick response is Troll into Monkey King, you lock onto that guy, you're going to probably win the 1v1, and against lane in Primal Beast, unless you really misplay and feed away early kills and give a level advantage to Primal Hoodwink, you should be able to survive the lane quite comfortably.
Well, listen, right now, IG, they still have to find a response at the very end for the mid lane. So we still don't know who's going to be playing what between Dust and Emo. At the very end of the draft here, what do you think is lacking from the 4 heroes that they present, and how do they fix it with this Lightspoke?
Some objective taking isn't really there, but I'm not sure if you can fix that from the mid lane. Playmaking would be also very decent. Like, you have the Primal to go win, Monkey to follow up from the trees, like getting a Spirit from the mid lane. Who's left? Only the Storm?
Storm
I mean, into the Timber it wouldn't be...
There it is.
It wouldn't be that bad, right? Like, you get the Storm, you have some magic damage into the Timber, you get a hero that can jump on top of Disruptor. If the Tiny is flex, it's not great into the Storm, so, yeah.
I want to see DK for Aster. Just like...
I think this game... Won't they just run the Tiny mid in this case and then just get something else?
True,
for
they
the
could
support
easily
role?
have Marauder as well, something. Yes!
Oh, Grimstroke.
One of my favorite heroes we don't see often. I love Grimstroke, and sure, they put the Tiny mid, and Grimstroke, why I always enjoy seeing this hero, especially when you pick it later, there isn't like insane map pressure from IG, so you are going to be able to play a stable game where Grim can sit in a lane at some point and, stroke or fade it out. Against Storm, if he zips in and he gets connected by Soulbind, he can't then zip away again. Same thing for Primal Beast. It's like as you manipulate his movement, it hurts him a lot. And down the line, some Ags still on Monkey King. Like, you have late game comeback potential. I always like to see that with Grim. I like to have that get out of jail free card with the hero. So yeah, overall, you've got Initiation with Tiny to follow up on, Enable Troll with the Dispel of your Shard. It's a pretty cool Grim pick. I like it.
And what do you think here, Liza? Looking at the drafts before you, you called the Emo Storm Spirit coming before it even emerged. Is it going to be good enough to force us into a Game 3 now that you see the response from Team Master?
I think it's good enough. It all comes down to execution, obviously, but I like what IG have got. Like Grim, the last time we've seen it was in a perfect Grim game. This is a decent Grim game. I wouldn't call it like a perfect one.
Well, it's not a perfect game for the Grimstroke lineup, but if for Team Aster, it could be perfect for them if it's going to guarantee a win here, make it a 2-0 affair, and put them in 3rd place in the DPC. Of course, IG and the boys, they have a much more heavy fighting draft than they did in game number 1, so we'll see if they can use that draft to scale throughout the game as well. To find out, we send it over to the wonderful duo of the Brainy B-Cop and the Logical Lacoste. Take it away.
Brains or logic?
Big brains
What would
for
you
the first
choose?
time. Brain or logic?
Yeah, what are you choosing?
I don't know. I don't have brains to figure it out, so I'll choose logic instead.
That's the logical answer to take. Hey, look at that. And we're coming into game Number 2 with Aster and IG. Aster looked really clean in that first game, and IG, it's a little bit of some of the problems we've seen from them where they take an early lead, they don't know how to transition it well enough, and at the end of the day, they end up losing, and it's something that has hurt them at times, but they're in this opportunity to maybe take third if they can win back-to-back.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything you said. I was just thinking about Grimstroke. My boy Grimstroke getting some love again, you know, getting picked again. This time around, going to be played as 4. I believe Kaka has played this hero once during the DPC tour. It always feels like, all right, this is it. This is the Grimstroke. He's got to pop off in this game. Against Storm Spirit, sure, Leech Mechanic, Phantom, always going to be good. You also have hero to play with. This is Tiny. This is Timbersaw that utilize your Inkswell real nicely. And also Monet on the Troll. If there's one player that I'm like... Because Troll is he's been a meme pick for a long time. This hero just always felt like, we're going to pick Troll. Looks good for the lane, lose the game. Getting kited. But Monet's probably the hero, the player that I would choose and say he is one of the best, if not the best Troll player in the world.
And right now they're sneaking around as 5. Emo. Ooh, he is going to be spotted. But do they have the control? They're actually focusing on the Dust. Whirling Death, and, well, that's not going to help you out, tree or not. Get cut down, and XWY gets first blood, which is always good for the mid lane.
You know what should be a thing? If Monkey is on that tree and Tiny picks up the tree, he should hold Monkey.
Picking up a hero grants 100 extra damage on top of whatever it is.
And then he tosses him away.
Yeah, and that hurts you as well. You take damage every time he swings, and then you take damage when you throw him away.
So good start for XWY. I think Tiny is one of his best heroes. Like, he's been showing this time and time again. Now, off to a good start, gets that first blood money. Just 200 gold away from Bottle.
I find it interesting that when push comes to shove, and in a situation like this, IG have moved to Emo mid.
Emo Storm.
Yeah, I mean...
Period. No question mark this time around. Just straight up Emo. He did break the record when he played against Outsiders from China the other day in terms of kill involvement. It was like 40 plus something, pretty nuts. It was also against Outsiders from China, but Emo does know the hero inside and out. Also, they decided to... Yeah, just sorry about that. They decided to swap things around, put XXS in the safe lane, does not want to play into bad matchup for him, which is Monkey King. So right now, running a tri-lane. Not the usual tri-lane, but these are 3 range heroes. So Dust, he's not going to be able to get close to CS. He gets close, Thunderstrike, couple of right clicks, Stroke of Fate. All they need to do is keep the big pool open and keep blocking the small camp.
And this leaves XXS to get solo experience, right? Like, we've seen what Timbersaws can do with a bit of levels, especially with the Timbersaws that we've been seeing kind of foregoing heavy levels on reactive armor. That being said, though, with XXS being there himself, he does get the reactive armor, and I feel like that's necessary when you're low.
Dust is on the trees. He can't get close. So for now, just collecting XP, dodging the axes. Pool is open. Let's see if they stack it. Oh, they can't do anything. Right now, they need to bring a third hero. PYW, TP's bottom, gets that level 2, has headrest. That's going to help out in the tri-lane situation.
Bushwhack, Scatterblast, Boundless Strike, and the Acorn Shot, Bobica. He survives, and now he's turning back. Inkswell onto Monet. They don't get it to land onto anybody, and now Pichu's kind of far forward. Bushwhack lands onto 2 again. Stroke of Fate, throwing axes, Scatterblast. These heroes not dying on either side, but they're all sitting kind of low.
This is it. I love it. It also makes our observer jobs much easier. Look at the tri-lane. I don't think anything's going to happen in the top lane. Timbersaw cannot die, neither does Primal Beast. Maybe once Timber gets level 6, he starts to put a bit more pressure, but it's all going to be about this tri-lane. Monet, does everybody have a stick? They are bringing extra sticks. PYW, he did have really nice performance on the Hoodwink during the DPC tour. This definitely feels like he can kind of carry the game from position 4. Some really sick bushwhacks, 2-3 man connections. XWY.
Toss up in the air.
Combo and Emo.
Fighting back a little bit. 2-0-2 for him. Picks up his boots. Again, top lane trample, but what's it really doing? XXS gonna throw out a Whirling Death. Did he take a second point in Whirling Death, not reactive armor? We'll see if he now focuses on Timber Chain at all, and with that level 4, yeah, he'll put a point in it. All right. So Dust, he's got boots shipping out. Same day delivery. Ink Swell, Cookie, it pops, and now they've got the slowdown, but the Primal Spring from Dust and the Scatter Blast. There's no trees available, and nothing to bushwhack them to.
No one dies.
Again, nobody dies. Yeah. This whole time, though, Aster, they've got a 1K net worth lead because Dust can't do anything in this lane. He's 7-0.
This also means that the runes are going to be open to be grabbed. No one's going to secure the 4-minute rune, the 6-minute rune. We might see a rotation, especially if someone dies at like 540 or something. XWY, he's okay. Does have another water rune to pick up, so he's going to get 2. Emo not getting anything from this mid lane.
Yeah, hustling and hustling to get that water rune, and you can see Emo just dealing with an empty bottle. XWY getting close to that 6, so is Emo. Back over bottom, we see this tri-lane. Everybody's still pretty much level 2. As Monet is 3, and we'll see if level 3s come for the supports on Aster. If they can get anything done, Bushwhack connects, but there's the Ink Swell.
Ooh,
now the
Cookie.
attention's on to QIQX, who came in himself with a Cookie. Boundless Strike onto 3, Scatter Blast slowing them down, but finally a kill for Monet in the bottom lane. They've got a glimpse, and they glimpse back a tree? Dust, he's gonna try and run as the Thunder Strike is on him, the Stroke of Fate lands, and it's 2 kills here for Aster in the bottom lane. Yeah. Oh, and a courier? Oh no.
This is massive. When you said glimpse the tree, I'm like, yeah, he misclicked and actually glimpsed the tree, so now the tree is coming back. How's it go on? Yeah, that Cookie kind of put himself in. The rest of the tri-lane wanted to go back, but he wanted to go in. Cookie puts himself in a dangerous spot, dies in the end, and already, while you have 3 heroes, glimpse.
Bushwhack, Primal Spring, Monet.
Dust can't hit him. The miss chance is way too high.
Yeah. Bobica's kind of in a little bit far here. He's dead. And it looks like Pichu, he's in trouble too.
4 stake charges.
Oh, right click, there's the kill. I have a feeling that they're gonna go from with Bushwhack lands. Uh-oh, Monet. If he dies, this is all 3 heroes dying. I was about to play it off like, yeah, you know, you lose your support. They TP mid, they refill XWY's bottle, it's okay, but then one after the other, and all of a sudden that doesn't sound too great.
That's 2 refills on a mid lane if they want to do it. Let's see, there's one. Refill his bottle. I don't think they need a second one because he's full HP, full mana, so they will TP bottom. A bit of a back and forth. This tri-lane, how's Troll doing? Level 4. I also see that the supports on side of IG are buying raindrops. QIQX has one. How's Asher looking? Grimstroke doesn't have one for himself. Neither does Disruptor.
So now it's Monet and Bobica here as a duo, but they do have XWY rotating and an illusion that won't spot them. They're gonna go for Monet. Boundless Strike again. Here comes the onslaught, and well, Monet's gonna die back to back. But if they can start to trade, this might work out for them. Avalanche lands, Zhang Yu goes down, Dust in some trouble, and he'll turn into the tree. He'll try to run, but there's the Whirling Death, causing a very gruesome one.
5-man rotation from Aster. I think it's time to change the lanes. I think the Monet needs to find a different lane for himself. I think he needs to run to the top instead, because this bottom lane, it's not working out for him. He's like getting some extra goal from all these assists, but wants to be able to get some levels as well.
That could have been a different fight, and our handsome observer pointed out that Emo didn't have a TP. So he couldn't rotate to that exchange.
If Emo rotates, they get at least 1 kill from it. Oh no.
Ink Swell, PYW, but there's the glimpse back towards XXS and another Whirling Death.
This is a tower. Good rotation from XXS. He has Hood available, so against Primal Beast, against Storm, even Snapfire. Oh, that's a solo.
Dead alone XWY.
Okay, things are falling apart kind of for IG. They need to utilize Primal Beast. He is level 6, has phase boots going into drums. All these small items, Dust needs to recover. Of course, he didn't have that good of a start. He got the tri-lane, lowest net worth core at the moment. Supports are also going to be slightly under-leveled. PYW trying to get some XP on a mid lane. Get him closer to that level 6 XXS.
Oh, Pulverize, but he got the Chakram down. Ooh, XXS is still surviving. Finally dies to Emo. They have Pichu coming over. Cookie's not going to land. Ball Lightning, not a lot of mana to work with, but does have the Tumbler's toy to stick with him. Sipping on that bottle. Here comes QIQX again. And they should get this kill eventually. It's just a matter of whom. And it will be QIQX.
Oh no, Dust. A point in Phantom's
No,
Embrace.
he's silenced. He's stunned. He's in so much trouble. He needs to run. Do they have the damage? Can they chase him down? They'll go under the tower. They've got the root. They'll get the kill. And he is turned to dust. Avalanche, toss, combo, kill, QIQX.
XWY has his combo maxed out. Once he hits that level 10, Fairy's Trinket as well, so extra damage from the combo as well. Trying to refill his bottle. Not going to be successful, but XXS TP's mid. After that on a bottom lane. Tower defense for IG is really not there. You don't have like that one hero that's just going to sit there and kill the creep wave, outpush the lane. So right now, QIQX trying to make something happen, but only level 4 as a Snapfire. Definitely needs a tome for himself. And then you can start playing with either Storm or Primal Beast.
Right. Now I have a question for you. Hold on. Avalanche toss, PYW. He is gonna send Emo back. Bobica dies to Zhang Yu. Solo. As while the mid-fight was going on for a second. So a lot of players in this game. QIQX, PYW, XXS. We've been talking about these guys for a while. Have you given it any thought? If you had to pick a name in Dota that was letters, you ever give it a thought of what you would be?
My own?
Yeah, if you had to give it your own.
I don't know. Maybe just an F, because I got all the Fs in the school.
FFF?
I like the QQQ, the old school Chinese player, the coach as well.
QQQ, XWY, XXS.
Weapon X, I like Weapon X, Die, MMY.
ZSMJ. So many names like that in the Chinese region. But then you have names in other regions like Frank and Mark.
Bob,
Frank
and
from
Bob.
SEA. Yeah.
From SA and the SCA.
Yeah. God, what a great one. Just Bob. One of my favorites. Good tier 1, taking some damage here from XWY with the double damage and toss onto these creeps, cleaving them down, getting these CS. All 3 cores for the side of Aster. They lead the net worth. That being said, next 4 are all IG. And that does include the Hoodwink
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
of PYW.
Tiny is way too farmed. XWY, Blink Dagger, Power Treads, 11 minutes plus 1,000 gold saved up.
Oh dear. As is tradition, Primal Beast looking for that first item. BKB, Bushwhack, Phantom's Embrace, and now the Mortimer's Kiss is coming in from QIQX. Sharpshooter, all landing, and XWY, Static Storm, but still enough to get that kill onto the Titan.
Long distance artillery, Onslaught, Mortimer's Kisses.
Dust, Boundless Strike, but Monet is here. Pulverize again, Soulbind, and there's the Ink Swell. They've got the Whirling Death in the Chakram, but this is not a fight going well for Aster. They lost Pichu. Onslaught over to Bobica. That's going to be a third. Dust gets a double kill. And that net worth lead is now gone.
These are also fights without Emo. Emo trying to recover on a different side of the map, trying to get some farm, find that Witchblade, but yeah, good spell usage from IG this time around. Tiny getting blasted. Tiny definitely wants to get like 2, maybe even 3 rounds of spells, but didn't happen. XXS also slightly late to the party. XXS might try to get something here.
Let's see. They've got this Ward Vision, and XXS just kind of farming under it. XWI looking for the BKB after that Blink Dagger. Like you said, he had a solid start. We'll see if they can keep that up. A lot of gold here for the Hoodwink, and right now has Arcane Boots, headdress going into a shard.
Pretty standard build, I would say. Maybe throw in a fluffy hat for a 4-step later down the line.
Yeah, he's got a fluffy
gotta
hat in his career.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's it. That's the one. Yeah, like the squirrel, very squishy.
Bobagut, Phantom's Embrace, Inkswell, Soulbind, Timber Chain, Whirling Death doing some damage. The Boundless Strike. Can they get this kill? They'll toss him up into the air. And Dust, he's going to die to XWY, and QYQX dies to XXS.
Grimstroke, best hero. I just checked the stats for the hero. Picked once, all regions, 100% win rate.
That's your boy Kaka that you mentioned earlier, getting that 100% win rate on that hero.
Yeah, seems like this might be another W for Grimstroke.
And that was that
This hero
Dark
is
Portrait
so
game.
good that whatever spell you max out, it's still gonna feel good. But of course, you want to get that Inkswell.
No.
Speaking of Grimstroke, he just died because you have Tiny, you have Timbersaw. Later down the line, you will have Troll to play with. Going into Shard, just 600 gold away. So the spell mechanic, which is gonna come in nicely, and
It's all
also
about
a
that
bit of a
axe,
heal.
too. I love the Dark Portrait.
It's gonna take some time. You don't farm as a Grimstroke because you want to max out, as I said, like you still want to have Stroke of Fate to push out the waves, lower the cooldown. You want to have 3 points in Phantom's Embrace. You want to have level 10 talent, that -5 second cooldown on Inkswell. Because like the toolkit is nice. It's just that I'd say the numbers are a bit too low on Grimstroke as a hero.
Remember OG Grimstroke, the original release. Pichu going down there to PYW. When Soulbind slowed and this hero was disgustingly broken.
70% slow, yeah. Good old times. Can't move, can't break it.
By the way, we've announced him and released him immediately with all these spells.
Ooh, close one.
Avalanche missing. BKB almost picked up for Primal Beast. So he's getting there. The item you always want with this hero. Disruptor not getting any gold. He is really poor at the moment. Just Tranquils.
This hero doesn't need any farm. It's all about positioning, using your glimpse, finding the right moment to static storm a hero. Emo.
Whoa!
And PYW will snipe Monet.
Yeah, Sharpshooter doing the damage to get that kill on a Monet, and all of a sudden, IG, they have a 1,000 net worth lead. Now, a lot of that is also due to the fact that you've got a Hoodwink that's very farmed over what the supports have on Aster. But at the same time, these heroes are kind of close to each other in the core position. The only one who's really up and above is XXS. Hoodwink given a lot to this game so far.
PYW has been amazing on the hero. Level 9.5.
Yeah.
Does have that boomerang you talked about, so amplifying some of the damage, plus a sharpshooter, and going into Veil of Discord, so gonna be even more damage amplification with Storm Spirit, Snapfire, Primal Beast. I like that he's going for these two items.
Man, Monet is just level 11. But you see some of these heroes, level 13 for XXS, XWY is level 12, 12 there for Zhang Yu. So a little bit of struggling for this troll.
Oh yeah, this is it. Philosopher's Stone for Team Aster. Both supports love to use it. So you're either gonna get one Ags later down the line, either Static Storm mutes, or you get Dark Portrait.
Yeah, Bobica took it immediately.
Of course he did. Can't blame him. Would have done the same.
Second that dropped, he's got it coming on the way, and now look at that gold start to go quicker. Starting to really get some gold under his belt. Emo almost has his BKB. Troll kind of far from his. That Battle Fury only right now. Really could use a lot more space to farm. Really wants to get into the BKB. Arcane Rune top. They are defending it. They see it on the ward from Aster, but not really anything they could do at the moment. I feel like IG, they've kind of hit a timing here, and we'll see if they're able to take advantage. They're spotted under this ward, but PYW going in. Acorn shot, and now the Inkswell Avalanche. That's going to be a BKB pop here by Zhang Yu. They go into the Wukong's command with the Balance Strike landing and the Mortimer's Kisses. They get the kill to XWY. Phantom's Embrace onto Emo, as well as the Static Storm down. Ball Lightning all the way over to Bobica. They've got themselves the Chakram, but they just don't have the damage. XXS is going to die here to dust. Everybody here for the side of IG as they take out 2 and look for Monet, and Ball Lightning even further forward. Monet trying to run. Uproar, Vortex, the control is there. They'll get the kill after the ult is done as they land the Bushwhack, and Monet, well, will eventually fall to Emo as the Pulverize is on a Bobica, and they get themselves a 4th.
Did Bobica die twice that fight, or IG using this BKB timing on Primal Beast? There's nothing that can stop Primal Beast from getting in. He's super tanky, can't really blow him up even with the combo from Tiny. So sitting at 2.3k HP at the moment. They don't kill the tower, but they get a full team wipe. And Emo was holding on to Arcane Rune throughout this whole fight. These Bushwhacks are so on point. PYW understands like where he needs to be with the positioning, and also uses Sharpshooter to break the break that Soulbind.
And you take a look just right on XXS. He had a great start, and he's still top of the net worth at this point in the game, but I just don't feel his presence. I don't really feel much from Aster at the moment. They need a lot more time. They need these BKBs, right?
I think they needed to play a bit more aggressive with this early blink on Tiny with the Inkswell, but they couldn't find the openings.
Bushwhack again, Hunter's Boomerang coming in, and look at the damage. They've got the ult just barely in time. Monet now gonna rip up Dust. PYW getting chased, but Monet now dead, thanks to Emo coming over with the Ball Lightning, but the Avalanche as well as the toss. PYW is gonna die there to the Chakram.
Emo's low in mana, has BKB.
And might be forced to use it. Timber Chain, BKB, onslaught in with the trample on top of Pichu. They get the kill of the Disruptor. Emo trying to fight against XWY as well as XXS. Vortex, Pulverize, Mortimer's Kisses. XXS as well as XWY combined to get the kill. But now, Zhang Yu turning, onslaughting, and silence. Phantom's Embrace, Whirling Death. There's the Chakram. Do they have the damage? Stroke of Fate trying to avoid the cookie. Bobica does a good job of that, but the trample right on top of him. That'll be 4 heroes dead again on Aster.
Ooh, that was clutch. That Troll ulti last second, so they get a kill on Dust. They also get a kill on Storm, but these trades are working out nicely for IG. Zhang Yu popping off in this game. He's all over the place.
All of a sudden, it's a 4K net worth lead here for IG. What is the road back for Aster? They still need this BKB on Monet. They still need an XWY. Although XWY, he's got the Echo Saber, so he could always disassemble and get into the BKB soon-ish.
Next set of items. This is going to be 3 BKBs on Aster. I think this is where they take a fight, because in terms of damage output, there is Monkey King, but that's about it. That goes through Magic Immunity, Boots of Bearing, an early pickup from Zhang Yu. 21 minutes into the game, on top of BKB, going into Kaya Sanj next.
So Boots of Bearing and Phase Boots. Double boots.
He needs 2 more boots, because he has 4 legs.
I feel like we were having this conversation where you said nobody ever buys 2 boots. They want 4 boots. They're gonna go XWY in trouble. BKB, trample on him. Bushwhack, you said it's on point. PYW's been perfect with this. Soulbind doesn't matter. The BKB lets you run in, get the kill, run out. What do you do? Pulverize. Just on a couple of neutrals. So really looking for speed. Phase, Boost of Bearing. The initial D, Primal Beast.
Wants to be able to run
on
in.
the gas.
Even holding onto Tumblr's though, just to be able to close the gap.
So ridiculous. But so value. There we go. Monet has the BKB. XWY now 1,100 gold away from his. I believe BKB is flying out for XXS.
Yeah. Monet has one. Tiny, just a recipe away. Needs another 1,000 gold to finish it off.
Yeah, he's kind of been slowed down, right? Like, you thought this Tiny was going to have such a great mid-game after the start that he had, and look at where his gold's at.
His lowest net worth core at the moment. Oof.
Emo. Taking a look at his items. He's got his BKB like we've seen before. Kaya picked up with his Witchblade, and he's almost level 18.
Scan connects. See, PYW, another Bushwhack and Boomerang.
Sharpshooter, Wukong's Onslaught, BKB, Popeye XXS going after Bobica. They've got Emo off to the side with the BKB, so that will be a dead Pichu. And Monet now needs to run. Toss up into the air, back towards XXS. This is a very tanky Primal Beast. XWY in trouble with the Avalanche on it too, but the BKB being popped by Dust. Aster don't have anything, it feels like, as they are going to continue to run for these heroes. Bobica and XXS need to get behind the tier 2 tower.
It seems like whenever Zhang Yu initiates, whenever he gets into a fight, and he also does have Storm Spirit to play with him, so they can easily close the distance, find these two supports. No, which means no Static Storm or no Soulbind is going to be used. And now, maybe thinking about Roshan, but also, in terms of Roshan damage, they don't really have it. They don't have the sustain. What's Monkey holding on to? He's going Scotty next, which is going to be a big one against Troll, against Tiny. Timbersaw reducing the healing, the move speed as well. Monet? Oh no, no BKB on him. Does have ulti.
Yeah, he's going to be forced to use it. Now go after PYW. This might actually be good for him if he can get these hits and get this kill, maybe get some life back and something under his belt. XXS is coming in, and Emo now forced to TP. He doesn't have any mana, but he'll be able to escape.
Monet coming in clutch. These ultis are keeping him in the game. 2 times he gets a return kill, doesn't die. This is a big chunk of experience as well, getting him closer to level 18, lowering the cooldown on that ulti. And also, he is going for more tankiness, more status resistance. Understands that if they go on him like this one more time, that status resistance could come in clutch. Also, potential tier 2 neutral item with the extra status resistance. So, Monet thinking ahead.
Yeah, Monet trying to really bring Aster back into the game. They're still down 9 levels, though, when you look at the graph. Like, it is a lot that they are behind. 19% difference in experience. That is the difference between some of these supports, like this Disruptor, having level 1 and level 2 on their own. Even Bobica on the Grimstroke. Which, while not being the most significant, because it's just a little bit of a damage increase for Static Storm, there's still a lot here that's being missed out by the levels lacking on this team.
Monet trying to chase Emo.
Oh, BKB even.
Can he get it? Oh!
Okay. BKB or Root, which wins? First hit, Root.
Monet. He's getting way too much. They try to go on him, and he always gets something out of it. Jinyasha now done. Level 18. BKB is all down to 7 seconds, and they like if they win next fight, they can easily turn it into Roche if Monet is alive.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Damn. That is luck. For some Dust. Boundless Strike on no one, but they still get the kill on a Bobica. However, off that, BKB was used for Zhang Yu, and they are looking at Roche.
Guardian Greaves is the item.
Are they going to smoke? Are they going to go for this?
I want them to contest this. Storm Spirit, seems like they don't know about it. This is double damage on Tiny, but as I said, Roshan damage is very limited on their side, so it's taking them some time. They still don't know about it, it seems.
Wow, I'm shocked they're getting away with this. I think Gaster are going to be kicking themselves. Because that... It took so long. Nobody reacts.
It should have been a contest. Especially with Emo being dead for so long. And now Emo trying to get E-Blade. Good kiting item against Troll. Ghost Scepter. Might keep him alive.
Monet, Basher next. But when you first hit Root People, I feel like you don't exactly need it at all times. But it's always nice to have, of course. Standard item. We'll see if Luck's on his side, how many bashes he can get. Quickening Charm dropping for IG, so see who wants the CDR. Titan Sliver. Does he swap that for Mindbreaker, or does he give that off?
Both are really good, because he does have status resistance. I also think he might just get more status resistance. It's good for damage. Tiny can hold on to Mindbreaker if he wants to, but for now, just opting to go for Blast Rig, a bit more defense.
Oh, Zhang Yu with the blink, the BKB, attempting to get something done. He does force Monet's BKB, but nothing happening afterwards.
Monet was like, do I get another root? If he got a root, I think he would commit. That's why he turned.
Okay. I'm thinking about like the odds of that, the percentage chances coming in. You know, 20%. Feels kind of nice, right?
It's not 17, you know. Every 5 hits, 20%.
Or every 1 hit if you're Monet at the moment.
Is under attack.
And he's got the Basher. So the percentage is now 25% chance to bash, 20% chance to ensnare. Well, it's a lot.
Aster has 2 hexes queued up. One on XXS. XXS is also super tanky on his Timbersaw. Kai Assange, Ogre Seal Totem, BKB, 4,000 gold. And Bobica swapped things around. We talked about the Aghanim Scepter, but holding the Philosopher's Stone. Wants to be able to put that extra control, especially with the Soulbind.
I was really hoping for Dark Portrait.
He committed, so can't really change his item build now.
Dire's bottom tower has
Yeah, ulti orb. See how long it takes him to get that Hex. As in terms of farm, the supports are much lower on Aster than they are on IG. QIQX, he's got Guardian Greaves on this 5-position Snapfire.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And that's really how much farm he's getting, and that's without the shard. Like that extra little bit of like cookie farm that you get. Monet. Bobica. Spotted. Avalanche on a 3. I think it also hit Emo. That might even be 4 heroes that were locked up for a second. Bobica's going to die, get the Soulbind down. They go to the Wukongs. XWI trying to get out of the circle. Ball Lightning. There's the Vortex. Monet controlled, killed, gone. Emo looking for more with the BKB being popped, going after XWI. They'll go to the dust and they'll buy back up Bobica. They've got the static storm as well as the kinetic field. It's around onto all these heroes, but they just don't have the damage. Oh boy, they look over QIQX. They get the kill, the Tick of the Aegis on the hands of Dust. But now Emo killing off Bobica. They've got the respawn on Dust with the Boundless Strike missing on Pichu. Emo is in vision, Timber Chain, Whirling Death. Emo's just gonna die here.
XXS carrying the fight for Aster. 1 buyback from Bobica. Imagine if Troll gets the ulti off in the previous fight, because he dealt literally 0 damage there. 135. That's Wild Axes. Whirling Axes, not Wild Axes. This is not Beastmaster we're talking about. But Emo also zipping in. Classic Emo move, I would say. And one of the reasons why he has Blink Dagger in his quick buy now. So doesn't need mana to get out.
This Avalanche hits 4 heroes, and Bobica, he dies so quickly. They do get the Soulbind off, but there's nothing to follow it up, and look at the control that they keep on Monet.
Even with status resistance from SNY plus Titan Sliver, it's still not enough to keep him alive.
Great Static Storm and Kinetic Field. This is what even gives them just a chance, right? Ogre Seal Totem hits Dust and Zhang Yu. XXS focuses his attention onto this Primal Beast, but is able to onslaught away. And Emo gets a triple kill, but after that, he ends up dying. And there's the Hex on XXS.
This is a big one.
XS.
So you can Hex 2 targets, and also Monet's going for Satanic, so that's going to be like even more survivability, needs that, like they need some kind of a defensive item. There is no Force Staff on their side, only like a Glimmer, but if Pichu is not close to use it on it, like they can still burst Monet from 100 to 0.
Sharpshooter, Ball Lightning, Hunter's Boomerang, and they'll kill XXS with ease. That was very fast. A lot of damage being done there by Zhang Yu, and as well as this Hoodwink. Sharpshooter doing 1270. Wow.
All this damage amplification. Kaya, Veil, Boomerang. And now E-Blade. That's the second one. I don't think I've seen 2 E-Blades being picked up in a long, long time. This is also 30 minutes into the game.
It's also an E-Blade for Hoodwink. Like, that's not an item you see too often on a Hoodwink.
Who's almost level 18. We'll have that level 3 in the Sharpshooter. So we'll see, because that max damage then goes up to 1250.
That's a big one. E-Blade, Boomerang,
Veil.
That's like 2.5k damage.
And you just charge up the bow. And it's a bow that's built like a jack-in-the-box. So pop goes the timber. Yeah, there you go. Look at that. So, IG. Stalking this tier 2 tower mid. Waiting for Aster potentially to make a move, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They'll smoke up as a group.
Let's see if Monet manages this time around to get stuff done. He needs to be able to get his ulti off, BKB as well, and also the combo that we mentioned. Double Hex.
Double Hex, we'll see.
IG holding the high ground. They know exactly where Aster is.
Roche potentially up in a minute. They're going to 5-man smoke themselves. Might walk in to XXS, who is there to break the smoke. And there's the blink. Timber Chain trying to get it on the high ground, but the Hex from Zhang Yu. Now, Avalanche, Sharpshooter. There's the kill on XXS. He's supposed to be your tankiest hero. He's supposed to be your frontliner. They've already used Soulbind. They go with the BKB from Emo. And now the Wukongs is down on the ground with the Mortimer's Kisses coming through. They've got the kinetic field up. Monet trying to fight with that ult, but they've glimpsed him back. So the ult from Monet now focusing on Emo.
He got the bash.
Boundless strike, and they've got a Vortex. XWI is going to die. It looks like they'll get themselves a fourth. A little bit of disjointed fights.
And they will call it.
So we're going to a game 3.
Monet, he did not want to play this game anymore. He got kited so much. And Zhang Yu popping off on the Primal Beast. Won that from start to finish, complete domination, just like involved in every single kill pretty much after the laning stage was done. TP's bottom, tri-lane against tri-lane. It did work out for Acer for like, I'd say first 5, 6, 7 minutes. Then they were forced to swap out Monet because he was not getting the farm. And Zhang Yu just, I don't know. This is one of his better performances, I would say, that I've seen so far in the DPC.
Yeah, he was chaining the lockdown together really well. The Onslaught, Pulverize, Trample, back into the Onslaught, keeping these heroes controlled. It was very evident in that fight that happened by the tier 3 tower, right by those steps when he controlled Monet and they get that kill, keeping him in the Wukongs. It looked really good overall from IG, and I feel like, you know, we praised Aster in game 1, but this is the Aster I feel like we've been seeing the last 3 matches where they just kind of fold. And it feels like there should be more for Aster, but there's more in the tank for IG. And now, well, winner is going to get 3rd place, and we're going to send it back to the panel to talk about it. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And indeed, Invictus Gaming, they take us to 3 games. It's a tiebreaker day, so of course we have to go the full stretch. And right now, they've put themselves in touching distance of getting 3rd place yet again here in the DPC. Lizard, where are my Sean Yu haters at? Where are they
so
at right
close, yet so far away. Like one more game, but versus Aster, so who knows what's gonna happen. Like the haters, I don't know, they're not hating him anymore. They're on the Grimstroke hater train instead. I think he deserves it. Like they played the Grimstroke last match. Well, not last match. The last time they played Grimstroke, it was an incredible Grimstroke game. Like not only was Soulbind very effective throughout the game, you also had a perfect hero to use your Aghanims on, so eventually your hero just pops off. In this match, I wouldn't put it necessarily only on Grimstroke, but the fact is, you have Grimstroke plus Disruptor, the duo of supports that doesn't really gel too well together. On top of that, you can make the copy of Monkey King later on, but that copy is like a 7-year-old drawing, you know? It's like a stickman running around, not doing much. I wouldn't blame it only on him.
Yeah,
but
I don't think this is really about Grim. I think for IG, it's like this Primal Beast, when he picks up his BKB in the mid lane, he just like breaks Aster's ability to defend each other. And you saw in the previous highlight.
If you have something else, if you have like a clock, if you have some front line, if you have anything that can go through BKB, then suddenly Primal doesn't do as much. Instead, you have two horrible supports against the Primal. You have two supports that are basically just sitting in the back and running away from him the moment he charges.
Sure, but the point I was trying to get to was like, in that moment, it's like you're positioning, you're offering up your Tiny in the front line, whereas like you have this Timbersaw in your draft, you aggro tri-lane, you shut down IG early on, and like when you get to the point where IG hits this mid-game timing, I don't think Aster respected how strong IG would be with this Primal just rushing in. Of course, he goes for phase, Boots of Bearing, and BKB. So I think Aster, like, because they didn't offer up Timbersaw in these early mid-game fights, plus not trying to delay the game for Monet to get BKB to have a good entry to the game, IG just capitalized on that and just off that one mid play, it's like, all right, just don't stop, just keep going. And then, like Liz is mentioning, this support duo, of course, will look really bad because Timbersaw doesn't really do anything now because his Troll's having a bad time. There's no clean way for Tiny to enter the fight because who's he going to jump? Some Emo, that's pretty hard in the mid game. Dust and Primal, they're not dying to a Tiny combo. And PYW, QIQX, sorry, are so defensively positioned. So for Aster, at least, like in this game, if you're drafting yourself a Timber, if you're aggro Trine laning, you can't just get cozy in the mid game because that one moment your draft breaks, it's just going to be non-stop and Emo's going to finish the game, 10-4 and 9.
Just chilling on the Storm Spirit. I think another issue that we saw is that Team Aster playing supports that if they're on the back foot, you don't want to be playing Grimstroke or Disruptor while the game is behind. They ran out of damage in the mid game because they also had Lizard so much damage on the Radiant lineup. You have the Snapfire, the Hoodwink.
Once the BKBs are up, you don't have any plays. It's as simple as that. That's how I feel. Like Timber doesn't control anyone for long enough. You don't have BKB piercing disables. Eventually, your heroes are just going to feel useless.
We also see some of the weakness of having the Timbersaw in the game because although he can at some point buy BKB for such a long time, if he's going in the fight, because he has to be the one that goes first, right? As we're mentioning, it's the combo from XWI, things are complicated if he's the only person going in. Timber follows him, he gets hit with Sharpshooter, and it's like, Sam, I have to immediately leave the fight. I have no presence here. He gets out of the fight, and now suddenly it's Monet being like,
Woo! Getting kited. One option that they did have, go on.
Go.
I'd say XS, he could have gone for Lotus Orb. I think against Primal Beast, when he's initiating these fights, he goes for, so on Timber, he goes for Sanjkaya, BKB, Hex Hood, right? There's like no defensive tools, like Liz has mentioned, it's like BKB timing for IG. If he goes for Lotus, now Primal can't enter the fight BKB and like pulverize and like, this is my fight, Instead, it's now, wait a second, I've got to wait for Lotus to end to then commit. So I think potentially a Lotus would have changed the game for Aster, given them a lease of life. But yeah, realistically for IG, they just identified a key timing and they just didn't let Aster breathe.
And so one other thing that I saw in this game here is that Aster should maybe reflect upon, right, is when you're playing this mid-tiny, we've seen them play it very well. I think it's XWI's best hero to date. And usually they play at extremely high tempo, getting kill after kill after kill, making a lot of space on the map. But usually they also have they have more damage elsewhere, right? Not just the tiny combination. So in retrospect, what could they have done differently besides the Grimstroke? What other hero do you think would have worked out for them if they, let's say, moved the Disruptor to a position 4 or position 5 actually? Could they have picked something with a bit more damage in the 4 role just to help the tiny?
Like some bit more damage or something that follows up with the disables, something that keeps heroes away from using the BKB after you use your combo on the tiny. Like that would be good. The problem is they didn't have that. Like the Disruptor, maybe if you get an Axe eventually helps, but besides that, it's a rough game for a Tiny to be, like you can't expect him to just blow up anyone on this map anymore. Once the BKBs are up, like 20-25 minutes mark, the game becomes really hard for him.
In retrospect as well, T, one thing that I found intriguing, the tri-lane that they ended up running on the side of Team Aster to try and force a good matchup for themselves, it did shut down Dust for a while, right? But it also, in retrospect, they were like, okay, let's make sure that Timbersaw has a good start, but it also gave Xiangyu a very good start. So he was allowed then, because he did he overperformed the laning phase than what he was expected to do. He's allowed to control this mid-game timing and make life so much more difficult than it would have been otherwise if they didn't run a tri-lane.
Yeah, so it's like Primal Beast is one of his strength heroes where against Timbersaw, it's like, please, bro, you want to play against me? I can just skip waves, I can do anything. It's not like that when you're in this matchup, you don't just like lock lanes. You don't hold hands the entire time. Like Timbersaw versus 1, there's so many cool ways to dodge the lane in its way. So yeah, Zhong is easily able to solo that. And it's like, if Asta is tri-laning, that's why I lead back to the point. It's like, Timbersaw has a decent time top free farms. You got this troll free farming bottom. Why aren't they utilizing Timber to bait more spells in the mid game? Why were they lacking their positioning, getting cozy and allowing this like perfect jump from IG? So I think Asta, they just dropped the ball in the mid game, and they dropped it so far down that Emo was like, lol, I can buy Blink Dagger again and win this game. You know, it's like, it happens. And I think for Asta, and also like Draft, like you're mentioning, it's like they do this last bit Grim, it's like they banned Clock themselves. So in the scenario where they want to pick Clock, they can't, they banned it. They go for Grim. There's Ent already banned out. So I don't know, they put themselves in a really weird position, and both in Draft potentially, and also in mid game. So yeah, it's a weird one. We're going to go to game 3.
We are going to go to game 3, and unfortunately for Team Asta, the version of them that we saw at the beginning of the tour that was reliably getting these 2-0 wins hasn't necessarily been the version that we've seen to date. And B Cup, I think, said it best at the end there. Sometimes this is the Asta that we see when things start falling apart, they fall apart really, really quickly. But let's see if they can rebuild and come back more composed for game number 3 and make it a much more head-to-head entertaining matchup. We'll find out after a very short break, and we'll see you soon to end the China DPC.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Game number 3 between Invictus Gaming and Team Aster for the 3rd, 4th place finisher here in the DPC region is going to be coming up, because this matchup matters a lot more than you might think. It's not just the cash involved between 3rd and 4th, it's 80 DPC points. They've already secured 80, but they want to double their return and get 160. As we saw last year in the TI season, 1 point can literally be the difference between going to TI and having to play in regional qualifiers, which definitely you want to dodge with the increasing strength of a lot of these regions. So going into game 3, gentlemen, we need some adjustments from the side here of Team Aster. But more importantly, I want to see them have more resilience. I think that's been the theme of IG, is that IG very rarely will call GG unless, like, okay, the game's 100% guaranteed over, there's nothing we can do.
They used to with Kaka, though.
Huh?
Back in the day with Kaka,
you know?
yeah, you lose a couple of team fights, you're on the tier 2, you just see Kaka, GG, get me out.
But that's the problem, Lizard, right? The Team Aster, what we've seen from them in the series that they've lost, is that when things aren't going well for them, this team doesn't have that kind of resilience. It feels like they don't have enough behind them to keep going when the game starts getting really, really rough.
Yeah, it comes down to a couple of players and the team vibe, right? It's not necessarily about how well you play, it's about the psychology that the players bring together to the team, or that a specific player can bring to the team just by having that either father-like mentality in which he is directing the team, or just pulling everyone up with the good vibes. Like it can be one or the other.
I want to give context to your point about DPC points. So if IG win this, they're currently positioned 24th with their current DPC points if they finish 4th. But if they win, they only move up to 20th out of the teams. And it's like 12 teams get invited. So 12th right now, 460 points. This win is like 20th. Like, it's so awkward that it's like, it's not as if they're suddenly, wow, we're 14th or 15th. But it means this series
solid, right?
has so much more value because like 80 points is probably laughable to the viewer. But it is as simple as now IG, if they get like a clutch first or second in Tour 3 somehow, that could then put them in like that 12th, 13th or 12th position. If they get top 8 at the major, like they really need any point they can get. So this is really important for IG.
To give context of how important this can be, at the major, if you come top 8 at the major, right, and at Lima, you only got 100 DPC points. So this is almost as worth as much as getting top 8 at the major, the difference in your standing. So really make a huge difference. They need this game for IG. They need this game for Team Aster. And Team Aster are already setting themselves up for success.
So they're 14th. So winning this would push them into that top 12.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the top 8, it's like you're getting like the cozy points to like coast your way into the TI invite. But yeah, for Aster, it's into top 12. For IG, we're even putting them in contention of having enough points. Because right now, IG is like comedically far away from even getting invited.
I do like Aster's adjustment, going back to the Enchantress Pango, right? Like, well, they didn't really necessarily open with the Ench Pango before, but with the Ench they have many times. Go back to what works, why the hell not? You are playing into not only Doom, but a Mirana. So you have 2 heroes that can deal with your creeps. At the same time, most of these games, it doesn't matter at all.
Also, I like the respect that Team Aster has gone back to showing for Xiangyu. They're like, all right, mates, great job. Primal Beast, no, that is not going to be coming out. No Marcy either, so they really are focusing on him. And now we're going to get another new hero for Xiangyu to play here in the Doombringer coming in from the offlane. We've seen this particular opener, not from them, but quite a lot throughout the region. The Doomarana feels okay, feels fine.
Yeah, it's all right. Of course, you know, Doom can eat some creeps. Mirana can arrow some creeps. So, like, they're looking pretty chill there. I think they need to be careful that Aster doesn't have some, like, Ench Lunar Lane in China specifically. They do Wraith King as well. Like, even like Ench CK can really shut down this Doom lane. And you're mentioning respect in Aster's bans. It's first phase, Xiangyu. Second phase, all about emo. Are they going to go 3 for 3? Is there a final emo hero they're going to respect here? Storm and Ember already gone.
Morphling.
Ooh.
Ban out the Morphling and you have 3
like
for 3.
One.
There we go.
Or if you, I mean, there's a Pango in the pool, so you can ban out some heroes that are good against him as well, right? Like, so far you haven't. There's a Puck, there's a Bloodseeker, these kind of Imba boys into the Rolling Thunder can go out. Also Grimstroke this time around. Like, can be picked, right?
That would actually be really fun to see.
We'll see.
Let's see, what did they ban? Bloodseeker.
They
right?
banned
So
them,
they protect. They're like, at least like, okay,
At least a little
HWI
bit,
need a bit of protection, boys. They're like, okay. And last game, there was a point in the game where he started off really well, but then his network just went lower and lower.
What's up with the Timber? Like,
Timber mid.
First game, you pick Timber, you lose with it. Second game, Aster picks Timber, they lose with it. Third game, okay, you lost with it, we lost with it. Third time is the charm, right? Let's pick it again. And you have Doom, by the way. So this is, like you said, either a Timber mid or
Doom.
I mean, maybe Doom mid, Timber offlane as well is doable.
I feel that's exactly what Aster's talking about right now. So, what? Are they doing Doom offlane, Timber? Luckily, though, I think for Aster, both Doom and Timber in the lane will do the same type of thing. It's just like big, awkward boy that wants to try and eventually take your tower to some degree. Doom going Meteor Hammer to enable that. So Aster, they can try play around it, but the 3 bans from IG already cover it perfectly.
Covering both of them,
exactly,
right? Like that's what happened in game 1 too.
Yeah.
Like,
and you can't anti-mage, right?
Ursa. Yeah.
Check this out,
Why
boys.
not?
I just want Morphling, right?
There was that game where they played...
You can draft, you have free choice.
They played Morphling mid, Dust was playing Venomonster, right, in the safe lane. And in the off lane, they had, I think it was a Primal Beast as well, that particular game. One thing I find intriguing about this is that Emo is always on the win condition, generally for the side of IG. They could actually go back for that Morphling that you were talking about. Put that in the mid lane, have the Doom go safe lane,
for
Timber
IG?
go offline for IG, yeah.
I mean, they easily can, especially when you see Aster's heroes now. Like, sure, there's some like early game diffusal threat of Pangolier, the overwhelming pressure that Clock TA can bring to the map, even Enchantress. But for scaling, I wouldn't be surprised. But instead,
oh my god, they're just going full tank.
They're doing one of you, boss. They're just tanking up.
It's bulk time for Invictus Gaming.
So much bulking.
This is 5,000 calories a day. You know?
Are you coaching them right now?
Phelps before Olympiads, but without all the cardio.
This could easily, I mean, even though Astra are banning out Morphling, you know, Astra are respecting some potential like 4 Doom or something, some support situation, but I could easily see IG running this as a tri-core, some Timber, DK, Doom. They take it to the very end, they flex it depending on what they want. Like, all Doom has to do to win this game, Doom TA, and then DK buys Ags, you can just kite out fights. It's obnoxious, it's not traditional, but I could see them doing it. But Astra, they use this exact style of play in game 1, right? This Ench, this TA, the fact that TA lanes well against anyone but DK. With this meld, you can actually bully them out with Enchantress. So
Yeah, the thing is, like, look at Astra and the bans. Like, they banned out the Morphling.
yeah.
They're gonna ban out another core, perhaps. And what are they saying? They're saying Mirana and Doom are supports.
God.
DK and Timber are cores. Or maybe it's that good old run into lane and stun your face, DK position 5. Like, we have seen it in the last season. It's possible.
You want some like DK drow lane or something?
This also feels
Hopefully
like it
not.
could be safe lane DK, similar to what Tundra sometimes ran with Skeeter.
Yeah,
It'll
easily.
be intriguing to see.
They have last pick. They decide what they want to do. And Astra, they need to see through this. They just need to pick a normal, stable hero to enable their skirmishing.
So we need a hero for XXX. It's one of the rarefied occasions where he's the one that's closing out the phase, unless he's playing Pango, which I kind of doubt.
Yeah, last pick for the MVP. Why the hell not, right?
Yeah.
Make his life as easy as possible. Could be playing Pango, right? It's an option.
Yeah, it could. The thing is, like, I think bans are pretty good from IG. They're taking away like some casual Enigma. You don't really want to pick any of the Zoo heroes here because again, it's like triple anti-Zoo tanky boys, right? So
Some ancient apparition here, like
Off lane ancient apparition. Let's go.
one blast and they're done.
one blast, but into a DK, into a Timber, feels good, man. It's not gonna happen, but
You would sound like a genius if this comes out right now, like this AA.
there was
Get the
another one,
problem.
like Necro, that I was thinking about, but 2 heroes that are never gonna get picked. Instead, they get a Keeper of the Light.
This feels good because if he goes for the Spirit Vessel from the off lane into DK and Timber Sword, that feels phenomenal. Doom as well, gonna be heavily affected by
And
this.
he's bringing a ton of health, right? Like he's a ton of help to his teammates with all the HP, with all the heals that he's going to be bringing in the mid game. Like with the Enchantress, you'll have some pushing power. There's a lot of these tanky boys against him, though.
Yeah,
I'm
it's a
looking
very
at the
tanky
Kotal.
lineup.
Usually, I want to see something extra that helps him in these pushes, right? I don't see it right now for Team Master.
I'm seeing, I mean, IG just also have an issue of damage themselves where they exist really well on lanes, but they don't sweep across the map.
They
and
don't kill
break it.
anyone fast, right?
No, it's just like they just want to farm like a couple items and then vibe. And then for Asta, the reason why they go Kodo, it's like you push out a lane and now IG's like, okay, they're pushing lanes much quicker than us. How do we then counter that to be able to position perfectly? I think Asta really are in this nice window to take over the entire game. This pick for IG, they either have a hero that can counter that type of aggression, or they just continue with the greed and go, sure, you can take over our map, but 30 minutes down the line, we will just doom you and win the fight.
I have no idea what they're gonna pick. Like this could be a core, it could be a support as well. We don't know if these 3 are cores or supports. You can see the Team Master is kind of, leaning on the position 1. That's what they need. I'm not so sure. Like if you're playing into, okay, sure, Faceless Void.
So who's playing
Like
support?
literally no damage in the Chronosphere besides some Timber.
It's just
An arrow maybe as well, yeah.
every
is
hero
PYW
plays for
too.
themselves.
Yeah.
It's literally a solo gaming from IG.
So IG in this position, they rely on the emo Faceless Void. It's yet another hero that doesn't die super easily. I guess that's the idea, right? Try to extend these fights for as long as humanly possible. But there's no damage in the Chrono T. It feels very difficult to be able to pull out this lineup. So talk to me about this. What do you think Super is thinking, and do these thoughts contribute to them winning game number 3?
They're playing for Asta to make that mistake that they did in the previous game with that kind of mid-game fumble. No, time dilation will be really good for Void in this game against Kodo, TA, and these heroes, Pango. So it's more on, I think, IG can take mid-game fights. They just have to choose the perfect fight. If they ever waste a Doom, if they ever just awkwardly position, they always get walked over, lose Roshan, map will feel terrible. But this is the type of draft that you pick when you're hoping to just, worst case scenario, boys, we take it 60, we just crush the game. But I'm not a fan of it too much. There's not really many plays to make on the map, and it's just very item dependent.
Okay, Lizard, what's your read on the situation?
IG, very boring draft, super static. Like Tigav said, just wait for the super late game. Meanwhile, Team Master should be dominating and should be setting the pace of the game early on.
Oh, well, we're going to be seeing whether or not this draft does end up as boring as build. But what we do not have is a boring set of casters. We have an incredible duo to bring you the action for the last game here in the Chinese region. I send it over for the last time to the lively and laughing Lacoste and Brother B-Cup, the Bay. Take it away.
Thank you
Brother
very much,
B-Cup.
Snare. This is the very not boring broadcast.
I agree.
This is IG against Aster.
Last game.
Last game, long season. We are here.
Can you believe it's the last game, actually?
Yeah.
I can't. Like, we've been here for 3 weeks, slightly longer than 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And, yeah, a lot of Dota action. And this is going to be the last one. IG had a lot of melee heroes. The only one, like, 4 melees into Pango, Keeper of the Light, TA Clockwork, just kind of sounds on the paper. But they needed some kind of a, I would say, more team fight as well. So they brought in Faceless Void. When I look at the team fight on side of Acer, there's Rolling Thunder, and that's about it. Some auras from Keeper of the Light. XXS, he's also going for a bit of a different item that we see from the offlane Coddle. He wants to rush Spirit Vessel. It's great against Timber, great against Dragonite, even Doom. Like, the overtime damage works really nice. The more HP you have, the more damage it does.
I'm trying to think about XXS and Coddle. I feel like it doesn't scream XXS to me.
Definitely not. When you think about XXS, it's Brewmaster, Legion Commander, Batrider, these type of heroes, something that can initiate some more team fight, but definitely not Keeper of the Light. We see Boboka, again, on the Enchantress, adjusting his item build this time around. 2 Mantles, 6 Tangos, and the Branch. So wants to have slightly bigger mana pool. Seems like he is experimenting what the best starting item build on the Enchantress is.
You want to talk about experimenting? I took a look. It is XXS's first game on Coddle.
Yeah, that's why we said, you know, he plays different heroes.
Yeah, that is... All right, so something a little bit different here for XXS, and I mean, at the same time, it's also something a little bit there for, well, he's not laning with him. I was going to say Boboka. They've been together for so long. It's like, I've never seen him play this before.
They want to have pure damage against Timbersaw in the lane. BYW wants to be able to pull the second wave. He's getting harassed. Boboka will run him down. 320 move speed with no boots against 330 on Doom, so might need to give it up.
Ooh, XXS going down for first blood. QIQX getting that kill. And that is the Marana getting first blood.
That's a bad start. Keeper of the Light, not the hero that plays well from behind. Like, he wants to be, like, this is also not the strongest lane. Faceless Void with the Time Walk, no bashes, level 1. Marana, wait, how did that even happen? They have like 2 abilities that can close the gap, but they have nothing else other than this. I want to, if we could see the First Blood again, because I missed it, I just want to see what happened.
I don't know if XXS wants to see what happened again. That's for sure. Because that is not the way that you want to be dying in this game. Boboka just throwing some right clicks on, and PYW on this Doom, so it's not going to be that Doom that is like farming and high level immediately, but Doom is always one of those heroes that you got to be careful for in terms of just, you know, an 8 gold coming in from the Devour and eventually maybe a Midas. So we'll see. 11-1 already here for the TA of Monet, and we have seen what he can do with this hero already today.
PYW kills the Observer Ward. And now there's a Courier.
Oh.
Needed another hit to do not the most attack speed. He even tips Boboka.
I would have gotten away with it too if I just had a little bit more damage, Boboka.
If he had that Alpha Wolf, the extra damage would be very nice. Gonna have Speed Aura. Love the name of the spell.
Moving at 369 movement speed. And, well, we'll see if he can make anything happen with that. It's 12% move speed with a decent radius of 1,200. XWI mid back on the Pango. So we'll see how this Pango can work out up against the tanky DK. This is always a China staple. I feel like for as long as I've been covering China, it's like, well, what do they go for? DK
if you don't
Mid.
know what to pick, DK always sounds like a good option.
Yes.
Dust.
When in doubt, pick Dragonite.
Dragging the creep way away, so he can farm underneath the tower, and he also saw XWY going for that bounty rune. So wants to kill the creep wave faster. Double bracer on Dragonite. They can't really kill him. They need like 3 heroes. Rolling Thunder, so Pango needs to be level 6. Boboka and Pichu needs to rotate to the mid lane to be able to grab a kill. Pichu, very under level, just hits level 2 on his clockwork.
I'm always worried about that, though. I feel like ganking DK is high risk because so many times we've seen 2 heroes come to try and help out the mid. Let's go get DK. And then he's got, at that point you move over, 2, 3 points in Dragon's Blood, and he just survives.
High risk, no reward type of a play.
Yeah,
My favorite.
Really, it just, oh, okay. Well, he's not dying. I guess we'll. Great job. And that's pretty much it. Seed shot thrown over at PYW as the second and third point from Enchantress from 2 and 3 will go to Enchant. So he took level 1 impetus, 2 and 3 on Enchant. We've seen this before from Boboka. Always a fun conversation. The same conversation, it seems like, every time we see him on this hero.
PYW disassembles his Tranquils a few times in a row. He's going to keep doing this trick. Wants to be able to have that unlimited region until it gets cancelled. So QIQX has Leap available.
Ooh, Meld Strike. Boboka gonna get the kill there on a PYW. Sorry about that. Just a quick kill there onto the Doom. They don't want to get Monet started. We have seen him roll away, and all of a sudden, 20 charges on a Desolator. You stand no chance. Unless you get 2 Halberds and the lucky shot, but you don't have Pango on your team.
He's off to a great start. 35 and 9. Same goes for Dragonite on the enemy team. He's doing one hell of a job. Hits that level 6. Immediately turns into Dragon form.
Yeah, Elder Dragon form. They've got 3 heroes around here. Mid, Pichu just throwing the battery assault onto QIQX. A little bit of a chase. How much you want to give is really up in the air. So don't want to move in too much as we're hitting about that 6-minute mark. Boboka comes over, and interesting here that he's got level 2 in the enchant, but anytime the Devour is available, Boboka's not really going to have that creep.
Aster did stop the aggression from IG. They killed the catapult, half the duration on Dragon form. So 300 damage on a tier 1 tower with Dragon form. I think Aster should be pretty happy about it. They also rotated both supports.
Pichu not getting that courier. QIQX with a quick arrow to make sure that the courier walks away safely. Dragonlance here for Monet next. That's no surprise that we've been seeing from the TAs. And it's been pretty much free farm for Zhang Yu, but he's just not getting a lot of farm. He's been somewhat unbothered here, but look at where his net worth stands. I'm a little surprised.
Doom was dragging the creep wave, like the second one, back and forth, so they also denied some of that as well, and it's kind of difficult because you have Enchantress, Boboka, just very annoying. Now decided to go into double Null Talisman to amplify the damage output. Like, look at this impetus.
Oh boy. Does he's got the mana to continue to chase, but Scorched Earth, XWY, Swashbuckle didn't land on a PYW, so that won't matter, and he'll just TP away. A little bit of mana that he does have left. This is leaving Monet to solo farm bottom, so solo experience, solo farm, and I mean, he'll happily enjoy that as the Templar Assassin. A quick Dragonlance, having that 6, now having the traps available. That's A-okay for him.
Also making some stacks for him in the triangle. I see dragons, I see some Ancient Thunder Hides already stacked. Big camps might be farmed by Keeper of the Light. Pichu, it seems like he has one job at the moment, just stack the triangle.
Another stack. Attempt. XXS.
Ooh, he did not go for the stack.
Didn't go for the Ancient stack, but they do get this camp. And it will be XXS, I believe, trying to take it. But QIQX taking a lot of damage right there from the Illuminate. And the Blinding Light catches him on the back end of a leap. Arrow to take at least one of those, and that'll be the Satyr. So sit on down at the Satyr. And for all you people who understand that one, appreciate you. Dust coming in, Elder Dragon form, PYW on the run. They dropped a trap down, and now the chase is on for Monet. They'll have a TP over from XWY, but they give up chase. Maybe catching a glimpse of vision on that Pangolier as he TP'd over, and they're not going to get anything from that TP initially. But Monet continuing to farm, and XWY now going to rotate back into the jungle with Bobica. So XXS, he wanted a fast Spirit Vessel. Doesn't exactly have it yet.
No charges at the moment, but all it takes is 1 kill, 500 gold away from it, PYW. He's been jungling. Like, this Doom didn't have too much of a presence. One of the reasons why he is maxing out this Devour. First Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, gonna try and get a kill in the DK. We'll see how much that works out, bouncing him out of the cogs with the Rolling Thunder. And I mean, this is what I talk about when you go for a gank on the DK.
Also, the cogs kind of messed it up. If he gets blasted,
Monet,
PYW.
Trap and a Melt Strike. Monet getting a kill there onto the Doom. So top of the net worth, and he is up there. And compared to the Void, only up by 400.
We didn't talk too much about Emo. He's been free farming.
Midas.
In this top lane, Midas completed. Power Treads as well. This is the first time that I see Faceless Void with this cosmetic unlocked. Because usually it's the other color, and now it's more pinkish.
Yeah, it's that Usurper style. Arrow landing, and XWY is going to die. Dust taking some damage, Blinding Light back over, and Dust now at about half health. Impetus shot. They've got the Infernal Blade. They'll look for the Illuminate. That hits on a QIQX.
No mana for Leap. Finally gets it. Woo.
Gets some mana, and now on the run, but a TP over from Emo, and they get themselves Pichu. So 2 kills there for IG.
They need those cogs to connect. Seems like there's a little bit of anti-synergy between what Keeper of the Light wants to do, Pangolier, and Clockwork. So it needs to be careful how he uses it. Oh man, Clockwork was level 3, bought the book for himself, level 4.5. Needs to collect some of the XP. This is going to bring him closer to level 5. Monet, first Doom.
Yeah, first Doom on him. He's got the Refraction, but I don't know how much that's going to matter. Chakram right on top. XWY coming over. So right now, making some space. Dust actually bounced up into the air. Monet is going to survive the Doom-ish. No. They committed, and they will lose Dust for it. Illuminate. Do they have anything else to stop this TP? No, they don't. So it ends up being a trade, but Monet, who was kind of skyrocketing at the top of the net worth, will get slowed down for a moment.
I don't think Monet is going to go to bottom lane anymore. There are a couple of stacks in the triangle. Wants to farm up that Deso. And finally, also XXS getting a charge on that Spirit Vessel. So now the ganks are going to be much easier. They can go for Dragonite. They can go for Timbersaw. The game is kind of slow. Everybody's farming, especially Emo. Has that Hand of Midas, used it a couple of times. We haven't seen Chrono yet. There are a couple of abilities that go inside Chrono, Chakram, Arrow. One of the reasons why QIQX is also maxing it. Breathe Fire, but that's about it.
So, taking these Ancients, looking for the Deso. That'll be a moment on whether or not Monet can kind of pop off here, is when he gets that Deso and how many charges he can get pretty quickly on. Spirit Vessel, like you said, has some charges on it, so XXS not wasted net worth anymore. Feels bad. We've seen a couple of games where heroes go into this urn or vessel, and it's such a long space of time where they're holding on to 0 charges on it.
The item got more expensive over the time. Urn, I think the cost got increased 2 times, and also got nerfed. Man, remember when it had aura around you? That was such a sick time. Item was so OP back then.
Blinding Light, TP out, and that is a charge used that doesn't get him anymore.
No stuns available. After that, they have a rather limited amount of stuns that they can throw at. Finally, Pichu hits level 6, so Hookshot is available.
So finally coming in. Ron is also just hitting level 6, so they'll have Moonlight Shadow. And that is something that they hope to move around the map with. And going bottom, like you said, Monet's not going to show up to this lane anymore. He's in the triangle. He's farming. He's going for the death. So do not show up bottom. That is the game plan. While Bobica, he is bottom. He is dead. Hook shot in across the Marauder. But Chakram into the cogs. Illuminate hits. Whirling Death not going to connect. Rolling Thunder is in with a Spirit Vessel on Dust. They get the kill. So that's a trade they're willing to make. But old XWY, he's going to lose that Blade of Alacrity. PYW with the Spirit Vessel on him. Chakram thrown forward. PYW looking like he's going to survive with the Moonlight Shadow pop by QIQX.
Can he get a deny? Yes, he can.
On to XWY. They've got the deny. Now the Chrono and the Arrow. So they get a kill there on the XXS. That was a cool colored Chrono. I've never seen that before.
Yeah. Looks really nice. After overextending a little bit, they got the kill, then they tried to chase Doom, who is relatively tanky, has a position 4, has drum, has tranquils, can run away from a fight, and then Timberchain to reset the fight, comes back into it. Also not sure if he changed his mind. Dust?
Impetus. With the Meld Strike, and now these Impetus shots really starting to... It's just typical Bobica, right? How much damage did he just do? 1,640.
Very balanced. Monet will take the tower, but I was also looking at XXS items. He wanted to go for something different, but seems like he also needs to go back and get that mech, get that Guardian Greaves.
Yeah. And that's what he's queued up. Maelstrom finished here, and Hookshot, okay. PYW in the cogs. Timberchain over, but pushed out via the cogs. Chakram on him, they'll lose Pichu. Impetus shots will not be enough this time, as they now finally pick up the Desolator on Monet. This tier 1 tower over mid looking like it's gonna fall. And by the way, XWY, that Blade of Alacrity going into the Diffusal. He had lost that on the Courier when they fought over in the jungle. It's about to respawn, and then he'll have that item as well.
Yeah. No real value has been lost because he's about to finish that Diffusal recipe in 100 gold.
Ooh, I like this call.
Go straight into Roche Pit. They have sustain. They have the damage. And also, now once the Diffusal Blade is picked up, XWY can start playing with XXS, use that Chakra Magic, reduce the cooldown on both Swashbuckle and Shield Crash. Just so annoying to go. These heroes don't have that much mana, so 2 Swashbuckles on any of these 4 melee heroes, they're gonna suffer.
So now Aegis for Monet. Do you think killing... Ooh, hold on. Hook shot, Dragon Tail, Elder Dragon form 2 used by Dust, and Peach is gonna try and keep eyes on him. Oh! No.
That was
I thought he
so
had it for
close.
a second.
Maybe he saw where the arrow is going, so that kind of revealed where he is, so Pichu immediately starts going north. Could have been a helping arrow from QIQX.
If he had Tumbler's Toy instead of that broom handle, he probably gets that kill. Rolling Thunder and right up onto the Doom. Illuminate. XXS gets the kill, and he really needs this gold right now. He wants this Guardian Greaves, the sustainability as soon as possible.
XWY, I think he needs gold more than Keeper of the Light does. He's almost the same amount, has the same amount of farm as position 4 Doom.
Starstorm Trap, slowing down QIQX. Tier 2 tower might just drop. They need to defend this, but it doesn't look like they're going to do so.
They're not defending this one.
Void, by the way, he's going into the Manta. He's got Midas Maelstrom, and we really haven't felt too much of the faceless Void presence.
Enjoyed that one fight, used the Chronosphere, got the kill. It seems like with the lineup that they have, they're playing it more for the late game. And with Manta style, Emo does not want to commit for a BKB, so this is going to be his tanky item. We'll remove Lucky Shot, Spirit Vessel, Solar Bind. I still think you need a BKB after that. Might change his mind if he gets killed once, gets killed twice. Definitely will go for BKB, but yeah, I think 2 defensive items on Faceless Void will have to be in this game. Pichu.
Hookshot, Emo, Moonlight Shadow, Cog, Shield Crash, Illuminate. Emo's dead.
This is the first death. Let's see. Still Manta style in Quick Buy. One more of those, and he'll definitely swap.
Dragon Tail, Arrow connecting. Now going out of the backlines, looking for the Doom with the Infernal Blade. That's on XXS. Swashbuckle holding them back. And they'll get the kill into PYW, getting more charges. QYQX getting chased here by Monet. Bobica hit with the Dragon Tail, but the Rolling Thunder is still going. So from the high ground, they're looking to get the kill here onto the Timber, and Illuminate gets him. XXS, after the Doom runs out, comes back into the fight and throws an Illuminate to get the kill onto the Timber Saw.
Bobica again with the damage of the Enchanter. It's just getting ridiculous at this point. Not working yet, doesn't show the numbers, but as soon as he joins the fight, 0 cooldown on it. If he's not contested, it looked good, but Keeper of the Light with his movement speed, Windlace, Boots of Speed, Spirit Form, managed to run away from that Doom.
You see he's struggling here for just Pichu. By the way, odds on your screen from esportsbet.io favoring IG, and by a decent margin. I don't know if I agree with that.
Faceless Void's late game, I guess. Timbersaw, Doom, like it's a good scaling lineup. Eventually, they will get the items. They're also executing properly on side of IG. Easy setups, Blink Dragonite, Dragon Tail, into Arrow, Chrono, into Arrow, QIQX will TP out.
Time Walk trap though. Time Walk back, Pokey Pokey. Whoa, Blinding Light. Emo now running, time dilation, right clicks, he's just dead. Monet runs him down and picks up that Yasha. Is he gonna switch? He said 2, let's see.
He already bought it, that's why. So now,
now he's committed, right?
He can still go for BKB, but yeah, you already have Yasha now.
Yasha
Classic Emo, overextends, tries to toy with them with the reverse style. He also invested into a shard. If this is a game where it mattered for IG to get relegated or go to the major, this would definitely be a different item build.
You're saying it wouldn't be Midas, Maelstrom, Shard, Yasha?
Yes, definitely.
I agree. So Lincoln's almost for Monet. Obviously, against the Doom, you want to protect yourself as much as possible.
They also don't have abilities to proc that Lincoln's with. Dragon Tail stun, you also want to be protecting against that. Don't want to get stun locked and against Doom. So we might see PYW picking up a different neutral creep. For now, he is holding on to War Stomp, but we've seen them pick up Purge. It's a cheap way to proc the Lincolns.
There's the Greaves for XXS. Lincoln's picked up 2, and they're going to smoke up. 3 minutes till Roche is back available. A fight here could really break the game open for Aster. Just sentries flying out for QIQX, so not a courier that really you necessarily need to kill, but you can follow it as you come all the way over. And like Shadow, nobody has vision. Hook shot going off after getting hit by that arrow. And now up into the high ground into a melt strike from Monet. And he's got himself 8 Desolator charges.
Monet is 6 steps ahead of everybody else in this game. Last time they killed Faceless Void, he time walked right on top of him, gets hit by Meld. Same thing happens here. Monet holding the high ground, triple leap, a 4-staff, and he's right there waiting to get that Deso charge. As you said, right now sitting on 8, 15,000 net worth on Monet at the moment.
Yeah, and he's going to hit this big spike because I think if they could keep control going for next Roche, he'll hit that shard, he'll get that Psionic Trap upgrade with the Silence, which is going to be massive against this team, especially if, you know, Emo's going to go Sans BKB and get hit by that trap and silenced up, where he's unable to time walk away. You'll have the Hurricane Pike too, and the damage from Bobica. I think you're just dead as Emo once that critical mass comes in for Monet. Bit of an issue. And just still looking for Manta. Smoke again from Aster.
They understand how stronger they are at the moment. If they are able to burst one target immediately... Oh, Courier. Yeah, that's an easy kill. Do they want to reveal themselves? Seems like the answer is no. They want to look for something bigger.
Could be PYW, and you could also just have Bobica kill it afterwards. Yep. Bobica kills it, Diffusal, Trap, and the right clicks, the Meld Strike, the kill there for Monet once again. Make it 10. 10 charges on that Deso, or stacks.
Monet's way too farmed for this 23-minute game.
Yeah, this is a lot going on for him. And yeah, he queues off the shard. No surprise, I think they are confident enough that they're going to be the ones who are going to go for Roche as the aggressors. He's going into the Daedalus. So, Pike, Daedalus. I like that. Damage. That's the name of the game.
He had shard queued up, but probably is thinking, I don't want to invest gold in it. Second row Sean most definitely belongs to us, so I want to pick it up for free. It's a great shard game against Faceless Void, against Timber Chain, like Timber saw from running away, Mirana as well.
Smoke, 4 heroes, IG. Let's see what they can do to maybe drop this back. 1:10 on Roche, so yeah. Fight here could mean Aegis, Roche, all there for Aster. Could mean it for IG if they win this fight. Really gonna need the help of Emo. He's got this Manta. Now he's got this double damage. We're gonna use Moonlight Shadow, but nobody here over in the bottom end of the map for the side of Aster. They're wrapping all the way around.
Not gonna find anything. The smoke gank for Ancient Black Dragon Camp. Holding on to that double damage. Finally finishes off his Manta style.
Inferno Blade, War Stomp. Bobka with an impetus shot. Dust blinks in. Now they've got the Spirit Vessel on him, but he'll pop the BKB. The Guardian Greaves aren't going to be in time to get the kill, or get the save on a Pichu. Right clicks on a PYW and trying to make sure that he doesn't have a way to get the Doom out, but he survives. XXS goes down. 2 heroes down on the side of Aster. Now they've got the Dragon Tail on a Bobka. Timber Chain, Whirling Death with the Chakram. Bobka trying to survive, but he can't do so. So 4 heroes die as Emo gets the kill on XWY, and Roche, which is up in 10 seconds, is now there for IG.
They split up the fight. Monet was kind of not part of it. Just 800 damage dealt by him. They split the map, and the Chronosphere comes in from Emo. He was thinking about farming the bottom because there is no tier 2 tower. Like the lane was approaching, immediately uses Time Walk. And killing the Clockwork before he can get anything off. They also lock down on the Keeper of the Light. And now Emo, he is inside the Roche pit. 15 seconds with no Pangolier.
Monet is thinking, what can I do? Can I come over here as we... It's going to be close. The TPs, they're going to need somebody to block this hook shot.
PYW has the angle.
Yeah, he's got the right angle. They're going to get the Aegis. They're going for the kill on a PYW, but the Infernal Blade on a Monet, not sure it's going to matter. They get themselves at least one. QIQX TPs out, but that is an Aegis for Emo, and that is big. And they'll have Shard on DK. That'll give him Fireball, and the game is even in net worth.
Good angle there from PYW. Understands that Shard plus Aegis, way too valuable, has a really good read. They also have 2 Observer Wards in the enemy triangle, scouting any movement that Team Aster could have potentially made there. Now Emo, can he get out of the trouble?
Ooh, they're searching. Did I get both kills on him here?
Cogs pushback into Battery Assault. I think it's enough.
QIQX coming over, but Shield Crash, Time Walk, Time Dilation comes back in. Emo, what are you doing? Walking forward like that. Finally, Time Walk in, Time Walk out. He's doing the hokey pokey. Can he survive? Bobka doing the damage onto this Faceless Void. Another Time Walk away, forcing him out of the fight with a swashbuckle his direction. They get a kill on the Dust. But Emo, danger, danger. Really.
And a hook shot on Timbersaw. He's got to get blasted here.
Yeah, that is a meld strike, and that should be another kill on Zhang Yu. He'll get the kill onto Pichu beforehand, but another charge for Monet at 16.
I thought
take out his courier.
I thought they're going to be able to kill him immediately the second time, but Monet was slightly far away, so the real damage wasn't there. He's about to finish off his Daedalus in 500 gold. This is the big damage we're talking about. Meld dispels as well, so no breathe fire reduction, no time dilation from Faceless Void.
Monet's probably a little bit upset though. I have to buy Shard myself.
TAs like also do buy the shards themselves relatively early on if it's that good of a game, but was just probably thinking that it's no need to invest. Might need to get to his like 5th item much faster. Swift Blink most likely.
He's still farming at such a pace. Like, truthfully, I'm just exaggerating, but it probably doesn't bother him. Get that shard, it'll be fine. His
And he'll have the shard pretty quickly, too. It's 2,200 gold, so he's already 400 into the shard. Only needs 1,000 more to grab it. And there's the Daedalus. So more damage coming out from Monet. He's also thinking about BKB next. 4-man smoke from IG. And they've got the Invis rune picked up by XWY. He's going into the Ag. So with that Coddle, with the Chakra Magic, he wants to be using and abusing that Shield Crash Aghanims upgrade.
It's going to be nuts. Oh,
Hook
shot.
shot.
Cogs.
QIQX. Dead in 2
It's
shots.
enough. Also holding on to
Gem.
Mindbreaker on Templar Assassin. That's a big one. Every single time I feel like this item has way too much impact.
So, taking a look, Monet just cleaning up. $3K lead for Aster. I want to say IG kind of dropped the ball in the advantage that they had after getting that Aegis. But it's so hard to go up against Monet, who has so much gold. He's already got that shard flying out to him. He's farming at such a pace.
Didn't do much with that second Roshan kill. XWY will pick up the gem. You talked about the Aghanim Scepter. He's getting closer.
800 gold away.
This is a big one. Your play against Faceless Void, Dragon Knight. These heroes do rely on getting the right clicks in.
This is going to be a pretty convenient timing for Aster.
Not only are they going to have themselves the Ags, but they're also going to have Hex on Coddle. He only needs a little bit more gold to get this as well. So, Ags, Hex, like, that's a great boost. Or as we like to say, Power Spike.
Power Spike, yeah.
Hook shot.
Not
lands,
again on
Cogs,
Marana.
and 1.
Was it
And
2?
done.
I think it was 2, but it was also silence from Mindbreaker. Can't really defend himself against it. Has 4 staff. Not enough. 2 Heaven's Halberds being built. Actually have them already. Dust with 1 and Jiang Yu as well.
Now, that was almost really dangerous because it was QIQX. He just bought another gem. They picked it up on the courier just barely. He was like, oh, not another gem. But they got it back into their hands, so Jiang Yu's holding on to it right now. Emo almost has Scotty.
He also bought the book for himself. Wants to push that level 20 talent. Extra attack speed during the chrono.
That would be nice. Only seen a few chronos, nothing too crazy.
He's super tanky. With Scotty, also opted to go for stats instead of time dilation. Also skipping level 10 talent.
Heading towards top. I wouldn't mind to see Ags eventually here for TA. Obviously, BKB, Swiftblink, definitely the items that are looking like they'll be there in the future. But third Roche could hold Ags, and we've seen how strong he can be with TAs when they're dropping traps everywhere on the map, and you can just...
Wait a second. You think he's going to get priority over Boboka? Boboka wants that Ags.
That's true. All right. You know, fourth Roche when TA finally gets the Ags.
Roche could respawn in 2 minutes.
Okay.
This might be the big fight. We haven't seen like 5-on-5 engagement. It was a scrappy fight, 2 fronts in the previous one that IG won. But let's see this one. 2 Heaven's Halberds. Aster using a scan. They know exactly where they are.
Also, Observer also pointed out to me, you know, there is Will-O-Wisp as an Ags upgrade too. So, fifth Roche when TA finally gets that Ags. And Moonlight Shadow, Blink Dragon Tail, Impetus Shot coming in from Bobica as well as the Rolling Thunder from XWY. They get a 2-shot on QIQX. Is going to buy back immediately with the cogs around Dust as well as Jiang Yu. With the Chrono on a 2, the damage onto Enchantress isn't quick by any means. Untouchables making it really difficult. They get the Kona Bobica as well as Pichu. They'll finish off XWY, and this fight kind of goes well right now for the side of IG.
They doomed Coddle, and Monet try to help him out. So again, the fight is split. Monet still deals a ton of damage on his side, but it's not enough. Most of that damage was on Dragon Knight and also on Marana. So Marana buys back. I don't think QIQX minds at this point.
So, game evening out again.
And Roche potentially up in 45 seconds. There's the BKB for Monet. That'll give him some confidence, and then Swift Blink, like you
Looking
said.
at the hero damage, because Ime was farming throughout the whole game. It also tends to happen with Faceless Void if he is not the one, getting the kills, battling it out in the laning stage. So his damage output so far has been really low. With that Eye of Scotty against Keeper of the Light, against Templar Assassin, it's such a huge pickup. This time around, Monet will have BKB available for the next fight, so doesn't need to care about Dragon Knight stun. PYW might try to go for Doom on either Pango, if he can get the first initiation on him, or if they can proc the Linkens with one of the Halberds, because he's still holding on to War Stomp, and then follow it up by Doom on TA. Because if TA's not hitting, they're not winning the fight.
Minute 30 on Roche. So we'll see who controls that area. Just a moment. You've got Doom with Devour. He's obviously farming quite a bit and way ahead of what you've got on Bobica in terms of position-to-position matchup, and I think that's why this net worth is really showing even. Because you look at where Monet's at in terms of net worth, and he is so far ahead.
It can also be tricky if you have all this net worth onto one hero, and there's also Doom on the other side. So you
Right.
take him out, you take out most of their damage. QIQX also queuing up Heaven's Halberd.
We've seen this story before. He can't hit. If we make sure he can't hit, then we're fine.
How do you play the game against all of this disarm? You're a turn into melee hero, so duration lasts less. Roshan, 20 seconds. PYW is pinging it out. Templar Assassin is missing.
Arrow. Not gonna spot Roche. 10 seconds. Ags or Refresher Show, what do you think?
Middle tower is under
I'll say Ags because I always want to see Ags, and at the end of the day, it's always a refresher, so...
Yeah, recently it's always been Refresher, but today it's Ags! Whoa! The one that's definitely meant for Monet.
Bobica.
Oh. XXS. So let's see Moonlight Shadow once again. This is right where a fight just took place. Dust jumping in, and now they're gonna try and go the chrono on a Monet. Do they have it? It's also an XXS. They're gonna try and get the right clicks down to get the kill on the Kano. They've also disarmed it. They'll use the Doom. It's gonna be onto the Templar Assassin. They do not have buyback, and the focus, the attention, it's all onto the Templar Assassin, and they are dead. 3 heroes gone to the side of Aster. They're looking to make it a 4th. Bobica with the 4 staff trying to get away from these heroes as BYW and Dust follow it up. They've got the Dragon Tail. The arrows off the mark. The bashes are in. They'll get themselves Bobica and a triple kill for Emo. Hey, by the way, your prize, it's waiting in the Roche pit. It is Ags, Aegis, Cheese,
Go
everything you can
collect
dream
it.
for.
Now we see no damage from Templar Assassin again. This time Monet gets chronoed. Heaven's Halberd right before he uses a BKB. Needs to look at the emo. With the hands just showing, all right, this is a big one. Whoa. And he kills Keeper of the Light so quickly. I don't think you can ask for a better chrono there. On 2 targets, they even doom him. Kind of a difficult game for Monet to carry. I think something similar happened yesterday where there was an Ursa game that we talk about. Like 2 Heaven Halberds. There was also Pangolier on the enemy side. Who decided to pick up Ags? Yeah, they gave it to Dragon Knight. They have some really good Ags carriers in this game. They could have gave it to like even Emo, but Emo will just be fine with that Aegis.
I would have liked it to be on the Void. But another level on this Elder Dragon form. Level 4.
If you eat the Ags, it should be level 5. Like you get something else.
Radiant's top
You get global attack, global dragon tail stun. I don't know, just kidding.
I really love when you join in on the let's make Dota better trend that I try to do.
You think you have dumb suggestions? Wait until I show up.
Yeah. I say a bunch. I say like 20 dumb things. Then like one game out of the year, you just come in with something like that. Global Dragon Tail. Okay.
Level 25. It's an AoE stun. Okay. We don't But yeah, those Heaven's Halberds, how we're looking. QIQX, just 1,000 gold away from a third one. I don't think they can recover from this. I don't know what kind of a... Maybe if he misuses Chrono, they Doom neutral creep. That's how you come back into the game. But even with that, I still feel that they can take the fight.
So, somebody get that router to go down again.
I'm getting out of control.
Oh, XXS spotted Dust here, level 4 on the Elder Dragon form, and Emo continuing to just voice line it up. All your sand is in the bottom of the glass.
Monet's gonna move at 100 move speed. If he gets hit by Scotty and Dragon form, okay, he finally okay, neutral item. This is gonna salvage things a little bit because he was forced to sell his power treads. Now finds ninja gear.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
At least it's something. Still, the move speed's gonna be very slow.
He wants Swift Blink, and I feel like I've seen this story before. Maybe he's gonna buy Divine Rapier next. He can't hit.
Radiant's middle tower.
This is it. This is the final push potentially from IG. You have Dragon Knight.
Radiant's middle tower.
They've got Chrono available. Like, I don't know how you fight into this if you're Aster.
You
just
can't burst him. You can't kill this Dragon Knight.
You just gotta
He's
chip
way
away.
too tanky.
Radiant's middle tower.
27 armor on him.
Now, if they got the Ags for TA, could have put traps at the base, Rat Dota.
She's still not gonna get any bigger. This is it. Like, this is the peak. Maybe you get a Swift Blink. With the Axe, you can be anywhere, but any items that you decide to swap,
Has fallen.
it's just not gonna have bigger presence. Like, even with the Divine Rapier, it's still not a thing.
Yeah. What are you dropping? Because if you drop Lincolns, then...
That's an easy Doom. That's an easy
Yeah.
Halberd.
Yeah, really tough. Maybe you get... I mean, getting rid of the Daedalus is kind of counterintuitive. It's tough. Emo's still buying the books. He wants that 25.
Can't blame him. It's just such a
Almost
strong
refresher,
level
too.
25. Faceless Void is like the ultimate late game carry. When he gets to his items, refresher, he can still buy another item, buy Aghanim Scepter, Moon Shard. There's still like 15,000 gold that he can spend on the items. Put that book in, get 25.
Do you just
Dire are scanning.
go in Chrono? Got Aegis. Might as well, right?
Has minute left on it. They could try to look for something Dust. Half duration on the Dragon form. How are we looking for buybacks? Monet has one.
That's it.
That's about it, yeah. So you lose this fight, you lose the game pretty much.
Oh, time dilation. There's the Hex. All right, they've got to get the damage out. Spirit Vessel, Illuminate, Rolling Thunder. All right, Emo, he's dead. They've got the Doom, though. It's on a Monet. Like you
no,
said, he doesn't have buyback.
Refresher Orb.
That's going to be an issue as he'll time walk in. Manta, Cogs, PYW dead. All right, Doom's gone. They're starting to do this. They've got the Hex. They have the damage. Oh, get him. Oh, Emo's gone?
What did you do, Emo? He clicked Refresher before getting anything off in that
What?
fight. He misclicked. I think he was trying to get either a BKB and then, or I don't know what the key is to maybe get reverse time walk off. And now they give them a big fight. Monet was forced to buy back. They have no buy on Faceless Void because he bought that Refresher. Doesn't land a single Chrono in that fight. Gets controlled by the Hex. Is this it? Is this the comeback? Are they gonna go for Throne?
Well, just throw a Chrono. That's all you got to do. Or don't. I guess. 60 seconds, no Emo.
Let's see how they approach this one. If they have a good read.
Hook shot.
Oh, good reaction there. The hook shot still connects. XWY blocked it. Ow. And now, Tier 4 tower. It's going down. 40 seconds. They did not want to risk it. They know that he hasn't used Chrono. He has one target to go for, and that's going to be Monet.
Yeah, they'll go through, kill off QX. He doesn't have buyback, but now they've got Doom back. He does not have Doom, though, so this is going to be a set of racks. They're sensing that he does not have buyback. Do they just go straight Tier 4s, or do they go for another set? Looking like they'll go top. 18 seconds. I think if you're Aster, you need to leave right when you get this tower. You cannot stay any longer, because Chrono's the name of the game.
This is starting to be a little bit risky. There is the blink away. They'll get the Dragon Tail and
A on
XWY, A on disc, but the Hex to follow it up. The Swashbuckle to try and leave. They've got the stun. He'll go into the Rolling Thunder. The hit the Doom is going to be on XXS. But now, 4-step from PYW and XXS. He'll turn around into the side of IG and say, hey, eat me, kill me.
All right, let's go. Let's see if Emo this time around is going to be able to land that chrono. Double BKB, double refresher, and we're going to see it again. Yeah, so I don't know if we're going to see his inventory at the moment, but Aegis, and then he jumps in
and
gets caught inside of the cogs. We'll get hexed one more time, I believe, and just get bursted.
Hex, Rolling Thunder, or, well, Shield Crash comes back around. Bobica getting both PYW and Emo. What's his damage output this game? It must be insane. He's got...
Moonshard.
Why am I always shocked by Bobica's inventory? And
he's getting there, you know, still higher damage than Emo, almost as much damage as
Dust.
Dragonite, yeah, which is pretty impressive. What's the plan here, IG? You want to go in, try to close the game while Templar Assassin does have buyback? I think you want to maybe farm buyback on Faceless Void, because you need minute and a half to farm it, and then go for a fight. You'll still have good 3.5 minutes to take a fight before there's a buyback on TA.
80-20 though. IG, Timeless Relic for Aster.
XWY will take it. Longer duration. Lucky shot, stuns. Going into Abyssal next.
If they get this Roche, if they get this Roche for Aster, and obviously the Aegis is going on to Monet, but Will-O-Wisp is always nice.
It's a great ability. I think you give it to him. Pangolier is holding on to one. You can also give it to Bobica. Yeah,
I knew you were going to say that.
I mean, there are two options. It's either Bobica
no, there's also
or
Monet.
XXS. Monet's not going to pick it up.
All right, you
but
might as well give it to Pichu at that point.
First of all, I don't think they're going to get the Roshans themselves, because IG is the one controlling it and also fighting outside of the base with no buyback on your carry. Fighting into two Chronospheres might be just too difficult.
You just didn't. You wanted to say Bobica so badly.
Let's see if they want to go inside a Roche pit. Rocket scouting things out. I want to see Emo just go in and try to end the game. I don't know if they're keeping the eye on this buyback from Monet.
He's got a couple minutes left, right? This is 3 minutes and a half still remaining on his buyback.
It's a long time. They also don't have any kind of save. There is no Wind Waker on their side. They can't really save him inside the Chronosphere.
Yeah, no Ocarina of Time either. So, Bobica, what's next? He's got 2,500 gold. Maybe it's dying. Oh, Dragon Tail. They got him. Bobica, he does have buyback, though. So, 4 heroes have buyback for Aster. Bobica, one of them. Do they have a trap in Roche? They do. So they're going to know. 20 seconds.
20 seconds. Still will have 2 minutes.
XWY.
Until that buyback.
Oh,
he's going to find him.
Yeah, and immediately the Doom. These heroes now getting picked off. But, going the other way. XXS. Inferno Blade. Guardian Greaves trying to run. XWY, meanwhile, getting focused down by Emo and the gang. XXS with the TP attempt after the Hex, and he'll escape. Roche, by the way, it's up.
It has everything.
Everything you could have wanted.
PYW now is more farmed than Timbersaw. Pangolier, Keeper of the Light. He's taken over.
Yeah. Timber's there. Doom is there. These 4 cores. They see that Roche is up. I don't think you can really fight into double chrono or no chrono.
It really depends.
That really is the question.
It's Emo.
To press R or not to press R?
He's getting there. They can still burst him from 100 to 0 unless there's some kind of a 4-staff. Dust. Manta style now done. Level 25 Dragonite. That AoE Dragon Tail inside the during the dragon form. Seems like they're not gonna go for it.
I'm a little disappointed.
They lose the game, they know. If they fight like this, it's just gonna be a good setup for Chronosphere.
If they can just convince Emo not to throw Chrono again in the next high ground siege, though, mwah, prime. They can get it done. Double cheese. Swiss, Gouda.
Ag's Blessing now activated on Emo, so he's got that Time Walk upgrade. Gonna be tough. Double damage. These are the runes that you want to get when you're trying to finish the game without using Chrono.
Boboka could dispel it if he's going for the high ground. Boboka, like there are 9 heroes with the buyback at the moment, so expect to see some long fight. This is the way you also play against Faceless Void. That's one way to counter it. Now, Shadowblade / Silver Edge picked up by Faceless Void.
Yep.
Refresher in the backpack.
So maybe 1 Chrono. 1 BKB if they have the control. But he's working with a double damage for another half of duration for that rune. Dust, Invis, Dragon Tail, and the Fireball. And they've got the Doom. He's going to be muted. Aeon Disc is there. They will chase XWY, the Infernal Blade control, and he's dead.
Doom does not care about your Aeon Disc. Holding on to
Chrono
Refresher.
on about A. He's got buyback now, so this isn't massive. But now use that Chrono, and they got the kill into the Templar Assassin.
It's time to go in and finish off this game.
You said that.
I said that, but they
30
want to
minutes
take
in.
things slowly. IG wants to see Aster suffer.
Yeah, death by 1,000 cuts. Or at this point, 100,000 cuts. So
Radiant's bottom tower has
now they'll go. He wants Divine Rapier, but
They'll get hexed immediately.
Hex, Illuminate, Blinding Light, Rocket Flares coming in. Bottom tier 3. It's in trouble. The Blink as well as the Dragon Tail. It's going to be out of Boboka. The Time Walk. They've got themselves the Whirling Death and the Chakra, but they have the hookshot coming out from Pichu. Can they get the Boboka Enchantress out? He's trying to run away. The right clicks. Ooh, doesn't get that Nature's Attendants off. They've got buybacks available on XWY as well as Boboka. They've got the Hex. It's going to be out of PYW. Now the arrow flying forward. Not going to land. And the bottom set of racks are gone.
They don't
Still,
care about heroes, it seems. They want to go for the megas. Still Refresher in the backpack.
Yeah, no Chrono.
He does not want to commit to it. Another set of barracks. It goes down so quickly. Dragonite, AC, Manta style.
Blink,
You need
Dragon
to go.
Tail, Boboka trying to survive, but he's already dead again with that buyback. Now they'll look over at Pichu. They'll get themselves another kill. He's going to have buyback. XWY the entire time not buying back. So he's going to hold it 3, 2, 1. He's back alive. Emo trying to survive. PYW over to the side. He has Refresher Shard if he wants to go back to the Doom. They'll find themselves their hands on XXS. He's trying to run away with the Guardian Greaves as well as the Time Dilation coming into the Rolling Thunder from XWY. But XXS, he'll fall. Mega kill streak here for Emo. And now PYW right on top of Pichu again. Infernal Blade burns him out. 3 heroes up against 6 because they've got the Aegis on Emo still. Control the game. They'll control into Megas. And they still haven't got the Aegis out of the hands of IG. They'll call GG. Aster won't fight back. And IG will take the series 2-1 over Aster.
They also secured themselves an extra $1,000 and most importantly, extra 80 DPC points, which could come in very clutch at the end of the DPC season.
Yeah.
But yeah, they kind of toyed with them throughout this whole game. They understood that they don't have what it takes to finish off this game. It was a bit of a rough one, you know, maybe. After that Emo move with the Aegis, because they killed him twice, but with all those Heaven's Halberds, they had 3 Heaven's Halberds, Doom plus Chronosphere. How does Templar Assassin play the game?
Yeah, you got to pay extra if you want to hit. And, well, they weren't allowing him to hit.
Yeah, he shined. He did a lot in the first 35 minutes of the game. Monet was almost unstoppable, but they couldn't capitalize on that. And then things just spiraled out of control.
Yeah, it was Aster who controlled the first 35-ish minutes of this game, and then it kind of fell apart for them. IG, they take advantage, and they end up winning the series 2-1, and that finishes the tiebreakers. That finishes the Chinese DPC, and for the last time this tour, we're going to throw it back to Snare and the gang over at the desk. Take it away.
For the last time, we are here for the final disc. Unfortunately, for the side of Team Aster, they will not be getting themselves into third place. Top 4, still a very respectable finish with 80 DPC points, but it's Invictus Gaming resurgent today with 160 DPC points and third place for themselves. What a journey for IG. They start out, have to go back to Div 2, not looking great. They come back into Div 1, not looking great. They stay in Div 1. This beginning of this tour still not looking great, but then they get the click lizard. Somehow, Shang Yu, with him and the boys, PYW, the level up over this particular tour has just been amazing to watch.
Yeah, something clicked for them. Not sure exactly. They changed up the squad, obviously, a little bit, and something clicked. Emo isn't tilting, isn't going in deep. Sometimes it's still happening.
He tried in this game.
He tried a couple of times. You know, I still feel like, oh no, the old IG is back. Because it's kind of hard to get rid of these bad habits, right? At the same time, nice performance from them, finishing up third, right? In the region, which is quite stacked of a region. We'll see how well they do in the major. If they play the way that they've been playing in this game, I can see top 12. Maybe, you know.
That's a bold prediction, Lizard. That's a bold one.
Very bold, yeah.
Yeah, very bold.
I didn't like the draft in a sense. I called it boring because it needed a 15-minute game for it to actually work out well. And yeah, Aster were in full control, like we talked about, for 30-ish minutes. The problem was they had no ways of closing. And eventually, oh, let's go.
Let's go.
That's it. That's it.
This is a man who got denied an opportunity to go to the Lima Major because of some visa troubles, gets kicked from the team to make space for Zeal, and now he's on IG. Probably didn't expect to be already into his next major.
Sure, yeah.
But he's doing it. He's going. He's made this happen. Another thing that's also ended up happening for IG here, T, is the experiment is starting to pay off. Initially, it seemed really, really bad between Dust and Emo, the constant swap arounds. Now it's starting to look a bit more seamless. Like, no matter what, Emo is the win condition. As long as he's playing a hero that can carry the game, they've been able to actually make it happen.
Yeah, I think it's also a testament to IG as an organization having the trust to go through those troubling times. Because, of course, I think Dust in the previous tour, we meme his Tusk, his Backriders. Some of the games are just Dust by himself trying not to win due to his over-aggression. I'll put it blunt, I'll be honest. But I think he has morphed into a much better player. And I think it helps when you have, Zhong Yu enter the team. You already mentioned PYW. Having the pressure be alleviated from him. Because I think in previous iterations of IG, it was, if Dust doesn't do well, the flexibility leads to Emo. Emo's not on a scaling core. What's happening now? But I feel like they have layers to winning a game, and it helps them. I think even in this draft, right? They're picking some Doom. They ban out the 3 lane counters. Suddenly now the Timbersaw in the game. The amount of macro understanding they need to have to win this game. Because one bad Chrono, one bad Doom, they lose map. But they're just chilling the entire time. They're just bad. Just Zhong Yu, go do some weird stuff. We'll all hit our creeps. So I love the fact that IG have shown both aggression and defensive nature, and you need a deep playbook to do well at the major. And yeah, I would be surprised if they break top 8, top 6, and actually.
But they do have a different, like you said, they have a different style right
exactly,
now.
Exactly, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, that's something that I believe a team that's rediscovering themselves, that's coming back into being a top tier team, let's put it that way. I feel like they have to bring something different, and they are bringing something different, albeit it does take 15 minutes for it to work.
But when it works,
it looks really they win series.
Yeah. I mean, there's also PYW being able to play basically a 4th core for the team. Eventually, he even outstripped the other cores in the team in terms of net worth, got massive in the game on the Doom. And a lot of these Chinese Dooms, they just seem to have a knack of finding the correct target in the fights, and he did so time and time again. Even if Emo didn't have to use Chronos all the time, because he knew PYW's got my back, we've got that extra scaling. And they've done it. They're going to a major. Already that was determined, but now they're taking 3rd place in the region. I think for me, going into the major, they're not going to be going to the league, right, just now. So they have to spend a month off.
Yep.
This is a good confidence boost for them in that little bit of a month in between. You're not spending that time being like, oh gosh, we suck, we made all these mistakes, we made all these problems. Instead, it's like, well,
you ready
actually,
though?
We're really good.
You ready for it?
Hit me.
There isn't meant to be a patch pre-major, is there not? There's a high probability.
I've told you many times that I'll believe it when I see it.
All right, sure. So let's work. Yeah. Let's live in the world, right? Let's call it a 50-50. 50% chance. If no patch, IG super happy. I think they can, in a really good day, maybe sneak their way into some top 8 situation. I think they are a middling pack team, but great to see it. If there's a patch though, everything changes. So
I mean, everything changes for not only for them. Everything changes for everyone, for every single team. So anything can happen. You can have IG top 1. You can have IG top 16. You know.
Yeah,
Who
so
knows?
I'm taking back my point. It's like, depending on the heroes, you know, maybe I'm hoping Tusk and Batrider are not in meta, and then they'll be good. But it's exciting to see, because I think anyone who qualifies to this major, no matter what region you're from, that potential massive patch will just throw everything in the mix. And somehow, if you creep into top 3,
Potential
top 4,
patch.
potential.
Potential.
It's a
Let's see it,
50-50. Again,
I say 0% until I see it.
zero.
So check this out, Joe. Before we close things out for the last time here, I need Lizard from you. The 4 teams going to the major: Extreme Gaming, PSG, LGD, IG, and Team Aster. Give me their finishing positions at the major if it were to happen on this patch, since we don't know what the next version is going to look like.
Finishing positions?
Yeah.
I expect 2 of these teams to be top 8 at
No.
least.
Give me.
Oh, yeah, you got to call them out
You
right
gotta
now.
call it out. I need to hear it
Right,
exactly.
Extreme Gaming 4th.
Okay.
LGD 6th.
Okay.
Aster 10.
You're really
Okay.
leaning into the audience right
And
now, aren't
IG
you?
11. Yeah.
And IG
all
11.
the fans right now are really loving me and my prediction.
T-Gov, you gotta
I
hit me.
think-
What do you think?
Aster bomb out in groups. I think IG escape groups, but then lose their first lower bracket game. Same with PSG, and I think Extreme maybe make it to like top 8.
The lack of. Let me tell you, boys.
Maybe actually, you know what?
You faithless
Yeah.
heathen. How dare he? Besmirching my favorite region in the world. Here's what's going to happen at the major. PSG, LGD, they'll find some decent run of form. Zhao Wei will figure out some drafts coming in from the European side. They're going to end top 3. The side of Extreme Gaming
Not
are going to
winning,
get
though.
top 6.
Doesn't really believe.
IG is top 8. And then Aster, I do think Aster right now is the weakest squad going
My
to the
favorite
major.
region.
So
Top 3.
Top 3. There we go.
Yo, listen, there's some really good teams out there. There's some really good teams, you know?
I get that, I
So
get that.
let's not go that far. But LGD, I think, and Extreme Gaming do have outside shots to be able to win at the Berlin Major. So it's going to be very exciting to see if they can make that happen. For now, though, that does mean that the DPC is finally concluded for Tour 2. We still have one final tour to go this year before we really wrap up the leagues and find our way on the road towards the international. Thank you so much for having joined us for the last several weeks. So from myself, Snare, I have T-Gov, I have Lizard on the panel with me right now. We had B-Cup and Lacoste casting with us. We had Lyrical and Kezu casting several games with us. And of course, OD Pixel and Fogged are holding it down in the casting booth. From all the other panelists, whether it be Sheepsticked, whether it be Lacoste, who was moonlighting here, whether it be Cinderin, who was hanging out with us this entire time, we say goodbye. We say thank you for your time, for your attention, and more importantly, for your love, which I want you to also extend back to yourself, back to the people in your life. Remind them that that love exists. Remember to hydrate, and remember to join us next tour to continue the DPC and to finish the road towards the international. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Radiant's bottom tower